Hello. Hi, how are we doing? Hello, thank you, Frog. Appreciate it, as usually. That woman, tomorrow, final day. I'm scared. Hi, Cricket, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. I've got a few videos we need to look at. We need to look at a few things. I've got a few things. The first one we start is, of course, we need to talk about nuisance streamers again. I've got some memes. I've got some more interesting stuff as well. I've got an Uma Musuma video. I've got some other recommendations that I still need to look at. We've got a few things. We do have a few things that I need to look at. But yeah, how are we doing? It is a regular Sunday. I did discover a wasp nest in my garden, which is horrible. And I need to get rid of these fuckers quite quickly. I don't know how yet, but there's too many. And I feel like it's very unsafe for my dog. if there's this many, especially since this dog has no issues even attempting to eat like bumblebees. So yes, she would likely also attempt to eat wasps. I cannot tolerate this. So that's probably also going to be something I need to do probably on Tuesday. These fuckers need to go somehow. I have no idea yet. It's horrible. It is horrible. But yeah, aside from that, pretty dope. It's sunny outside, actually. It's sunny. It's not raining. So we did use the opportunity just to go for a walk. But yeah. Let me look at a few things first. I want to check that I have all the videos ready that I want to look at. Okay. There's something in recommendations. Let me look at this. Is there something that I need? Nah, they seem to be pretty okay, yeah. I should have all of it in there. Yep. Okay. Need to text somebody real quick. Yeah. We'll jump in a minute. We'll see. Also, lick. I recommend not licking the screen. Thank you. Do not lick the screen. Thank you. There's a lot of bacteria on people's screens. And Sub-Zero. Isn't that a Mortal Kombat character? Lemons. Oh yeah, I still have the Tanya video and the Candace video. Candace Stick. Yeah, I have that one too. And the Bowser video. What else I have? I have a horror video that was recommended too by one of Deer's friends. So yeah, I've got a few things I need to get through. We'll start with the Hero Hey video because we need to talk about nuisance streamers again. Because they're still spawning like rats. Alrighty then. I think we're pretty much ready. Yep. We can actually start pretty much. We can pretty much start. Okay. First of all, we're gonna turn off. I somehow have 1,007 YouTube notifications. Wait a minute. If I click this now, they're gone. The notifications are gone. I had 1,007. Yeah, I don't watch that many videos, I'll be real. We'll jump over. Yoink. Now we're here. We're over here, we're over there, we're everywhere. And obviously we have a Hero Hey video that we need to look at. Surprise, surprise. That was to be expected. It's been a while, but we're gonna look at this. Sometimes I do take from other reaction VTubers that I am subscribed to. The ideas, I'm like, that's interesting. That sounds interesting. Let me watch that myself, actually, on stream. Yeah. It makes sense. Anyways. We've got something. Alrighty. Nuisance streamer gets called out by Japanese. Old head. Then plays victim after finding out by Hero Hey. I got no idea what this dude spawned again. These people are like rats. They just like I don't know. They're like cockroaches. You can't annihilate them. They just return over and over and over again. And I'm wondering what this stupid did again. We'll jump in. We'll jump in. Maybe it's even someone we know already.
So I've had a lot of people tagging me to this tweet that's getting a lot of traction today. Thank you everyone who tagged me. As you can see, this has currently got 23 million views and 74,000 likes with the caption, "A live streamer in Japan assaults an elderly Japanese man who asked..."
Oh. Okay, so we already can say this is scum. Why the fuck are you attacking an old man? The fuck is wrong with you?
Him to stop filming on the train. The streamer here, who seems to go by the name Kelton G, has also issued his own response. We'll get to that after we take a look at the context. One more important thing to take note of as well before we watch the 30-second long clip is this top response on the tweet here that says, no, the old man didn't actually ask him to stop filming. The seat the streamer was using is a priority seat for the elderly. He has no right to sit there when the elderly come. This violent man should be arrested and punished. Well, at the very least, it looks like Twitch has currently suspended his channel, although I'm not sure if that's related.
I'd say good. Very good. Very good. Now, how about we do some other people as well? I wonder.
To this incident, or if something else happened in the past that caused his channel to be temporarily unavailable. Anyways, with that context, here's the clip.
Sí, ¿qué ha pasado? Nah, no pasa nada, no pasa nada. Tampoco ha pasado nada, coño. Me ha hecho así, sí, sí, sí. But it's okay. Che, oye, che. Date quieto ya, Dios. Arriba un poco, tío.
Damn, just slapped him. Just... What are we?
It's okay. Che, oye, che. Date quieto ya, Dios. Arriba un poco, tío.
Okay, just pushed him twice. Pushed him twice. Is there gonna be more to this? Fuck, freaking scum, dude. Just scum.
Hey, stop, bro. Don't touch me, bro. Stop, yeah, che. Dios. Oye. Ya está, Dios.
As the comment that we read mentioned, it does seem like Kelton G, the streamer, is sitting in priority seats. We can see the label on the headrest right here, priority seat. Let's also break down the images on the priority seating section.
I am assuming that he is not allowed to sit there. That is my assumption. I don't think he's allowed to sit there. And I think that the old man just wanted to, right? Yeah, it makes sense. He's not supposed to sit there anyways.
Bit more because yeah, we can see it looks like it's for people who are either with like a baby or a pregnant mother or an elderly person or someone with some sort of injury. For example, in the picture here, they've got a dude with a cast on his leg and crutches. And yeah, it doesn't seem like the streamer here would fit under any of those categories. And similarly in that same row, but across the aisle, priority seats. And there's also signs on the window mentioning that these are priority seats as well, as you can see. And when the old man returns to where he's sitting, he does not have the priority seat label anywhere. So I think it is reasonable to conclude that, yeah, the old man wanted the priority seat. This streamer seems to not understand that, or maybe he did and he's not compliant.
Nah, I think I mean, it is pretty obvious what this means. He just didn't care, right? You can look at the signs and it makes sense. He just didn't care. Damn. The most cowardly thing you could do is fight an old man.
Whatever the case may be, ends up
I guess fighting an old woman would be even more cowardly, I'd assume.
with him pushing the old man multiple times, especially this one here at the end, which was completely unnecessary. Like, the guy was already leaving at that point. Like, now you're just bullying an old dude. It's a terrible look. Very pathetic. However, the streamer, Kelton Lives, or Kelton G, whatever he goes by, did provide more context with a slightly longer clip and also issuing this statement. Let's read the statement. Then I'll show you the slightly longer clip because there is important context to what happened right before the one that we just watched. So he says, real context of what happened. I admit that my behavior was not the most correct with this person and I apologize, but I promise that it was with the purpose of defending myself against the constant intimidation that was against me. Oh yeah, because an old man asked.
Yeah, the most intimidating person on the planet. An old Japanese man. Wow. So intimidating. Yeah, bro, shut the fuck up. Put the fries in the back.
Asking this guy to move out of the priority seat is just so intimidating. And the push at the end there, too, you know, when he's already walking away, that's totally self-defense right there. In Japan, people are really respectful and very good, and they're always very hospitable and calm. But unfortunately, I had to live this experience traveling on a train in Fukuoka, and we shouldn't generalize because Japan is a sugoi country. Both the other person and I acted badly. The gentleman for being rude to me and trying to hit me 3 times in a row, and I for pushing him. I hope the context is clear, and that I acted only in a defensive position, and never to hurt anyone. And now we've got the longer clip. let's see what happened here.
Aposta lejos aquí y dice, is it me? Ah, no. What is this? I should, no.
Okay, well, the touching was unnecessary. See, the touching was unnecessary. Yeah, sure. Yeah, but the force that you met this old man with does not, what's the word, equal the force that this man was essentially putting on you.
Volumen. ¿Qué ha pasado? It's okay or no? What is this? ¿Qué ha pasado? Que no se puede hacer ruido, ¿no? No lo sé. No me voy a calentar. Ya sabéis que yo no me caliento en estas cosas. Pues sí. But it's okay.
And from that point on, you've seen the rest. Now look, maybe the old man could have gotten some authoritative figure on the train to handle this instead of putting hands on the streamer himself directly. Like, maybe not the best way to handle it. But the streamer is the one who caused the situation to begin with by sitting in the priority seats.
Yeah, true. You should not get physical just because somebody sits in a seat that they are not supposed to, right? I see both sides, right? At the same time, this is an old man. You cannot push him with full force. Like, on one side, you're sitting in a seat you're not supposed to. On the other side, you have the old man should not get physical first.
And refusing to give them up for the elderly man. Even if Kelton didn't understand what was happening, this is completely on him.
Would I call this a nuisance streamer? Even? Would I call this a nuisance streamer? I mean, it's not really nuisance, right? He's not like not like what we've seen before. It's just sitting in a seat he's not supposed to. I think that happens everywhere.
Him, as he's the one visiting the older gentleman's country and being disrespectful. Kelton even asks in English, "This is okay or no?" when it's clearly not okay. And again, he's using English instead of Japanese, so the old guy might not even know what Kelton's saying here. And nevertheless, as mentioned, it's very clear that to the old man, no, this is not okay, but the streamer continues to sit there and go on being a nuisance. It's very important to note that what Kelton is showing here is what he claims to be the full context, but we don't know if that's true. Perhaps the older man did try to explain to Kelton about the priority seating in a more respectful manner before getting physical. We really don't know for sure. And the final thing I'll mention is how many tourists have been causing issues in Japan, and it's been getting worse and worse over the years. So I'm really not surprised.
Yeah, and I do see that this has become more of a problem in Japan, and I feel like that's also due to them having like this way more polite culture. So they're not really, they should be fighting back more. They should be fighting back more with laws and just like, generally just if you misbehave, you should leave the country. Depending on how harshly you misbehave, I guess.
The locals are getting more and more fed up by this sort of behavior. I know I'm sick of seeing these nuisance streamers and I don't even live there. So imagine what it's like for them. I also managed to track down this clip of Kelton and someone that he's with setting off a firework.
No, dentro no. No, gilipollas, dentro no. No, ahí dentro no.
¿Pero esto qué es? ¿Esto qué hace?
¿Qué eso dispara? ¿Qué dispara, tío? ¿Qué haces? ¿Qué haces?
Okay, never mind. He is never mind. He is most certainly a nuisance streamer. Never mind, he is. I was like, maybe a douchebag, but like, he's not actively interrupting people. He's just an ass. Now this has changed. Nuisance streamer.
One of the comments on this clip saying, "As a Spaniard, I can only feel ashamed. If you had the misfortune of crossing paths with me during one of your live streams, I would have taught you some manners." And then there's this clip with a comment that says, "This video shows that Kelton7, the videographer, entered a building in Japan without the permission of the resident, committing the crime of trespassing. The resident then called the police, and Kelton7, the videographer, fled."
Of course, pussy, bitch made. And I agree, the situation is not clear black and white, but I take the elder side, yet lessen future. Don't overtake things by force, elders. You know, at your prime, you can lose. Elders, get some guns against these young nuisance streamers. Me as a Spanish, I can understand what they're saying. Yeah. I remember. You are Spanish. Also, hi Toast, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. This fucker is retarded.
After we take a look at this clip, I want to hop back over to Instagram as there are people arguing in the responses there. Some people siding with the old man from the train clip and some siding with the streamer Kelton. And then we'll hop over to Reddit where people continue to argue. Many Redditors actually defending Kelton, the streamer. As mentioned though, we'll start with Instagram and the duality in the response.
Well, it's Reddit. I don't expect anything smart coming from Reddit.
With one user saying, "Hi everyone, please allow me to explain. People are not allowed to do Instagram Live or TikTok Live on the train in Japan. This gentleman told them not to do it. We appreciate if you can follow our rules. It's really sad to see the streamer pushed him away like this." Response saying, "Cool, he still was touching him." Again, this also contradicts the other comment that we read earlier though that was saying this wasn't actually about the recording, but specifically about the priority seating. Maybe it was about one or the other, or maybe both, who knows for sure, unless you were there, I guess, and have the full context. People would continue to argue in the responses, with some siding with the old man and some people siding with the streamer. And then there's this comment that provides some more alleged context. It reads, "Yes, I watched the whole video, and your other videos as well. Not only to this Japanese man, but you also acted disrespectfully toward other people. You slept lying down on the train seats for a long time, you trespassed on private property, you disrespected the police, you threw fireworks into a store, and you even climbed the statue of Luffy. Don't you ever come back to Japan again. Ciao." But another user there would get upset, saying, "Oh, cry a river, you entitled fool. Bro, really?"
Oh yeah, entitlement. Behave. People behaving is not. People asking for you to behave is now entitlement. We are so cooked. The cameraman is saying, "No, you dumbass." Not in the shop. Shoots out. Stop it. Oh my god. Deported. Thanks, buddy. That gives more context. It's just so dumb. These two are just so dumb.
They call the dude entitled because he doesn't want fireworks being thrown into his store. I mean, come on, that's just crazy. We can see another comment saying, "You're sitting in a priority seat and talking on the phone on the train is prohibited. And on top of that, you're retaliating with violence against the person who warned you. Never come to Japan. It's a nuisance. Don't ever come." Similarly, there's this one that says, "Those seats are priority seats for the disabled, elderly people, and pregnant women. So you shouldn't sit there. Also, it's polite to be quiet on the train." And the last comment that I want to take a look at here with you guys on Instagram is this one from the perspective of a foreigner in Japan. And they say, "I'm a foreigner who lives in Japan. And quite honestly, I'm so tired of other foreigners making noise on the train. The train is not your private space. It's shared by everyone. Please look around, be mindful, and respect the quiet culture of Japan. If you can't accept the norms and traditions here, maybe Japan isn't the right place for you." And interestingly enough, over on the subreddit livestream fail, people would post both.
It's once again just. It's just once again simply that these people think they can act in Japan like they do at home. I cannot act in Japan the way I do here. That does not work. This just doesn't. Different culture, different cultural norms. You need to behave differently. That is just how it is.
The initial clip and then the clip with full context, and many Redditors would actually defend the streamer, saying things like, "Seeing the full clip, the old man is insane. Smacks the dude and tries to take his stuff. Culture and norms doesn't excuse assault. Old man is lucky he only got pushed." Many other Redditors would go on to insult the old man, even calling him drunk and defending the streamer. For example, the comment there at the bottom saying, "Old dude invaded his space and made out like he was going to steal his hat or something. How is anybody faulting the streamer here? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills." However, this comment disagrees with the Redditors that are defending the streamer, posting some of the clips that I showed you earlier and saying, "I searched for this guy's name on Twitter and got this. I don't see how this person isn't a classic example of the nuisance streamer BS. The people defending this person after seeing the full clip are morons or bots." Edit. Yeah, take a look at this guy's own YouTube channel. I didn't even have to search very hard. Literally another Johnny Somali. But then another Redditor says, "This looks like another clip with zero context. Try harder. He might be a nuisance streamer, but y'all are really bad at proving it." To which the same person says, "What context would justify a foreign streamer setting off fireworks while screaming loudly at a train station? And seems like a nuisance human to me." Let me know what you think about all this in the comments. And
it's just dumb. It's just stupid.
And as always, thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed my coverage, and if you did, please consider liking and or subscribing to the channel. Helps out greatly. I appreciate you.
these people, I'm gonna say these people like parasites. There's so many small rules, manners. If you won't follow, you'll stick out like some kind of gangster, or like some sort of kindergartner with a yapping complex. Also true. See, I mean, it literally is you can tell it's a priority seed, right? You can tell. And you're not supposed to sit there. There's signs there. It literally says priorities. Like, what else do you need? What else do you need? And then, of course, the other misbehavior. Once again, I think Japan should just beat the shit out of these people. They should just straight up, like, you behave this way, you just straight up get deported. We don't need more Johnny Somalis. We don't. There's already way too many of these dudes walking around. There's just too many Johnny Somalis out there. And there's gonna be more in Japan if these people don't stop. Or generally, just Asian countries, right? Because they are in general more polite than others, right? That's just an issue. I just wonder how long this is gonna continue. And right, it's not only like these loser nuisance streamers, right? It's also big content creators. I think Miskiv tried to climb up some trees that he was not supposed to. I think, was it? I don't know. It's just way too much. Japan's still too kawaii to beat people off. They should end the kawaiiness. Bring a little bit out of that World War II energy. Thank you. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. They need to bring out that World War II energy again. Get out some good old ass whooping. The homie, claimer of booty. They need to. It's getting out of hand. The only person with their name starting with Joe that we need in Japan is Jonathan, Joseph, Jotaro, Josuke, Jolene. Please tell me someone gets the reference. Yeah, I know this is a JoJo's reference. Stop with the joke. Everything's a JoJo's reference. Don't end the kawaiiness. They were freaking scary before that. Yeah, true. They're experiments for war on humans. We know what Japan was terrifying in the Dark Ages. That is very true. That is very, very true. Hello, cat. Okay. We'll do. Yeah, we'll do something more interesting.
There's a place on Earth that you're not allowed to.
We're gonna do this one. This one's interesting. That's why I'm gonna look at it. Something more interesting, huh? Let's go. Let's go. This is more on the interesting side. That's what we're gonna look at. Why people can't go to Antarctica by Oompaville. I got no idea. To be fair, first of all, why would you go there? That's the first thing. Senshi released a new Inazuma 11 video, just in case you didn't know. I did not know. Thank you, Fire. We'll look at that later. Everything is a JoJo's reference, Dax. Even breathing is a JoJo reference. Our planet, the world, is a reference. Stars are a reference. A dark diamond is a reference. JoJo's love, JoJo's life. True and real. True and real. Yeah. Antarctica. Why can't people go to Antarctica? Let me sum 30 minutes. It's too cold. That for once, and for some odd reason. See, the interesting part is they have a treaty that nobody can own it. Why? Because it's a huge continent barely touched by humans. That's also true. There's probably many reasons. Let's see. We'll jump in.
There's a place on Earth that you're not allowed to go to, a continent that is larger than the United States and Mexico combined, where stepping foot there without permission can land you in prison, can get you a good ass whooping. It's not a military base.
True. I remember that a guy flew to Antarctica and then wasn't allowed to leave. If I remember correctly, that was a thing that happened. It was just, I think it was a guy trying to visit every continent that included Antarctica, and he was then detained.
It's not a government facility, it's an entire continent. It's Antarctica. And most people think it's just ice and penguins, empty, worthless, white. But if that's true, why does it cost tens of thousands of dollars and months of permits to just visit there? Why is it the only place on Earth that is governed by an international treaty signed by 58 nations?
What are they trying to hide? I know what there is. I think we finally found it. It's the One Piece. They have the One Piece there. Luffy, we gotta go there. The One Piece is real.
Me not being one of them. Why are vast...
Or maybe it's true that the Nazis fled there, and now they're in Antarctica, planning their return.
sections of it blurred out on Google Earth. Why is that? Something is not adding up here. I stink. I mean, I smell something that stinks. For over a century, explorers could visit Antarctica freely. Scientists mapped its coastlines, governments claimed territories, and even tourists just took expeditions there to explore. Then suddenly, in 1959, everything changed. The Antarctic Treaty...
Who knows what... Genuinely, why did this suddenly change? What the fuck did they find? Maybe they found resources that nobody's allowed to touch because it would, I don't know, create war or whatever. Was allowed to leave. They got igloo jail thingies, probably. Hi Zoom, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. String cheese is a reference. Shooting your brains is a reference. Plankton is a reference. Horses are a reference. Wait, Uma Musume is a reference. The President of the United States of America is a reference. JoJo's everything. Everything's JoJo. And JoJo's everything. By the way, igloo is such an invention. Think you save yourself from the cold with ice building? True. True. But they somehow knew that this would work.
Locked down the entire continent under the most restrictive international agreement in human history. They say it's to keep you safe, because you'll die if you go there. But locking down the entire continent? That doesn't really make a lot of sense, man. That's overkill. That's bullshit. All right, homie? Harry the Rat says that's bullshit.
Harry the Rat. It is kind of bullshit. Like, you can't explore it, like, deeper in, like, you can't go deeper in there, right? I guess I could understand that, but you can't even like go like to the edges of Antarctica. You can't. They will. You're going to jail.
Whatever's down there, whether it be treasure, technology, or some kind of truth that we're not ready for, someone decided that the rest of us don't get to know. We don't get to know. I don't get to know. I get to speculate and I get to talk about it and have a lot of fun talking about it, but you know. You just watch this video. Anyway.
I have a conspiracy theory, chat. That's why they want to stop climate change. Because if the ice melts, we'll find out things that we're not supposed to find out. That's what it is. I knew it. Hi GT, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Just buckle up. We're prying open the coldest lockbox on Earth. Antarctica. First, let's start with mind-bending facts, okay? We're going to be talking about speculative conspiracies in the next chapter. This one is facts that seem like speculative conspiracies. In 1929, workers cleaning out an old Turkish palace made a bizarre discovery. Hidden in the archives was a map drawn in 1513 by Admiral Peary.
Woo! We had old maps. I remember that. I've heard of that, apparently. I'm good. Nice. Good to hear.
Reese. You've probably heard of him. He's very famous. It's not a obscure conspiracy document that's dated somewhere when it's not supposed to be dated and all that. It's real. It's in a museum and it shows something impossible, okay? It shows the coast of Antarctica 300 years before anyone supposedly discovered it. How?
But wait a minute. Wait a minute. What? Why is it showing animals there then? This couldn't. Why did he draw animals there? Like, these don't look like animals that would live there. Wait a minute. Huh? Weird. Odd. Very odd. Huh. Even parts are JoJo's reference. Calm down. The JoJo's reference. Calm down. This whole stream's a JoJo's reference. Horrendous. 1929. No, I've heard of no one from then. Interesting.
Okay, it shows the coast of Antarctica 300 years before anyone supposedly discovered it. How in the is that possible? The map doesn't just show that a southern continent exists, it shows the actual coastline of Antarctica accurate to within miles. Well, what's the big deal about that? The coastline has been buried under ice for millions of years. No one in 1513 should have known what it looked like, or...
True. Huh, that's weird. Wait, if that's covered in ice, how does he know? Bro, heat vision.
Or how to find out what it looked like.
X-ray.
Reese noted on the map itself that he compiled it from ancient sources, some dating back to the 4th century BC, which is a long, long time ago. So that's really confusing. And in 1960, the US Air Force analyzed the map and confirmed that its geographical details match seismic surveys of the actual bedrock beneath Antarctica's ice sheet. How did they know that? I don't know. I'm asking you. Do you know? Are you a science person? Get on my comment section. So think about what that means for all of us. Someone thousands of years ago mapped Antarctica when it was covered in ice. Someone with technology to survey an entire continent from above. It seems like, at least. Unless they had one of those balls from Waterworld and they got real deep down in the in the ocean and he was like, or whatever, and then there was a squid! Fortunately, it gets even more strange and bizarre. The Oronteus Phineas map from 1531, not 1513, the Perry Reese map, this is a completely different one. It shows even more detail of the southern land.
Interesting, interesting. If it is covered with ice, you draw outlines, and it looked differently over different centuries. Yeah, but it seems to... See, it seems to look very... So what he drew looks very close to what we have today. So there comes the question. How did he do that? I mean, maybe... I don't know, it got... See, maybe... It would be unrealistic, but maybe it got warmer around that period. So all the ice melted. And then over time it got a little colder again. So the ice just basically returned. I don't know, it's just weird.
Recently discovered. Rivers, mountain ranges, coastlines, a swastika? Why'd they put a swastika on that?
Pause. See? The Nazis are hiding in Antarctica. It's just very weird that somebody would have a somewhat accurate map of the coastlines. Yes, and who said what we have today is accurate to shorelines? It's still covered with ice, probably. That's like the question. Is this the... I mean, he basically showed that it was no longer covered in ice. It does it. This is weird. How would... They confirmed that that is the shoreline. But if there was more ice than there is today, then the question becomes... How was he able to discover the shorelines? He visited Antarctica and learned the shorelines from the locals who could study it over different periods of time, or that. The question is, how many locals would be there, right? Because nobody lives on Antarctica. Huh. I don't know. It's just weird.
That seems odd. We'll find out later in chapter 2. With some of these geographical markers matching the hidden topography beneath miles of ice that modern scientists only discovered with ground-penetrating radar in the 90s.
How the fuck did he manage to do that? Well, it can't even... How the heck did he manage to do that wait, what? How? Bro was probably like digging for the there were locals there, but few, possibly. But they would have like... The question is, right? Let's say there were locals there. Why did he make his own map then? like the map could have just been like from a local then. That's like the question. And he could have just gotten the map from them then. The smallest minority of human population somewhere, I guess. Or that. But let's say there was no humans there. That would logically mean that there was less ice around that period than there is now that we can't see. Huh. Interesting.
How? Now, critics, there are critics of everything, they say it's a coincidence. It's a coincidental resemblance to a mythical continent that does not exist. Or Theus, if that is his real name, was just a goofy goober. Which that's possible, to be honest. It kind of makes sense. People were really good at making shit up. But they do seem to be more like precise geographical surveys of landscapes that have been hidden than they do just made up nonsense like the Voynich manuscript or something like that. Anyways, how about Lake Vostok? There's more. 2.5 miles beneath the ice of Antarctica lies a lake the size of Ontario, which is a province in Canada. This
Interesting. Locals didn't have to create maps. Well, they would need to have. Otherwise, you couldn't pass down basically a map in your head to like people later on, right? You wouldn't without some kind of imagery, right? You can't pass down what you have seen to somebody else without like showing it. Different people, different era, different inventions, sure.
This lake has been cut off from the surface world for over 15 million years. I'm going to start referring to us as surface dwellers in the surface world.
Interesting. I wonder. So it is a lake. It's probably not, since he can't call it a lake, it's likely also not completely frozen. I wonder if I wonder if there's animals down there. JoJo Season 6 will be out in 2026. I've not watched JoJo, so I wouldn't even know, to be fair. There's Season 7, but there will be no Season 8 because JoJo Part 9 manga is not finished and said this will be the final arc according to fans. Okay, well, it's according to fans, so how much does that really have to say? Didn't have to. I knew a guy who led tourists in desert area and he'd been asked how he knows the desert. He replies, how you not lost in a city? No, that's not what I was referring to, right? The local... See, if it was covered in ice for a long period of time, that means somebody must have seen it without ice. Must have remembered everything and then would have technically needed to pass down the knowledge. But how do you pass it down without some visual, without some visual way? Like, if we now burn all maps, eventually we forget how certain areas look like after a few hundred years. After like 3 or 4 generations, a lot of like lines would be very different, or we would forget how they look like. So that's the question, right? We answer him there. All the streets, names, numbers, and he reply he got also identifying things. That's like the question. How I'll give you one option that further than what you think. Like, I'm just questioning. You would need some visual way to remember to pass that knowledge down. And who knows? He might have gotten it from a local that does have some visual way to show it, and it just got lost. 20,000 years ago, someone painted in a cave when the ice was shallow. Since then, local people knew how it looks since the painting. That's what I'm saying, right? That's what I mean, like, right? That's what I mean, like, somebody would need to have some visual way of showing it. Like, back caveman days, it was like paintings in a cave, and then the locals who would need to give him the information on how the coastline would look like would also have some visual way of showing that.
Lake Vostok, Not speculative at all, it's real. Russian scientists spent 20 years drilling a hole to reach it. They finally broke through in 2012, and what they found was very enlightening from a science perspective and how we understand life on Earth. The lake itself is pristine, untouched. It's a perfect time capsule from an age when Antarctica was green and warm, and that's not a conspiracy. It was at one point green and warm, like the holy relic. Yeah! The water samples that they collected from Lake Vostok contained bacteria that evolved in complete isolation and developed survival mechanisms unlike anything else on Earth, because there aren't many
If Godzilla shows up somewhere, it'll be there.
organisms that develop in complete isolation. Okay, these organisms lived in total darkness, under crushing pressure, with no oxygen, and somehow they thrived for millions of years. How in the is that even possible? Scientists discovered at least 17 different species of microbes in the waters of Lake Vostok. Some represent entirely new branches of the tree of life. They feed on chemicals instead of sunlight. They transform metals in ways we're still trying to understand, and they can survive.
Analysis of the life form suggests Lake Vostok may harbor a unique ecosystem based on chemicals in rocks instead of sunlight, living in isolation for hundreds of thousands of years. Science previously reported the types of the types of organisms we found suggested they derived their energy from minerals present in the lake and sourced from the underlying bedrock. Interesting. Heading back to work, so yap less. Take care. Interesting. Okay. Well, that means we have life on Earth that survives in a different way than most other life forms.
Kill any surface life from us weak surface dwellers. Now, this beyond the secrets of Antarctica has pretty staggering implications. For example, if life can exist in Lake Vostok's impossible environment, life can probably exist in other impossible environments like on other planets. Bing! Ring ding ding! Lake Vostok is just one of over 140 subglacial lakes that have been discovered beneath Antarctica. We have no idea what is in the others, and we can't access most of them. You can't get a drill bit that long. Believe me, I've asked. There could be entire ecosystems down there that have evolved separately from everything we know on Earth in the surface world, for us surface dwellers. Now, how about the blood falls? These are real photos.
Interesting. Iron. Right? Isn't it? Should be iron. Iron causes this. I could be wrong.
What the fuck is going on? Oh, these? Don't worry about these. These are just blood waterfalls emerging from...
Or bacteria. A different life form. Just look at plants. We can't deny they are alive. Obviously, plants are alive. And so it's either iron that I've heard of that may turn water red, or it might be some bacteria or algae. I think algae has capability too, but is there really algae in that cold area?
Glaciers. It's just a normal thing, guys. In Antarctica's McMurdo dry valleys, which if McMurdo rings a bell, you've probably seen The Thing, my favorite movie of all time, and my
I can recommend. Great movie. The Thing is awesome.
Favorite example of cosmic horror. In this dry valley, something bleeds from the ice. The blood falls, as they're called, look like crimson waterfalls of blood. They're pouring from a glacier called the Taylor Glacier, and the red liquid stains the white ice red. And for over a century, nobody knew why. They were just like, that's probably hell down there. But it isn't hell. It's somehow actually more strange than that. It is ancient seawater that's been trapped beneath the glacier for 5
Ancient seawater? So it is bacteria.
5 million years. It's just leaking out of it, and it's red. And it isn't just old salt water, it's got living things in it. Now, the red color comes from iron oxide, but the iron oxide isn't occurring from the oxidation of iron in the normal process. It's being produced by bacteria. Those bacteria I mentioned.
So it is. So it can be iron, but here it is bacteria. Velvet vine, wine, snow, true and real.
And that have strange interactions with metal. They eat the metal, they feed on the metal, and then they produce iron oxide. How? Why? What in the heck? Oh.
Again, interesting that bacteria like that can exist, then realistically bacteria can survive in many absurd areas. I mean, think about it. Technically, a rocky dead planet technically could have bacteria if they're at least. So one thing we have in common here is liquid, old gourmet wine water. So all we technically need for what we can see now is water. Then they could survive in impossible scenarios. Like, the fuck are these guys doing? Eating metal?
These little rascals have also been sealed in complete darkness for millions of years with no sunlight, no oxygen, and no connection to the surface world. And somehow they've just survived down there and created their own ecosystem where they can transform iron into sulfur compounds and use that for energy. The process by which they're doing this, scientists are still trying to understand. To be fair, they're really far away and hard to get to, so it makes sense as to why it's so difficult. So yeah, that's unbelievable. These things use sulfur and iron to live, and they don't use the sun.
They would also probably die quite quickly when you would remove them from their original place, considering that probably there would be some issues with the existing sunlight on them being like the underground dwellers.
Like everything else that lives, they're chemosynthetic extremophiles is what they're actually called if you want to Google those words. I promise you won't get put on any lists. I said that. I made it plural. I said lists. Okay, that's right. Lists. No, lists. I can't say that anymore. I don't like that. So yeah, a little blood coming out of the ground, no big deal. Scientists have also detected massive geothermal activity beneath Antarctica that doesn't match any geological model of the continent as well. Published research shows that heat
So we got volcanoes down there too.
flux near the South Pole measuring twice the expected values. Now that might not sound that dramatic, but it does represent millions of watts of unexplained energy generation. Is it those little extremophile chemosynthetic fellas chewing on sulfur and iron? Who the f knows? Something is producing massive amounts of heat deep beneath the ice, creating vast underground hot water systems and caverns that we're only beginning to map. Ground-penetrating radar and geological surveys have revealed enormous voids beneath the Antarctica ice sheet, not
Enormous voids. Empty space? No, what? Repeat that.
chewing on sulfur and iron. Who the f knows? Something is producing massive amounts of heat deep beneath the ice, creating vast underground hot water systems and caverns that we're only beginning to map. Ground-penetrating radar and geological surveys have revealed enormous voids beneath the Antarctica ice sheet. Not small air pockets, but cavities large enough to contain entire cities, and they're not natural formations.
They're not What does he mean by that? Not natural formations. Hold up, wait a minute.
In caverns that we're only beginning to map. Ground-penetrating radar and geological surveys have revealed enormous voids beneath the Antarctica.
So we have essentially vast empty space below Antarctica. You know what that sounds like? Ice Age, the third one with the dinosaurs. Same energy. Okay.
Ice sheet, not small air pockets, but cavities large enough to contain entire cities, and they're not natural formations. Halo reference. They're spaces that have been carved out by sustained heat sources that shouldn't exist according to our current understanding of Antarctic geology.
Interesting. Enormous cavity growing beneath Antarctica. But if they're not But who is causing it if they're not natural? Because that would imply that something unnatural is going on. Huh?
This cave is not a natural formation. The heat signatures don't match volcanic activity, radioactive decay, or any other known geothermal process. They're too large, too organized, and too purposeful, to be honest. Whatever's generating these things.
What the f? Are you saying the lizard people are actually real and they're below the ice? Did the Nazis actually escape to Antarctica? How is, huh? You gotta be shitting me, huh? How can there be cavities grow? Like, how can it be essentially caves growing? They're a non-natural way. The fuck is going on there?
This heat, it's been active for a very long time, and it's quietly reshaping the subworld, Antarctica from below. Okay, guys? That's a bit conspiratorial, but something is going on in there, and we don't really know exactly what it is because it's so far away and so deep down there. And recent satellite measurements show that ice is melting from underneath at an accelerating rate, which isn't due to climate change. It's from an internal heat source that science is having a difficult time explaining, which, by the way, is how science works. That's very normal. Or it's because it's an alien under there. What the f? Haven't you seen?
The fucking dinosaurs evolved. Like, non-explainable. Like, if it's not volcanic activity, how do you explain ice melting? How do you explain increasing heat?
Haven't you seen the thing? Some pretty odd things going on in Antarctica, let's be real. I think I might go to check it out. Just kidding. Time to venture into darker territory.
Part 2, the conspiracy theories. Now we're getting into the good stuff. Jujutsu Kaisen's second movie is gonna be out in December 2025. Are you gonna watch it? Probably not.
So the purpose of Act 1 was to show you some very interesting things in regard to Antarctica that are completely real, and we have a hard time explaining. Act 2 is more of that, but like a lot crazier. Between 1938 and 1939, Nazi Germany conducted a massive expedition to Antarctica, and they weren't there for the scenery. They were there for the vril. They were on their way to Hyperborea. This operation was led by Captain Alfred Richer. He led it aboard the ship the Schwabenland. Okay, guys, you've probably heard of Schwabenland.
Schwabenland. German pronunciation. Interesting. Well, that much I know.
These fellas on this expedition systematically mapped over 350,000 square kilometers of Antarctic territory, flying reconnaissance missions, dropping thousands of metal Nazi markers bearing swastikas to claim the land for the Third Reich. Schwabenland, New Schwabenland, New Schwabia. What the f is Schwabia? Da wo mal zusammen große Worte sind da. Sieh mal alle irgendwann wieder hin.
That was horrible, my friend. I'm becoming a teacher. I'll invite you to some German lessons, brother.
Called this area that they put their little markers down on New Schwabenland, or New Swabia, which is a region in southern Germany and Bavaria, I'm pretty sure. It's where my family's from. All right, guys, Bavaria. And this wasn't a small scientific expedition. It was a territorial conquest. The Nazis big into territorial conquests. So why were the Nazis up in New Schwabenland? They were there officially to establish whaling stations and to obviously just secure more territory for Germany. But some people theorize they may have built something much darker around these documented facts. The theory is that the Nazis discovered warm water areas heated by geothermal vents and established a secret base called Base 211. That's
interesting. Interesting. The Nazis are in control of Antarctica. They're ready to they are repopulating, and that's why the ice is melting, so they're getting stronger and stronger every year. And that guy back in 2023, he used to roast YouTubers like Mikado Avocado, for example. Now his new content is just not good anymore. I don't see how his content is bad. It's pretty good, I'd say. Don't need to constantly just shit on other people constantly.
The theory. And according to this theory, Base 211 became a refuge for high-ranking Nazis after the defeat of Germany in 1945. A development center for advanced technology, including the Vril-powered Flying Bell, the Acorn. Have you seen this? Have you seen this? I haven't seen it, but I've seen of it. I've seen it around, or whatever. This is what people believe Base 211 looked like, a secret Nazi hideaway in Antarctica, or New Schwabenland. All right, is it real? I'm not sure. We do know that they went up there. Okay, we do know that, and they put their little things. I believe some of them are still up there. There is more documented evidence post-war, by the way, of U-boats and submarines turning up where they shouldn't necessarily have been, and some people believe that they stopped in Antarctica on the way to Argentina. I don't know. It's a pretty deep rabbit hole. This
Interesting. That would be terrifying.
video is more just about Antarctica. Now on to post-war. In 1946, just 1 year after the Nazi German surrender, the United States launched Operation High Jump under Admiral Richard E. Byrd. I've talked about this multiple times on my channel, and everybody knows this. And most people have heard of this story. There was a fairly large scientific expedition, a massive military operation involving 4,700 personnel, 13 ships, 33 aircraft, doing what was officially described as a training exercise that was just remarkably well armed. The operation was planned to last 8 months, but it ended abruptly after just 8 weeks. Official reports cite harsh weather conditions and equipment failures, but the sudden termination of something so large scale has fueled decades of speculation. The theory, and people often cite alleged statements by Admiral Richard E. Byrd, okay? They say he encountered hostile forces or advanced aircraft. There's a very famous
Hostile forces? Advanced aircrafts? Brother. Nuke Antarctica. We need to know what's down there.
story of him, you know, being taken by a UFO into the middle of the earth, into the hollow earth, and speaking to white Nordic aliens that had swastikas all around them and saying, if you can't do it, it's over. You need to be a good guy. So Operation High Jump, totally real, very strange, but it's what people often cite in statements by Admiral Byrd after the event. That is what the real mystery is. There is allegedly a secret journal, a secret diary that
Allegedly a secret journal, a secret diary. Oh, cool. Call of Duty. Well, it's Antarctica, which is interesting. Also, hi, Joe. How you doing? Hope you're doing good.
details Admiral Byrd's encounter with white Nordic aliens that took him into the hollow earth that was only accessible through Antarctica. It was beautiful, green trees, green grass, blue skies, better something from the day I died. With big white tall aliens, long beautiful hair, and there's just swastikas everywhere, and they say, telepathically of course, do not use nuclear bombs. We are not Nazis, we are aliens. We are good guys. And stuff. People attribute that to him. You know, there's apparently a secret diary, but a lot of this stuff appears to be just entirely fabricated, to be honest. But that is the story.
Yeah, I wouldn't believe that either. That's crazy work. That is crazy work. Nah, that wouldn't be. I'm miserable. Oh no. Hopefully you're doing better soon again. Damn, that sucks.
Now, something incredible was documented during Operation High Jump. On January 30th, 1947, Lieutenant Commander David Bunger, pretty cool name, was flying a reconnaissance mission.
Was he also saying I unga, therefore I bunga?
When he spotted something that defied traditional explanation of the Antarctic geography. A vast area of ice-free land with blue and green lakes in the middle
What?
of Antarctica. Not trees necessarily, but a significant discovery nonetheless. This discovery was so significant that Admiral Byrd himself called it by far the most important discovery of the expedition. That's before they gave up after 8 weeks, of course. Bunger landed his seaplane on one of the lakes, and the water temperature was 38 degrees Fahrenheit, which is remarkably
What the fuck? How could that be? Like, this is like not like crazy warm, but it's way warmer than it should be.
warm for Antarctica, and the lakes were filled with colored algae, and the surrounding area contained flowing water and a landscape that none of them had ever really seen before, and Byrd described it as looking like a landscape on another planet. Here's pictures of it. So it's called Bunger Oasis. It's a real documented photographed area, and it has a warm ice-free zone, one of the very few in Antarctica. So that's really interesting. Now imagine them getting sucked into a hole and their seaplane gets redirected by a flying disc, and then there's white people with long hair and they're saying or whatever the they'd say. How about what looks like pyramids up there? Am I right? Very strange. Modern satellite.
I mean, pyramids would be crazy work. That would be crazy work.
imagery has revealed some intriguing features across Antarctica. Users of Google Earth have documented what appears to be pyramids, geometric structures, formations 180 feet wide by 230 feet tall with straight surfaces that look artificial. Very strange things to see in an ice continent. Plus, the formations seem to remain ice-free in spite of Antarctic conditions. They're too regular and too geometric to be natural formations. And unfortunately, they're too isolated and inaccessible to be investigated properly, especially not by the public, like me or you.
I mean, sure. There could be some way where something that is natural looks unnatural, right? By some off chance, by some really, really small chance. But see, there's no particularly weather. So that would have remained for like quite a long time.
Something also disturbing is when people try to verify the coordinates of these formations online, they often find the locations have been removed, the images have been removed. Just across the board, information has been removed from public access or has been digitally obscured when it comes.
Why would... Okay, that's weird. If there's nothing there, then why would you, for example, pixelate things or remove the location or change things up so you can't look at it? That's weird. That's odd.
Comes to these geometric things in Antarctica. Also, Antarctica has become a bit of a hotspot for UFO sightings. Research station personnel, pilots, and tourists have all reported unusual phenomena, which is just kind of normal now. Disc-shaped objects emerging from the ice, lights moving at impossible
UFOs, lights. I mean, the only lights that are there, right, are like these Arctic lights, right, that occasionally happen. That's it, though.
Speeds, structured objects caught on security cameras, things like that. Bizarre, unexplainable things. In the world of the Antarctic pyramids and Antarctic UFOs collides. In 2018, a Google Earth user claimed to have discovered what appeared to be a massive entrance in the Antarctic ice. And when people tried to verify the location, they found that the coordinates had been removed from public access, and images of it had been digitally destroyed. But luckily, I have one here in this video. Probably, I don't know what Tara put up there. Thank you though, Tara, I really appreciate it. And aside from that, scientists have also detected strange radio signals emanating from beneath the ice. An experiment called the Antarctic Impulsive Transient Antenna experiment recorded unusual radio bursts coming from under the ice that don't match any known...
Oh, this Dead Cells lore? Sure. Though I won't understand most of it. I finally made a Bandcamp. I prefer it over Spotify. Okay, Bryson. Okay. Also, hi. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Interesting. The radio waves that we detected were at really steep angles, like 30 degrees below the surface of the ice, said Stephanie Whistle, associate professor of physics, astronomy, and astrophysics, who worked the ANITA team searching for signals from elusive particles called neutrinos.
Natural phenomena. And to this day, those signals appear to violate our current scientific understanding of particle physics. These radio waves are being detected from below the horizon, which is not possible to detect radio signals from below the horizon. I don't know a lot about particle physics, to be honest, but it's just bizarre. What the f is happening and why don't more people talk about it? Pardon me for continuing to connect all of these theories, by the way, but the alien, geometry, radio theory connects to the Nazi theory as well. Some geniuses, theorists, propose that the advanced technology that was allegedly developed at Base 211 during World War II was actually reverse engineered from extraterrestrial crafts. And these geniuses suggest that Antarctica serves as a kind of neutral zone where world governments could interact with alien civilizations hidden completely from the public view and beneath the ice. And there isn't really a lot of credible evidence, but there is consistent reports of unusual aerial phenomena and some very unexpected things. And it does make sense. If you were to cast aside all doubt, humans, aliens on the same planet, let's say, and to prevent worldwide hysteria, because I know I'd be hysterical if some aliens showed up. I'd be like,
true, if suddenly some aliens pulled up, I'd be concerned. Again, it is weird that things are happening that should not be possible. Oases that should not be there. Nazis that should not be there. Like like caverns under the ice that are growing ever large that are could not be through natural means. How is this possible? I'm gonna start digging. Bring me my shovel. Bring me a drill. I'll go to Antarctica.
No, I'd handle it, dude. I've been prepping with my little bro here. I would offer him to them. To prevent hysteria, just hang out with them in Antarctica. Just hang out with them in Antarctica. Just don't even worry about hanging out with them like at Trump Tower or whatever at Mar-a-Lago or Wendy's or some shit. I don't know, Disneyland. Hang out with them where nobody can see, and then there will be no problems because no one will see. The public will not know, and it will all be fine. There's also the hollow earth theory, which I need to make an entire video about this because there's a lot of really interesting sub-stories in and around the hollow earth that are, they're interesting. Let's be real. They're very interesting. The hollow moon, already talked about that. It's scientifically explainable. But the most enduring theory in regard to Antarctica is probably the hollow earth theory. It's a theory that suggests our planet contains a habitable inner world, which is accessible through openings at the poles. One in the south, it's where Admiral Byrd flew his little suppository craft in, and one at the north. There are several pieces of evidence that geniuses point to when discussing the hollow earth. Admiral Byrd—
Geniuses? I don't know if they could be called geniuses. I don't know about that one, huh? Interesting.
Byrd's alleged alien encounters. Number one, unusual aurora phenomenon in Antarctica and magnetic anomalies that can cause navigation equipment to malfunction, and satellite imagery that shows missing data around both poles. So it's like, they're hiding it. Ah! Good. I don't want to know about that shit. I'd rather just be a peon and just love my family and stuff, Life ain't that bad. I don't need to know about aliens. By the way, we checked. The poles are blurry on Google Earth. It's missing blurred data. I'm not—
Yeah, you cannot tell me that they're not hiding something on there. If the poles are blurry, you cannot tell me they're hiding something. They aren't hiding something if they're blurry. Why would you blur something if there's nothing there? Weird.
Sure, that's not what poles look like. I don't assume they look blurry, okay? I don't think you go there and it's all blurred out. There's a lot of blurred spots on the South and North Pole. I don't know. I guess I know why. Military installation or whatever who's gonna be like, what? There's you can see military bases in the United States and what? Who? Don't blur that. You're gonna scare me. You're gonna scare the host. Now, of course, scientists explain the blurring as a limitation of satellite orbits, but
I do not believe you. I do not believe you. How would I ever believe you? Yeah, now Hollow Earth, Godzilla. Yeah, if Godzilla's somewhere coming there, sure, maybe someone drew an ice stick. Somebody just took a plane, put some kind of thing on there, right? That would reach down and just started drawing a huge ice penis. With hair and shit.
I and my fellow geniuses interpret these gaps as evidence of hidden openings to the Hollow Earth and/or conspiracies. Okay, guys? And the Hollow Earth isn't really even a new idea. The Greeks had the concept of Hades, the Buddhists believed in Agartha. Human cultures for a very long time have imagined vast worlds beneath the feet, us poor surface dwellers.
But the question is very simple. With our current understanding, would it be scientifically impossible to have a Hollow Earth? That's the question, and I would say so, probably.
Antarctica, with its unexplored depths beneath miles of ice, provides.
But then again, we have ever-growing ice caverns that shouldn't be there, that are unnatural.
The perfect canvas for this dream, this hidden world of monsters or whatever. So the Nazis went to Antarctica, Operation High Jump really happened, satellite imagery shows missing data on the visual appearance of Antarctica from the satellite view. There is things that defy particle physics and our understanding of it in terms of hearing radio waves. Ding, 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 ding. Lots of weird stuff going on. There's also the ice wall theory, which I think deserves its own video, because that is like...
Yeah, that does definitely deserve its own video. And Super Earth. Super Earth. That one deserves its own as well, I think.
There's some... I could probably get into contact with I know a pilot who believes that that's a legit thing, who's seen it, apparently, allegedly. The scariest part of all of this to me is the amount of resources that are contained in the continent of Antarctica. In 1991, a bunch of countries signed the Madrid Protocol.
See, for the treaty, it could actually be very simple. Countries are not allowed to do anything there because the resources would likely create wars. Maybe. They have an explanation for that somehow, but it's weird.
And that protocol banned all mining in Antarctica until 2048. And that's just 23 years away. And when that treaty expires, a vote of 75% of signatory nations could potentially open Antarctica up for resource extraction. So a lot of the caginess and secrecy and desire to go there makes more sense when you consider the following. Antarctica contains an estimated 200 billion barrels of oil, which is more than Saudi Arabia. Its mineral wealth includes gold, platinum, rare earth elements, neodymium, little tiny alien bacteria that can turn iron into sulfur and iron oxide. Plus, coal reserves there dwarf our existing deposits, and Antarctica holds 70% of the world's fresh water locked in ice. It's an unbelievably valuable source of resources. It's potentially priceless. So there's the preventatory measure of the Madrid Protocol, and on top of that, current extraction costs make it economically unviable to utilize Antarctica for resource extraction, because if it was real, you know, it's going to happen eventually. But why is there a massive military presence? Why are there nations positioning themselves for 2048 if resources aren't even accessible? Why do people care so much about Antarctica, aside from it being a desolate place?
Ice Nazis. That's why they are fighting a war over there. They're fighting a war against the Yeti Nazis, and that's why there's so many military presence, and they're losing.
And them wanting to do experiments up there for desolate stuff. Why? Why not just do it in my backyard and pay me something? I'll let you do it if you pay me. It's not nearly as cold in my backyard. Just come on. I'm kind of the Clint Eastwood of conspiracy theories. You want to know why? Apparently the year that Brokeback Mountain came out, it was reported that Clint Eastwood hadn't actually seen the movie, therefore he would not vote on it, which would eventually prevent Brokeback Mountain from receiving a nomination for Best Picture of the Year at the Oscars, you know? And much like Clint Eastwood, I also don't want to spend my professional time watching men kissing. Just kidding. It's my favorite thing. By the way, it is possible to go to Antarctica if you want to. If you're not a military guy or a researcher of some kind, you can go as a tourist. There are ways to get there. You're looking at tens of thousands of dollars.
But as far as I am concerned, you cannot enter. You cannot go on land, if I'm sure. I think I'm sure of it. You can just, like, look.
Minimum. But the cost to get in isn't the real barrier. It's the actual permits to get in. Every commercial operator must work through IAATO, the International Association of Antarctica Tour Operators. And through that, only 100 people are allowed ashore at any time from cruise ships, and every landing site must be...
Oh, ashore. You can go on there. Can only land 100 people at a time, and those that carry 500 people are not allowed to land anyone. Crazy work.
Pre-approved, and every activity must be monitored. So you're allowed to explore Antarctica about as much as you're allowed to explore North Korea. Something like that. You're taking a carefully choreographed tour of exactly what you are allowed to see. Now, if you think you can charter your own expedition, you'll need permits from your home country, environmental impact assessments, proof of insurance that most companies won't provide, with search and rescue guarantees that are unbelievably expensive. Antarctica is a system that is designed to keep average people out, and it seems like, for reasons that are suspicious and confusing, not exactly environmental reasons. The biggest fortress in Antarctica is not a geometric shape of aliens or some kind of military base from the United States. It's the legal fortress there. 7 nations have claims on pieces of Antarctica: Argentina, Australia, Chile, France, New Zealand, Norway, and the United Kingdom. Some of these claims are overlapping.
Yo, we is the ones who Schwabenland. We is the ones who came there and named it that. We should have a piece of that.
Which could cause international incidents, but they don't, because of Article 4 of the Antarctic Treaty that freezes all territorial disputes as of the time. You notice that I didn't mention that America had a claim, or Nazi Germany had a claim, or the Russians, even though they're all there. Well, the Nazis aren't. They're gone. It's because nobody can officially own.
Are they?
Antarctica, but there are 7 nations who claimed it first, who kind of get to act like they do own it when it comes to controlling their sectors. It's a legal maze. It's very confusing. So let's say you want to investigate something in the British Antarctic territory. You need permission from the UK. But if the UK doesn't officially own it because of the treaty, then they don't really have any control, but they control access because of their claim, but other nations don't recognize the claim because of the treaty. I don't understand it. It's very difficult to understand. You just can't get permission to go because a bureaucratic deadlock. It's perfect for keeping people out. Oh yeah, China's also there, and they've been rapidly expanding from 0 to now 5.
Interesting. See, dig the ice and you see them smoking under there. Yeah, they're just like there's just like drug addicts, like weed addicts under the ice, and that's where the unnatural heat comes from. I'm very curious what genuinely, what are these fuckers trying to hide down there? If I watch this video, will they lock me up now? Hold up. Where's Oompaville?
Antarctic bases just in the last few decades. They call it research, but it looks like resource mapping. It's exactly what they did in what they're doing in Africa. The US operates 3 year-round stations and flies military cargo planes to Antarctica regularly. Russia maintains several bases and conducts operations that have nothing at all to do with penguins. They don't exactly seem like research programs. It's occupying forces maintaining strategic positions, waiting for 2048 when they can extract resources, it seems like. McMurdo Base, by the way, is the largest research station in Antarctica. It is operated by Raytheon, which is a defense contractor that's behind advanced weapon systems. So why is the biggest research base in Antarctica operated by...
Why is there so much military presence on there? Logically, if there's nothing... Like, the question is, if this is a research base and there's also military presence, the question becomes, why is there military presence? What are you protecting these researchers from, which is weird? Like, nothing would happen to those, right? There's a treaty that everyone signed, so nothing would happen. Second of all, what are you trying to prevent to get out? What is there? It's a vast empty space with ice. But it's not empty. There's like life there, right? Bacteria, and in some places penguins, ice bears, right? That stuff. Cheese. Wait, are you saying that the world's cheese reserves are in Antarctica? From multiple countries? Gotta go there. What else do we have? Resources, yeah. This is weird. So weird.
A defense contractor. I don't... And we'll never know. You know, born...
What are you defending? Who or what are you defending people against?
Secret and all that. So when someone tells you Antarctica is off limits for environmental protection, immediately make fun of them and say, if so, then why does the legal framework look exactly like the framework that you would want to create if you wanted to maintain exclusive access to something incredibly valuable while realistically being able to keep everyone else locked out? Ask them that and do it in like a mocking voice. Antarctica is not protected by international international law, Antarctica is controlled by international law, the globalists. But unfortunately, if you do make fun of them, you might have to hear a witty retort. They're going to say something like this: Antarctica isn't actually just another continent. It is a living climate control system for the entire planet. Antarctica contains, like the guy in the video earlier mentioned, 70% of the world's fresh water locked in ice. And if that ice were to melt, global sea levels were to rise, and if the Antarctic weather were to shift, the entire planet would feel it. Plus, the ecosystem in Antarctica is incredible.
I mean, this would not just rise, like, not just the sea level would rise, right? This would probably damage salt water. I don't know how much fresh water there is. It could be damaging, though, to life that lives in our oceans. They're hiding NGNL season 2 there. Maybe they're hiding. I don't know. They're hiding my life 2D model there.
Incredibly fragile. For example, a single footprint in the wrong place could remain visible for decades, and the continent hosts tons of unique microbial communities that have evolved in isolation for millions of years, potentially holding keys to medical breakthroughs that we haven't even been able to imagine yet, nor access in any other part of the world. Of course, it's a valuable area that governments around the world take very seriously because they have, you know, the right things in mind. They actually want to take care of the people, and Antarctica has some breakthroughs. They might say that to you, and then you can just hit them with one of those, and they go like this. Realistically, though, even small-scale human activity can devastate different colonies of creatures, penguins and seals for that matter. Plus, the introduction of
I do not care. If I see a baby seal, I'm taking that motherfucker home. If I go to Antarctica and I see a baby seal, I'm taking that fucker home. That is mine now. If it is friend-shaped, I will take it home as a friend. I don't care. You're gonna be abducted from, like, your seal mom, and I'm like, you're gonna be my pet water dog.
Native species, which humans love to do. Even microscopic ones could be catastrophic for ecosystems that have no natural defenses. And because Antarctica is so isolated, it's, that is very realistic. And when you take into consideration that Antarctica is arguably the most hostile environment on Earth for human survival, I don't even know about it.
The Epstein files are in Antarctica. Accurate. They might actually be there. The way they're protecting Antarctica, possibly. Who knows? Maybe Epstein himself is there. Actually, his death was just faked.
Arguably, I think it is. We're talking temperatures of minus 120 degrees Fahrenheit and 200-mile-an-hour winds and blizzards that last for weeks. The combination of that extreme cold, hurricane-force wind, and complete whiteout conditions year-round can create situations where rescue of a person can become impossible. For example, in 2013, a Russian research vessel was trapped in ice for 10 days, and it required an international rescue effort that cost millions of dollars and put dozens and dozens of lives at risk. And those are professionals. So imagine if they let your hungry ass up there. That's not theoretical. People die in Antarctica regularly, and the logistical challenges of just operating there are staggering. So there's plenty of realistic reasons aside from all the fun ones. So anyways, think what you will about Antarctica. There is definitely valid reasons to not go there. And there are some more suspicious reasons in mythology and lore that surrounds it that's very interesting. And it is inarguable that Antarctica is incredibly valuable, and the continent contains billions of barrels of oil, mineral deposits, and 70% of the world's fresh water. All incredibly important things, and important things make governments lie and do weird shit. So anyways, see you guys in the next video. Go to sour.gg, buy some candy. Our brand new Rocket Pop flavor with Tropical Storm, which is our most sour flavor ever, is now available with 2 other flavors of Lil Guys. Go to sour.gg, buy today, and go to the Gump Club to watch this video.
Anyways, so here's what I believe. Option number 1. Nazi Yetis. That's the first thing. Gonna go order something to make this day a little better. 10 minutes max. Take care and get some food. So okay, Nazi Yetis. Nazis, aliens, Epstein files, lizard people, the fucking dinosaurs from Ice Age. What other options are there? I don't know. Weird special versions of humans under the ice. Because why is the ice melting under the ground? They have no explanation for it that is natural. And we have weird radio signals down there that should not be normal. Hollow Earth. Or who knows? Maybe fucking Goku is down there. Maybe the fucking Saiyans are down there. Who knows? I'm gonna capture a baby seal now. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Senshi videos like 45 minutes. Goodness gracious. Okay, wow. Wow, I can't just fit that in here. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. And I still have SAO abridged. That I need to watch off screen because I ain't watching that. You made a second part even. You shouldn't go to Antarctica. That one is straight up 50 minutes. We will do. You know what? That one's nice. We're gonna watch some VTuber drama, and then we'll do something else.
By
We gonna be watching VTuber drama. Why not? I haven't reacted to a Mugen video in a while, so that could be interesting. After that, I'm gonna do whatever. After that, we're gonna do the Candice video. Do not say Candice, dick. Anyways, how this VTuber's bullying horrendously backfired overnight by Mugen. We're gonna see. This can't be that bad. This can't be. Is this gonna boil down to some high school drama that isn't even that big of a deal? Because people love to make that stuff that big of a deal when it usually isn't. We'll see. Tuber drama.
By now, I'm sure that you're familiar with the fact that VTubers come in many different shapes and sizes. But even so,
Yep. And they come in mean. They mostly come in Mean Girls. I have realized.
most of them are united by having one thing in common. And that's the fact that their designs are based on what an anime character would look like. This has been the norm for years.
I don't like where this is going. I know where this is going. Is this gonna be some bitch who is like, yeah, that design looks like mine. Did you copy that? Yeah, that's probably what it's gonna look like. That's really what it's gonna look like. By the way, ice melt underground makes sense. Different levels of ice, different temperatures. They basically what they said is that the ice is essentially ever melting. Like it's more and more, like these caverns are melting more and more without any they do say that there is no volcanic activity going on, therefore it should be impossible that it melts. That's the question. That's why they said it's unnatural that it melts.
Years now. But speaking of anime, with its many varied styles and themes, there is one recurring topic that always comes up. The fact that so many anime characters somehow end up looking exactly the same. This is sometimes passed off as inspiration. Others might argue that because anime styles are so simple, it's inevitable that you'd have two characters kind of looking the same. Regardless what the reason might be, people notice these things very quickly. And seeing that VTubing has absolutely exploded since 2018, going from having 1,000 active VTubers to 10,000 by January 2020, and reaching over 50.
I still remember when Powder was cringe about her model and be like, that looks like you copied my design, when to be fair, her design is really basic.
50,000 active VTubers live streaming on both Twitch and YouTube in 2023, this meant that just like anime, you'd start seeing the inevitable rise of VTubers that kind of look similar. These comparisons,
like, I'd be not surprised if a homie somewhere would pull up that looked similar to me. Like, I'd be like, not surprised whatsoever. I just would not be surprised.
would start being a common occurrence and would create drama more often than once. But here's the thing. No matter how big you are as a VTuber, no matter how much influence you have in the community, if you publicly call out someone for plagiarizing your design, for copying you, without having very concrete proof, then you will always receive heavy backlash. More recently, we saw this happen with the apocalyptic Cinder drama, where she actively sought to sabotage another VTuber because she blamed her for copying both her design and personality when she literally started VTubing before her. It was ridiculous. But even though we had this incident and many others before it take place very similarly, it didn't stop this VTuber from doing the same exact thing. Bullying a smaller artist publicly for
You're cooked. The moment you do that, you're cooked forever. You're actually cooked forever the moment you do that. Horrendous, dude.
ridiculous claims of plagiarism, and within just the span of 24 hours losing all credibility in the community, to then eventually coming up with one of the worst apologies you can imagine. Guys, it's been a while since we spoke about stupid VTuber drama, but seeing how this made me roll my eyes multiple times as I was seeing it unfold, I thought we had to talk about it. So without further ado, let's do this. We all love looking at anime girl thighs, but how come no one is asking?
Pause? I am not allowed. Remove this grotesqueness, Pocus, send someone to off me. Why? What did you do now? Don't tell me you dropped your food. Do we have a dear moment?
A very important question. Like, for example, what is their nutritional value? Well, I'll tell you.
Pause! Now, where's Dax drama? Not happening yet, but will be. Eventually, somebody will be like, Nazi VTuber. There's nothing good to order. Fuck, dude. Well, that sucks, man. Nutritional value of thighs. Are you okay? Is this gonna lead into some sponsor? There is no way.
Less than 1 carbohydrate, 0
What are you yapping? What are you yapping? Bro, what is Moochin? What are you yapping? Huh? Where is this going?
sugar, and a way healthier and cheaper alternative to other piss-flavored energy drinks. Yes, that's right. I'm talking about gamer subs. They literally have an anime
What the fuck, gamer subs? What the actual fuck? Anime girl thigh? Chat, anybody wants to taste some anime girl thighs? What the fuck is... How... What? Huh?
girl thigh flavor. And if you use the code Muujin at checkout, you get 10% off your entire
What
order.
the heck?
But don't worry, I know what you might be thinking. Muujin, I would love to taste anime girl thighs, but I have no idea if I'll like it. Well, here's the deal. You can add free flavor samples to your cart. Now, usually you'd only have to pay for shipping, but if you use the code Muujin, then gamer subs will literally pay for your shipping. You'd be paying nothing. Yes, there are actually no strings attached. I didn't even have to convince gamer subs to do this. They just did it because they felt sorry for me because I live in France. Every time you use my code, not only are you
Huh? Wait, actually Muujin lives in France? God damn it.
supporting me directly, but you increase the chance of us getting our own flavor. Anyway, the link will be in the pinned comment. Let's get back to the video. Alright, so here's the deal. You ask any VTuber what the lifeblood of this industry is, and they'll probably reply with artists, because it's the truth.
Porn. Porn. It's porn.
A VTuber's entire identity and brand, I mean their entire design, is reliant fully on artists. But the harsh reality is that getting a VTuber model made from start to finish is quite the costly endeavor, because depending on the complexity and the artist you're hiring, it can easily cost thousands of dollars and take
I have to say this though, these prices are highly inflated, and there's some really scummy practices for artists, which is why a lot of people just somehow said, actually, I'm gonna scam the shit out of you with a model that's not worth it. There's plenty of people who are like, yep, 10K for a model that's not worth 10K. For a used model, in fact, too. Yeah, nah, bro. We ain't doing that. There's a problem, and the problem is, see, people complain a lot about, like, AI, but yet it is the artists who are the reason that people would rather go to AI.
Take months, sometimes over a year, to be made. But seeing that there's so many people that want to become VTubers, this harsh reality ended up creating some unique solutions like pre-made models. These, for example, are all ready to use and their price is very affordable. The only caveat is that anyone can buy this and use it. You're not the exclusive owner. And similarly to this creative solution of pre-made models, another unique idea popped up: adoption. It involves someone posting a concept of a VTuber that they created while asking for a particular price for it or saying you can offer the price that you think is right. This adoption method can have many different upsides. Some people don't like to conceptualize something from scratch and would rather use something really cool by another artist. This also would allow you to finish the concepting step and maybe save up money for the next steps without any pressure, without any time constraints. In fact, this concept that we just saw was drawn by Utenzi. She regularly posts different VTuber concepts and will put them up for adoption. Now on August 30th, Utenzi would do what she always does. She would post two different concepts, with the first one being a purple-themed girl wearing all
Wait a minute, and this other VTuber was like, hey, actually, that's me, the red one. Right? I could see it. Moojin Game Subs, probably anime titties with French accent. You're drinking like, this tastes French.
clothing, and the second one being this demon girl. Up until this point, this was just another day for Utenzi doing what she's always done. But that would of course be until it caught Melly's attention, a sizable artist and VTuber in the community. The next day, she would quote tweet Utenzi's post and say, "Hey, that kind of looks like ... very directly implying that the Red Demon Girl concept of Utenzi was a direct copy of her model, that she was being plagiarized. Now, what I like about this is that we're still at the beginning of this incident, right? And the replies on this post are
The replies are already going, oh no, delete this shit. Delete this shit. Do not start this. It's already beginning. How often is she gonna double down?
Eddie don't want anything to do with it. The most liked reply is, "Do not start this. Oh my fucking god, I am so tired of seeing people accuse artists of stealing designs. Can we please stop doing this?" Or this guy saying, "Delete this shit. Your concept and design is generic as fuck, and there's a plethora of artists that could follow your same logic and accuse you of stealing their design." But even though this was the community sentiment, Melly decided to double down, quote tweeting Utenzi's post again and saying, "Of course I don't own the concept of Red Demon Girl, but it's so on the nose I can't turn away. The colors are similar, the pigtails, the broken horn on the exact side, the earrings, the torn wings, mismatched leggings, ribbons on the sleeves, the shoes. I'm just a bit sad." Alright, so look, Melly was saying this was very on the nose, that everything from the small...
So, let's get through this. Let's get through this. Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at this. The shoes are different. That stuff is different. Skin tone's different. This one has scars. This one has no scars. This one has less of a a bigger like there's this thing here. The wings are not even the same. The wings are not the same. The earrings. The earrings? Wait, so these are the earrings right here. But they're no upside down crosses. Wait a minute. It's the second one, NSFW. Yeah, lightly. Yeah. Yeah. We got hearts here and there. We got a tail, which this one does not have at all, right? We have a tail like goes around, like they look like sisters more than the same thing. Yeah. Wow, demon with red and black coloring. Who would have expected that is a very common theme. She may have taken some inspiration, maybe not. These earrings are generic AF. Poke, true and real. True and real.
Smallest minute details were copying her directly. So to make things easier for you, I put both designs side by side. Mel claims that the wings are meant to be a copy of hers when they look literally nothing alike. She also claims that the colors are exactly the same when they're literally not. They're completely different. One is more on the pink side, one is more on the red side. She then goes on to say that the earrings are exactly the same when that could not.
They're not the same. What, woman? What are you doing?
Be further from the truth. The mismatched leggings are the same when, again, that could not be further from the reality. And my personal favorite, the broken horn on the exact side. Can someone please?
They're totally the same. They're the same picture. Yeah. Wow. The problem is that this horn is completely off, and this is just slightly broken off, but this one is completely gone. You bitch ass, they're completely gone! Mel's definitely meant to be NSFW. Yeah, clearly. Here's like, just the tip is gone. Here's like the entire thing is gone. Also, she has like, this design has like, right, this stuff around the horn. This one, those do not at all. They have like a little scars. I hope Poke would like his female VTuber. No. Drop some horns. Stop dropping horny.
Help me understand how this chipped horn is anything similar to this completely fucked up, torn out horn on the side of her head. Am I missing something here? The good news is, no, I'm not delusional, because guess what? She got ratioed more than once on this post, with this illustrator saying, this behavior needs to stop. As a character designer, I can confidently say they look nothing alike aside from the red theme and broken horn. Mean girl behavior is ruining the space. Why don't you just make friends with people with similar designs? You know, that's a
because they're women. See, most drama in VTubing boils down to one thing, and you may think I'm sexist for saying this, but it's the truth. It is the truth. It boils down to women. I don't care what anybody says. There is no, like, between like the male VTubers, there's rarely any male VTuber drama. Rarely, that does not happen. Obviously, there's less male VTubers, but also like when men interact, there's barely any drama. This is a woman moment. I don't care.
very good point. If she quote tweeted this design and said something along the lines of, oh my god, demon girls with horns, like we look so cool or whatever, that would have gotten so much positive traction. Instead, she's getting ratioed. Another person who ratioed her said, I'm gonna be honest here fam, but aside from the hair and color palette, it's not that similar to be made into a call out post. People were not having it, okay? These similarities that she was talking about, they just weren't there. What people were seeing, though, is a bigger creator calling out a smaller creator, sending harassment their way over something that couldn't be further from the truth.
2.3 million. Wow. And it backfired so hard. Hi, Aitsu. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Just drop the Nazi for the No, I'm not. I'm not like Miku. Can make a female character. You will hit no, I will not. There could be 5 male tubers having exact same model. At least 4 would wipe together. Yeah, we could we're just homies. We're brothers. This is a problem that is created by an almost exclusively female content creator space.
If she's claiming that this design is plagiarizing her, then she should also call out Iron Mouse's 2023 design, because she also has mismatched leggings, earrings, wings, and longer pigtails. I mean, the only thing missing is what? The red color and a broken horn. But even though she was definitely reaching with that public call out, it still made Utainzi feel forced to make a public statement about it. So she quote tweeted what Melly had said about her and said, "I just want to share what inspired me, and I'm sorry if it turned out we were inspired by something similar. I adjusted some of the details you mentioned because creating original characters is very important."
I gotta say, this woman, you are just as stupid. Why do you cave into this this dumb woman? Why are you caving into this dumb fuck? I'll be real. Don't apologize. Why are you apologizing? You did nothing wrong. You also don't need to adjust shit. Do not apologize, please. Male, similar looking VTuber yaoi when? Hell nah, I'm good.
Important to me, I hope you understand. So because of this, she was actually forced to publicly show the references that she used to come up with this concept. She also felt forced to change the concept
No, why did you do that? Why did you do that? Why did you do that? That's so fucking stupid. Humble AF, but that's so stupid.
itself, and even apologized by saying, "I'm sorry if it turned out we were inspired by something similar." This post ended up getting a lot of interaction, with many people in the replies telling Utainzi to please not apologize because she did nothing wrong. She then replied to her post and said, "It makes me sad since this could have been resolved in DMs. I even made a post about this recently. I hadn't seen their design and it's unfortunate this happened." Linking a post she had made just a couple of weeks ago saying, "Fun fact, there are millions of artists who design characters and sometimes two people can create almost identical designs without ever seeing each other's work. The world is big and ideas often overlap, so it is nice to remember this before thinking someone copied someone." It was now evident Utainzi had done nothing wrong, and she also seemed like a very reasonable person. This could have been very easily solved privately, but instead it was made public in an attempt to discredit her. So seeing how this was made public and how much traction this post had gotten, the next tweet that Melly would make would be, "What the hell did I wake up to?"
You woke up to getting your ass beat, likely in multiple languages too. They're beating my ass in the quote tweets. How bad is it? It's in multiple languages. Yeah, that's the kind of thing you got. Pokemon Yaoi collab. No. You're still getting pecked by the old girl. I do not care.
She had called out Utainzi, tried to discredit her publicly, was completely in the wrong, went to sleep, and then woke up to immense backlash. Many of the replies say, "You just woke up to the consequences of your actions," but that didn't mean in any way that it wasn't still salvageable. By this point, she could have still recovered everything if she just apologized. It could have ended right here. So did she actually take a step back,
Prediction. She do be doubling down. She will be doubling down. I can see it. I see the vision.
accountability and avoid any more needless drama? Of course not. This is VTuber drama. It never ends on a good note. She decided to triple down. And
it never ends, you mean? It never ends. Motherfucker, how? Bro, this is so... I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. This is so dumb.
Would make this very stupid tweet saying, "Never have I said I own the concept of a red demon girl with pigtails. What the frig? The similarities to my own design merely made me baffled and saddened because no matter how different it was adjusted, it very much felt the same. I won't be gaslit into thinking anything else."
I think she should be I think she can't be gaslit into thinking at all. Lights on, but nobody's at home. This is a lights on, but nobody's at home energy.
Of course, there's no such thing as a good VTuber drama without community notes, and that's exactly what ended up happening on this post. The note said, "Melly claims that Utainzi made her design too similar to her, when the wings, boots, bottoms, shirt, skin, horns, and no marks on the skin are so different. Utenzi provided inspiration in her drawing that doesn't even involve Melly, linking the post we already saw of Utenzi showing her references. Now look, I know what you're thinking, this already looks really bad. But at this point, Melly is just the gift that keeps on giving, because look at this catastrophic reply to this post. Also,
Holy fuck, that ratio is diabolical. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow. You got fucked in the replies. If you weren't not safe for work, you are now. Because you got fucked. Holy fuck. 380 replies, 225 quotes, 93 likes. Damn, boy.
I hate the whole "it should have been kept private" because I don't know this person. I don't want to know this person. They made me feel uncomfy. I don't want to message them, period. I said my piece and will continue to be the red demon with pigtails. I mean, at this point, what the hell can I say, man? This has over 380 replies, with over 200 quote tweets. This reply by Kenny sums it up. Talk to someone like an adult? Thumbs down. Call them out publicly and they get harassed? Thumbs up. It's like, dude, Utenzi literally has open DMs. There should absolutely be zero excuse for someone like Melly to make a call-out post like this without even attempting to message Utenzi, because that's just the definition of being malicious. Why else would you call out a smaller creator like this in front of your community? By this point, it was painfully obvious to just about everyone that this person cannot be reasoned with. They were just that delusional. But then, something unexpected happened.
What did happen? This woman is so stupid. It is crazy. Only in VTubing, chat. Only in VTubing.
Melly would completely disappear, not posting anything else.
Oh no, I made things awkward. Time to disappear. I don't know the person. What is this excuse? Welcome to the internet. I don't know most people. Sure. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed?
On her socials ever since that catastrophic reply on August 31st. And that silence would last for over a week. We'd only hear back from her on September 8th, 2025, when she would post this statement. People were hoping that this was going to be an apology after a long break where she realized that she was in the wrong. What they got instead was, well, let's read this. In the early morning of September 1st, I nearly made an irreversible decision on my life. I've since been
Nah! I'm sorry, but this is horrendous. No, nah, bro. Nah. No. Nah. That is horrendous. No. Okay, let me summarize this, okay? Calls out artist for supposedly similar design. Gets her ass beat for it. Quadruples down. Attempts sewer slide. What the heck is going on? Huh? What? Huh? Oh. Over high. Okay. Okay. Let me summarize this. You supposedly wanted to end it all over high school VTuber drama. Ladies and gentlemen, we have completely lost the plot. She was practicing ukulele. We're that. Nah, dude. Nah. Sorry. Nah. That's bait.
covering and surrounding myself with friends and loved ones who are helping keeping me company. I got a glimpse of a few messages I got from friends online and want to thank you so much for reaching out. I'm sorry I couldn't respond, but I hope I'm able to in the coming days as I slowly regain the strength to do so. I 100% should have dealt with things privately or at the very least ignored and moved on, but that just wasn't the case. I'm keeping the post up unless asked to be taken down so people can get the context if needed. I love the VTuber art community so much, but to feel the sheer cruelty the community can carry left me wanting.
Oh! So now it's the artists and the VTubers responding to your nonsense that are the problem. So you're essentially just deflecting. Oh, okay, I understand. Stop being a VTuber. Stop using the internet in general, thank you.
To step away from engaging in it. So to protect my health, my friend will be stepping in for me and going through my messages and blocking those who took things too far or were cruel to an unimaginable degree. They will also be managing my Twitter till the foreseeable future, so if there are any business inquiries, etc., they will still be passed along to me, just sifted through by my friend. Thank you to those who waited for me. I've got a lot more art and silly things to share in the world still. So look, I think it goes without saying, I would never want to see someone leave this planet over drama online, especially VTuber drama. It should never get to that point. With that being said though, this post does come off as Melly trying her hardest to appear like the victim here, when in reality, this entire thing occurred because
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I believe that. This seems like a way to save yourself. Sorry.
she felt the need to call out a smaller artist publicly, attempting to discredit them and sending harassment their way over something that could not be further from the truth. The closest thing to an apology that we got was her saying, I 100% should have dealt with things privately, or at the very least ignored and moved on, but that just wasn't the case. This made many people feel like she was not even attempting to take accountability here, still doubling down on the fact that Utenzi did actually copy her design, when it was already proven that it wasn't. What happened to Melly was exactly what she was hoping to inflict on Utenzi. This directly
Literally Uno reverse. Literally, like, you slap somebody and they bitch slap you harder. What are we doing? You watched the Wolverine trailer, and is it good? I've not watched it yet. I don't really care.
affected her credibility and ruined her reputation pretty much in a day. Utenzi, on the other hand, didn't even comment on this statement that Melly had made, instead choosing to continue drawing designs drama-free and being able to sell, well, most of them from what it seems like. Ultimately, I don't wish Melly any harm, but I hope with this situation and the many others before it, people stop creating such dumb public callouts without thinking of the consequences and the fact that they'd have to face accountability. Anyway, thank you so much for watching until the end. I missed you guys. Expect a lot of videos coming up soon. Make sure to use the code Mugen on Gamersubs and join my Discord because we have a lot of cool things coming up, and you can also DM me directly with proof that you used my code on Gamersubs to get a special role. I love you so much, and I'll see you in the next video whenever that is. Mwah!
The fact that your human is like so on the nose. Stop copying me, freak. Well, what can we say? What can we say? What can we say? Interesting. So, to summarize this, VTuber thinks her model is being plagiarized. It's not being plagiarized. She gets her ass beat for it. The consequences of her own actions. And then she supposedly attempted to take her life over high school VTuber drama. Okay. We've got this. This woman is retarded. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. VTubers are usually stupid. Hey, I just got whiplash since remember the woman I said that turned man-hating that I used to watch? The woman on the video you sent was her. Wait, I'm confused. Wait, what do you mean? Huh? I'm confused. Wait, I haven't been... Okay. What? That's also that's a lore. Yeah. Let me real quick add it to my list. Hopefully, I did send it in on Discord, on the Discordo. Lesson on this vid, not you. Okay. Let me look at that. Let me look at that. See how long that is. Seems okay. How long is that? Good lord! Fucking 51 minutes? Are you okay? Are you okay? Holy fuck, dude. You need help? Goodness. Stop bombarding me with these ginormous videos. That is horrendous. Damn, bro. Crazy. Damn, bro. Hold up. If this is a 51-minute video, I need to take a quick break. We'll be right back. I've returned. Help. Okay. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Oh, congratulations on graduating, Aitsu. Nice. Got my degrees. Now it's time for the homeless shelter. Horrible. Horrible. Get a job. The J word. Some of the video you sent has the woman I was talking about. Ah, okay, that's what you mean. Okay. I get it now. I get it now. There's one thing man fears more than anything else. A job! I should pull up a job application right now. I should DM all of you job application on Discord. Anyways, let's look at lore. I'm gonna put this on 1.5 times. I'm not sitting down on this and nah, bro, we good. Let me click something.
There's a place on Earth.
I do not want to be on a place on Earth. I'm gonna move to Mars.
Opponents.
This is gonna be interesting. Also need an Joe Coco's 2. Yeah, I think they already have jobs. You are jobless. I have a job, bitch. Goofy Poker said the J word canceling you. Yeah. There is plenty of other stuff that I could get canceled for. Bro, you're a VTuber. A job for you is like a cross for a demon. Well, I'm trying to become a teacher. And my wife is jobless. That might be a cross, like jobs might be a cross for a demon for her. That's the problem here. Holy lore, this is gonna be awful. Let me see. I'm gonna put this on. Put this on 1.25 times, so it's not too much. I think this could work. Holy fuck, my voice is gone after laughing so much. Jesus. Alrighty. The lore and story of Dead Cells with all DLCs by Squatch Gaming Official. We'll look at that. We'll look at that. I have no idea. I've not played this game. I got no idea. People just thrusting me into the world of lore. I was also, according to you guys, supposed to be told that I should. Some people also told me that I should watch more Warhammer stuff. So there's that. But all right. Thought teacher only need for high school. Do you not? Yeah, I need college, homie. I need college. I need college, a college degree for that one. It's tough, buddy. It is tough, buddy. It is horrible, but it is what it is. Anyways, let's go in. Let's see.
Upon its full release in 2018, Dead Cells captivated players with its unique gameplay loop, which combined aspects of the Metroidvania genre of games with roguelike elements.
Yeah, that's also what I know. Like, it's roguelike, right? You die, you repeat again, you get stronger. That's what I've heard, pretty much.
Procedurally generating the structure of each level at the start of a run, thereby ensuring that no playthrough of the game is the same as another. The main draw of Dead Cells is in that gameplay loop, but it also has a story in its backdrop that is pretty interesting in its own right, which centers on the downfall of an island kingdom as its populace is transformed into monsters by a disease known as the malaise. After its release, the game received several DLCs and content updates that introduce new items, enemies, biomes, and lore, expanding the world and enriching the story.
Wait, there's a Castlevania DLC? Straight up? Oh, it is. Richter Belmont, Alucard. Oh, that's very interesting. I wonder if the other things are in there as well. Huh, very interesting. Kind of teacher do you have in your country? Our teacher have to learn the entirety of human knowledge and get painted pink crayons to eat? True. I'm gonna hop on a game while we are watching this long as vid. I'll be lurking. Enjoy the gaming.
However, due to how expansive the game has become, along with a slew of design choices, like having most of the lore appear in randomly generated lore rooms in the biomes or randomly generated blurbs when entering a level, and locking the story's true ending behind 2 clears of the game on its hardest difficulty, it's so easy for players to miss important information to piece everything.
Damn! The true ending. The true ending after beating it twice on the hardest difficulties. The fuck? Damn, that's rough, buddy.
Together. So let's go ahead and gather all the information from the base game and all of its DLCs, put it all together, and present it here so we can see the lore and story of Dead Cells. Obviously, spoilers for the story of Dead Cells are ahead, so if you don't want to be spoiled, why the heck are you watching this? Seriously, just go play the game if you don't want to be spoiled.
Too late for that. I was intending on playing it, but too late for that.
If you're confused after playing it, you can come back later and watch this, and hopefully it'll clear up some of the confusion you have. Also, just as a warning, some of the storytelling may be a little weird, but that's because there's not really a firm timeline of when events happen in the story, which means I've had to kind of piece things together myself. Hopefully it isn't too distracting and you enjoy the video nonetheless. Lastly, if you want a more focused telling of a particular DLC or the base game itself, I have several other videos in the lore of Dead Cells over on the YouTube channel, so go ahead and check those out if you're interested. Alright, with all that out of the way, let's get started. The story starts with an unnamed island kingdom, which by all accounts was a fine place to live. Most of the populace lived in Stilt Village, a shanty town on the shores of the island, where they spent their days fishing in order to gather food for their families. Others lived in the island's lighthouse, working around the clock to ensure that its beacon never went out. An important job, as its light kept the ships that came to and went from the island safe from its rocky shoreline. There were also people that worked in a large cavern on the island, mining crystals which were used for trade, an extremely dangerous job, but necessary for the economy of the kingdom. Sharing the island with the denizens of the realm was a race of creatures named Gions, who ran the bank that held the wealth of the realm. The bank was a unique area of the kingdom because it didn't actually exist in the physical world.
Nah, I can't say that. I can't say that.
It was a pocket dimension that seemed to be the homeworld of the Gions, as there were statues honoring Gions of the past all over it, as well as a large library that held various books authored by the creatures. While the location of the bank wasn't definite, the money contained within it certainly was, and the breadth of that wealth was impressive to behold.
So let me guess, okay? Somebody broke into the bank and got all the wealth and knowledge, possibly. Is that what I'm expecting?
Most of the funds in the bank did not dwell with the common folk though, but instead to a noble/aristocratic class who used the money to do things like buy up land by the island's lighthouse in order to flaunt their status and wealth. These nobles and aristocrats regularly met with the realm's king in his home of High Peak Castle, and it was here in the home of His Majesty that the true wealth of the realm could be appreciated. The king lived in extravagance, exemplified by the decorative baubles that lined his halls and the priceless paintings that covered his walls. He had a massive distillery built to produce
Hold up.
true wealth of the realm could be appreciated. The king lived in extravagance, exemplified by the decorative baubles that lined his halls and the priceless paintings that covered his walls.
The painting of a deer. I'm not playing this anymore. Deer's in that game. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They have a lot of booty there. They have a lot of booty. Electric engineer will be my course. My job is fixing electric wires from the ship, just like my father. Ah, okay. Interesting.
He had a massive distillery built to produce various alcoholic drinks to serve at his lavish banquets, and even had an entire arboretum built so that he, as well as the other nobles of the court, could take breaks from their stuffy work to relax in the calmness of nature. Protecting His Majesty and his palatial home was the Royal Guard, which was made up of many skilled and capable warriors. The two most prominent were the Giant, a gargantuan soldier who guarded the royal gates of the castle with his life, and the Hand of the King, a personal bodyguard to His Majesty who was incredibly loyal to him and totally idolized him. Perhaps due to the idolization he received from his soldiers, or maybe due to the prestige of his position getting to his head, the king was quite arrogant and egotistical, and he made grand displays to ensure the people of the realm knew who ruled them. The best examples were the statues of himself that he had built all over the island. There were statues in High Peak Castle, in Stilt Village, and even
Bro's flexing everywhere, essentially. Interesting. So we got a king that is not a good king, not a good ruler. Very interesting.
all the way down in the cavern. There seemed to be no end to his arrogance. Likewise, the king was used to ruling with absolute authority, and he had no qualms about using his power to get rid of something he didn't like, which made him a bit of a despot. For instance, citizens that were sick or extremely poor were often banished from the kingdom and forced to live in a low-lying swampy area that came to be known as the morass of the banished.
Interesting. Bro was even basically... interesting. Remove the sick people completely to a separate area. Okay, the king is a truly interesting man. The more you know, the more reality seems further than heaven. Right, why that bro return and be so philosophical?
These people were forced to live a life of squalor, sharing their home with pests and parasites of the swamp, the worst of which were the ticks. To escape the filthy pools and biting insects, the banished took to the trees.
Yeah, ticks are the worst. They should be annihilated. Though this year I didn't see that many.
Constructing tree houses where they could be insulated from their repulsing home. The banished of the morass weren't the only people banned from the kingdom, as the king had also made royal decrees forbidding 2 other groups of people from living in the realm: the pagans and the apostates. The pagans were a people who followed a mysterious foreign religion out in an area named the
Makes sense, pagans, right? Erased poverty, literally. There are no poor people if there is no poverty if there are no poor people. There's no sickness if there's no sick people. If you know, you know. Most people don't actually go to college. They only graduate in high school, maybe because college is too expensive. Likely, yes.
fractured shrines, which itself was highly mysterious. It was covered with floating rock islands with gigantic swords that had gigantic snakes coiled around them, driven through the islands, all of which had some shrines or altars on them. These shrines actually predated the establishment of the realm, belonging to a people known only as the Ancients. But what happened to the Ancients and how they built the shrines was a mystery never solved by the people of the realm. The shrines eventually became the home of the pagans, and due to their foreign ways, the king and his people distrusted the pagans, a feeling that was apparently mutual. Thus, when the king forbade his denizens from interacting with pagans, they celebrated the decision, superfluous as it was. But even with this decree, the king showed how self-serving he was, as he ignored his own ruling and took the queen of the pagans as his wife. The reasoning for this marriage is
Bro is like, hey, I don't like you at all. But game is game. Bro is like, I don't like what you believe in. I'ma still impregnate you.
unknown. The king could have taken a fancy to her, or forced her into marriage to subjugate her and her people. He may have even done it to get a hold of her vast treasure, which, judging by how packed full her treasure vault were, could rival his own. Whatever the case, once he married her, the queen was moved into the castle and given the royal treatment. She was decorated with jewels and fragrant roses, and a large painting of her image was hung among the other paintings in High Peak Castle. Just like the king, the queen had a royal protector to ensure no harm came to her, but unlike her husband, who only had one, the Hand of the King, the queen had three. Named Calliope, Euterpe, and Clio, they were three female warriors that were very skilled fighters. Individually, none of these women were as strong as the giant or the Hand of the King, but unlike the other two, who didn't get along with each other and thus didn't cooperate well, the queen's servants had amazing teamwork, and when they fought together, they could rival and even surpass any other soldier of the royal guard, giving the queen the strongest guardians in the kingdom.
Oh yeah, I will suffer playing this. Oh yeah, I will suffer playing this. Oh boy.
Just as the Hand idolized the king, the queen's servants were totally dedicated to her majesty, and would give their lives to see her safe. The story of the apostates, the other group banished by the king, was kind of the inverse of the pagans. While the pagans were shunned until one of their own was brought into the royal court, the apostates were part of the royal court until they were eventually shunned. The apostates used to be a group of healers and medicine men in the employ of the king. While their work was respected by the court, the apostates also employed some questionable methods when pursuing deeper knowledge, methods that bordered on the unethical. Eventually, a line was crossed, and while the exact details of what happened are unknown, what is known is that the apostates were charged with crimes against the crown. As punishment, the most senior member of their organization was put to death, and the rest were banished from the kingdom. They eventually took up residence on the rocky shoreline of the island, not far from the illustrious lighthouse, where, free from the morals of those that would constrain them, the apostates continued their amoral research. Rumors swirled about what this research was about. It was said the apostates conducted experiments with artifacts of the ancient.
Well, Undying Shores sounds like undead, so I'm considering this to be necromancy. Just an idea, cause right, undying, necromancy usually involving undead. That's my theory. Reality turned me into a pessimist. Turned me pessimistic. Ignore me. Stop being a pessimist. You must try. Billions must try. A new day arrives.
And that vile creatures were being seen in the area. But given the apostates' fascination with death, the most prevalent suggested it was necromantic in subject, which gave the home of the apostates a new name: the Undying Shores. The arrogant king and mysterious queen living in their palatial castle, the common folk living in wooden shacks or rocky tunnels or swampy filth, the beacon of the lighthouse seeming like it would stay lit for an eternity, and the apostates doing secret experiments out in the Undying Shores. This was the state of the island when a watershed moment occurred that changed it and the realm forever. In Stilt Village, people started to get sick. Symptoms started mild, itchiness, nausea, headaches, but got worse and worse until they finally culminated in death. Making matters worse was that this illness, which came to be known as the malaise, was incredibly contagious, and before long, the number of sick and dying in the village was...
It's the Malaysians. Anyways, interesting. So, is that where the main character likely originates from? And this kickstarts essentially his, journey? Realistically, that must be the reason.
astronomical. Some people blamed insects for the infection, while others thought it was rats or other pests that were responsible. There were even rumors that the crystals of the cavern were somehow responsible for the start of the illness, but the exact vector of transmission was never uncovered in the early days of the infection. As people succumbed to their sickness, they were buried in a manner befitting their station. The common folk were buried in small plots in the common graveyard of the island, while the nobles and aristocrats were embalmed in sarcophagi and buried in a creepy sepulchre, oftentimes with their delegation. As the malaise picked up steam and the number of dead began to dramatically increase, the graveyard started to get cramped.
To my cat? No, not the kitty! Not the kitty. No.
While the sepulchre was nearly completely forgotten about. Things eventually got so bad that bodies began to pile up across the island, even lying in water sources, which only worsened the pandemic. A solution to this problem eventually arose, although it was in no way helpful. The people that had died of the malaise rose from their graves to come back to life, but had undergone mutations while they were dead, becoming violent.
Oh, so there are now undead. See? That's how quickly it went. Undead people. I tried. I can't help it. Weak.
Horrifying monsters that attacked the living. As these monsters swarmed over the island, killing people and destroying the realm, the king took swift, drastic action against the malaise. There was a prison complex on the island that hadn't seen use in a long time, so the king ordered any infected person to be arrested and quarantined within the prison, thereby separating them from the rest of the healthy population. However, as the malaise pandemic grew worse, so too did the king's desperation to contain.
He really tried, like I said. There's no sick people. There's no sickness if there are no sick people. He really tried. I knew it.
Contain it. And he eventually ordered his troops to imprison people that were only suspected of being infected, and even executed them. He also ordered the warden of the prison, a man named Gaston, to keep people imprisoned even after they were proven to be healthy and their sentence expired. This, of course, led to overcrowding of the prison since people weren't getting taken out, while only more and more were being thrown in. And to deal with this, the king merely ordered the warden to start throwing people in the outdoor jail cells and oubliettes. In addition to the awful condition the prisoners were forced to live in, they were seen as less than human and even as less than animals by the prison guards, who often used the prisoners as toys for sport to alleviate their boredom. They even threw condemned prisoners from the ramparts to make things more exciting for themselves. As conditions grew worse for the prisoners, some began to plot and conduct escape attempts. One prisoner tried to climb the ramparts, but died on the climb. Instead of taking him down, the guards, in keeping with their cruel ways, left him up there to serve as a warning for the others. It didn't work though, and the escape attempts continued. The most common path that prisoners took was digging a tunnel through the prison to reach the vast sewer network underneath it, which...
The toxic sewers. I would assume that the sewers are filled with the sickness there, aren't they?
They hoped to navigate to reach freedom. However, their hopes were misplaced as the sewers had become a dumping ground for the prison, meaning it was chock full of monsters of the malaise, monsters that quickly killed any escapees. There was also another danger in the sewers, one that resided deep within them, past its most ancient parts. Here, there was an insufferable crypt that was made into a storeroom by the king, and in the time since its conversion, it had become the home of a terrifying monster named Conjunctivius. Conjunctivius was a monster that had burst from the body of someone in the sewers. Whether she was the result of a malaise infection or some sort of mutation brought about by the toxic slime of the sewers is unknown, but after she was born, she lived in the sewers for an unknown time, killing another prisoner.
The sewer monster's real fucking Pennywise. It's just interesting. Okay. I will uncover some of these things myself once I play it and suffer.
And spinning a cocoon to undergo a metamorphosis into her adult form. Eventually, she was captured and imprisoned in the converted storeroom. The king was evidently aware of the existence of Conjunctivius, as he ordered soldiers to throw dead bodies down to the storeroom in order to feed her. Whatever the reason he had for keeping her alive was unknown, but any prisoner that did make their way through the sewers had to pass through her home before leaving the labyrinths.
Damn, this bitch ugly. This bitch hella ugly. I see pain. I see pain on the screen, I can tell.
And Conjunctivius wasn't going to let a fresh meal escape her. As the escape attempts failed and the overcrowding got worse, the prisoners began to become unruly and disobedient. The warden dealt with them by tossing them into the prison depths, from whence they never returned. But despite this punishment, the disobedience continued. Eventually, a night of bloody riots broke out in the prison. The guards managed to quell the riots, but afterwards had a huge number of corpses to deal with. Not wanting to deal with the bodies reanimating, they decided the best course of action was to condemn a whole wing of the prison and throw the bodies inside of it, creating a makeshift ossuary in the prison complex. They then set the bodies ablaze, and the
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, why are you keeping like the bodies around so they can reawaken if you could just burn them? Why didn't they think of this sooner? Interesting.
smoke from the fires were so thick that prisoners within the main prison choked on them. However, despite their hopes that burning the malaise-infected bodies
The smell might be crazy too. The smell of burning human flesh might be crazy too.
would prevent them from reanimating, to their dismay, monsters rose from the ashes, and the whole wing was left to their shambling corpses. While the king and Castan desperately tried to keep affairs in the prison under control, outside the prison, things were devolving into chaos. It was soon found that the malaise could infect animals as well as people, and malaise-infected animals were soon seen across the island. The most terrifying of these monsters were the ticks of the morass of the banished, who grew in size, speed, and power. Every day before dawn, these
That is...
soon found that the malaise could infect animals as well as people, and malaise-infected animals were soon seen across the island. The most terrifying of these
That is one ginormous... That is one huge tick. That is... Somebody call pest control. What the that is one ginormous tick. Holy fuck.
monsters were the ticks of the morass of the banished, who grew in size, speed, and power. Every day before dawn, these ticks swarmed from their nest in order to gather food for their mother, Mama Tick, whose own malaise transformation was unprecedented, as she ballooned
Damn, that thing's fat. That is one ginormous tick. That's not just a tick anymore.
into a bulbous, multi-eyed monstrosity. The banished soon found themselves in the sight of the ticks, and although their arboreal homes could keep them safe for a while, the banished knew it was only a matter of time before they would be overwhelmed by the insects. They decided on an unconventional method to solve the predicament they found themselves in. Instead of fighting against the brood, they decided to appease it. Knowing what the ticks hunted for, the banished offered them the only thing that could appease them: blood. Fresh blood. And in the swamps they called home, there was only one place to get that. The banished thus created a religion centered on the sacrifice of the highest order to their holy maternal figure, Mama Tick, offering up dozens, if not hundreds of their bodies to the creatures, all to receive Mama Tick's blessing and be allowed to see the next day. While this way of life was brutal, it seemed to have a hidden benefit for the banished, as while the rest of the realm was utterly devastated by the malaise, they seemed to be faring better than the rest of it, as unmutated banished could still be found in the trees of the morass. Perhaps by ridding themselves of corpses and therefore possible contaminated bodies, did the banished inadvertently find a method of slowing the spread of the malaise. However, they were not immune to the disease.
Okay, they were basically sacrificing themselves to a ginormous tick. And also avoiding, so to speak, the plague. Huh. Interesting.
Evidenced by malaise monsters being present in their treehouses, meaning it was likely only a matter of time before the malaise eventually consumed them all. In addition to infecting people and animals, it was discovered that the malaise had the ability to infect plants as well, as the mushrooms in the arboretum of the castle sprouted arms and legs and began to attack the guard stationed there. Additionally, the Venus flytraps swelled in size and gained a new appetite for flesh. Strangest of all, though, was the malaise's apparent ability to infect inanimate objects.
What can it not affect? Living organ, like humanoids, animals, dead people, plants, inanimate, objects. What the fuck is this?
Deep in the prison, there were rumors that its stones were being infected. A ridiculous rumor at first consideration, but one had to look no further than what happened in the island's bank and distillery to rethink that initial reaction. In the island's bank, the very gold itself seemed to come alive, and the large bags that Gians used for storage grew huge maws filled with rows of teeth. While the Gians themselves seemed to be immune, or at least resistant to the infection,
What, did I see that correctly?
than what happened in the island's bank and distillery to rethink that initial reaction. In the island's bank, the very gold itself seemed to come alive, and the large bags that Gians used for storage grew huge maws filled with rows of teeth. While the
Wait, you buy something and then whatever you buy from tries to get rid of you? Or did he just pull a Kecleon and stole it? What the heck?
Gions themselves seem to be immune, or at least resistant, to the infection, given one of the creature's close association with Malaise-infected corpses. These monstrosities, along with Gions driven crazy with greed, wreaked havoc on the bank to the point where it had to be sealed up by its proprietors. In the castle distillery, which had since been converted into a powder keg factory, perhaps in an effort to create weapons to battle the monsters of the Malaise, barrels of powder had been infected, leading to the barrels attacking the workers that made up the facility. Workers who retaliated by trying to blow up the barrels. Eventually, all the explosions from the living barrels and infected workers led to the distillery being derelict and disused. As the king's failures to contain the Malaise continued to mount, panic gripped the denizens of the realm. Many began to openly revolt against the king and disobey his orders. Others saw the hopeless situation of the kingdom and attempted to flee the island by building ships to sail away from the realm. However, just like the prisoners that attempted to flee through the sewers, the hopes of those that attempted this escape were misplaced, as at some point, either shortly before the Malaise pandemic or during it, the king had ordered the lighthouse to be extinguished after a strange scallop had washed onto the island, perhaps worried it was one of the vile creatures rumored to have been seen in the Undying Shores. Considering recent events in the realm, relighting the beacon of the lighthouse was likely low in the king's priority list, and as a result, when people tried to sail from the island, their ships crashed into the rocks of the shoreline and sank, creating a mound of wreckage around the structure that used to safely guide them to and from their home. In an attempt to solve this problem, a number of people went to the lighthouse to relight the beacon, but none of those that did ever returned, likely
Surprise, surprise. It's likely that the Undying Shore is also affected by this, right? Makes sense.
dying to either the monsters of the island or the monsters that infested the shipwreck at the base of the building. However, anyone that did make it to the lighthouse found that there was something else that was preventing the beacon from being relit, and it had to do with one of the royals that ruled the kingdom. Not the king though, but the mysterious queen. And the story of how she ended up there began with the apostates. In the Undying Shores, the apostates were indeed conducting a
So the queen was corrupted and ended up in the lighthouse, and that's probably gonna be the boss right there, huh?
variety of blasphemous experiments, particularly around life and death. One big area of focus
See what I said earlier? Undying Shore, undead people, necromancy.
of theirs was centered on creating homunculi, artificial humans. The apostates had tried several times to create one of these homunculi, and although they were able to produce some of these beings, the early versions were seen as failures. It's not exactly clear why, but it could be
And they can shoot their head.
because the produced homunculi mindlessly shambled about until given direction, instead of acting as an independent entity, perhaps a result of the apostates using corpses instead of a live subject during the process. In any case, after countless failures, the apostates were able to finally create a successful homunculus, using the Queen of the Realm to do so. However, after the Queen's transformation, her servants stormed the chamber that the work was taking place in, slayed all of the apostates, and freed Her Majesty. Actions that implied the experiment wasn't exactly consensual, and gives rise to the theory that the apostates may have kidnapped the Queen and forced her to undergo the homunculus process. In any case, once the Queen became a homunculus, she technically had been given away to survive the malaise, as her body was now artificial, meaning it couldn't be infected. But with the death of the ones
Okay, the butt tells me something's gonna happen to her.
that created her, this process was something that couldn't be replicated, eliminating the possibility that the rest of the realm could become homunculi to outlast the malaise. Thus, she and her servants decided upon a new purpose. They would ensure that the malaise never left the shores of the island and infected the rest of the world. To do so, they took up residence at the lighthouse and prevented its beacon from being lit so that the people of the realm couldn't escape and that travelers from foreign lands couldn't come to the realm and get infected. Even going so far as to imprison or kill those that came to the lighthouse hoping for salvation. She may have also taken more direct action against those trying to escape, using her sword, which had the ability to slice through reality, to sink ships sailing in the waters around the island. In any case, the Queen and her servants took up their endless vigil.
So the queen is actually technically a good one? In a way? By essentially not making it so that this disease further spreads? In a way, I think?
Knowing that they would be condemning the realm, but for the greater good of the world. Like the king and queen, there were a number of other people within the kingdom that also tried to find a solution to the pandemic tearing through the realm. One such person was a sorceress named the Timekeeper, who, in a deal with unknown details, had convinced the king to build her a large clock tower in the castle. From the clock room at the top of the tower, the timekeeper used a multitude of clocks in the building to control the flow of time in an effort to contain the malaise. Initial results seemed promising, as she was able to eliminate dozens of creatures in a single day. However, the longer her fight went on, the less effective she became at eliminating the monsters, indicating her solution was not going to be a permanent one. Despite this, the timekeeper still played with time at the top of the clock tower, hoping to find a way to deal with the malaise. In addition to the efforts of the timekeeper were the efforts of one of the royal gardeners in the employ of the king. After seeing the transformation of the plants in the arboretum of the castle, the gardener's curiosity was piqued, and he conducted a wide variety of experiments with the plants of the gardens and the monsters of the malaise. All of
Well, if plants are infected, animals are infected, humans are affected, that would technically mean that they would all need to have something in common. So, right, why not look at the plants, right? That makes sense. As they're probably the easiest ones to contain, possibly?
which had interesting results. Unfortunately, none of the experiments gave him a cure for the sickness, but he was able to glean some more information about how the malaise was spread, determining that the water supply was contaminated and at least partially responsible for the spread of the infection. But before he could develop his theories further, the king ordered that the arboretum should be burned to the ground, much to the gardener's dismay. He ignored the king's orders, which resulted in a stern letter being sent his way from Gaston, who threatened to throw the gardener to the ticks of the morass if he continued being disobedient. Despite this warning, the gardener apparently continued to defy the king, resulting in his imprisonment in the prison, where he eventually died under unclear circumstances. However, death was not the end for the gardener, as before he died, he was infected with a malaise. Thus, not long after he died, he rose again, and unlike most, he found that he had not yet totally lost his mind to the terrible infection, but he could feel the madness beginning to encroach on him. He then marched across the island, hoping to come across someone that could help him resist the infection. He started with the Morass of the Banished, where one of their priests, who was friendlier than the gardener thought he'd be, gave the gardener some unknown plant mixture that didn't seem to help much. He then made his way to the Fractured Shrines, hoping that the isolation afforded to the queen's former subjects gave them enough time to find a cure. But his hopes were unfounded, as the pagans too had been affected by the infection, mutating into half-man, half-snake hybrids.
Lamias? Lamia! That's essentially what it is, right? Crazy. Interesting. So interestingly enough that the gardener is able to essentially resist it. That's very interesting.
He then turned his hopes to the apostates of the Undying Shores, but was dismayed to find that the apostates had also succumbed to the infection like the rest of the island. The gardener's next destination was the darkened lighthouse, perhaps hoping that he could light its beacon to call for help or to meet with the queen to see if she knew of some way to cure him. But he never made it to the building. He took up residence in a mausoleum near the Undying Shores and underwent his malaise transformation, becoming an entity known as the Scarecrow, who grew plants in the mausoleum, a sort of horrifying echo of what he did in his former
So bro failed regardless. Satch.
life. There was one other person that was trying to find a solution to the malaise, a man known as the Alchemist, who, like the gardener, was more science-oriented than magic-oriented. Although he wasn't liked by the giant nor the Hand of the King, a rare thing that the two did agree on, the king trusted the alchemist immensely, so much so that he built a huge astrolabe and observatory in the castle for the alchemist to do his work. In addition to conducting a wide variety of experiments in these locations, the alchemist also traveled across the island to do the same with the corpses left in the wake of the malaise, as well as on villagers that volunteered their bodies to his cause. Like the gardener, he was interested in the botanical manifestations of the malaise in the arboretum and got some of the royal guards to get him a specimen. Using the specimen, as well as a living volunteer, the alchemist performed an experiment in High Peak Castle that resulted in a half-man, half-plant hybrid. The experiment unfortunately cost the volunteer his life, so the alchemist gave up on doing further research in this vein. But the fact that a whole wing of the castle was eventually dominated by the branches of a large man-like plant suggests the results of his experiment may have differed from his conclusion. The alchemist's travels across the island eventually led him to a slumbering sanctuary that Stilt Village was built over, a location that, like the Fractured Shrines, may have been built by the ancients, the society that predated the realm. Set in the walls of this sanctuary were pipes with a strange orange sap running through them. He noted that the same material seemed...
It's orange juice. It's clearly it's orange juice. Very clearly. I can tell. Interesting.
to be running through the pipes in an ancient part of the sewers, and theorized that if something happened to one of these pipes, then the sap could have contaminated the water supply and led to the spread of the malaise. This finding also lined up with the findings of the gardener, who thought contaminated water contributed to the spread of the malaise. Believing that understanding this sap would lead to a cure, the alchemist took some samples of the material and started performing experiments with it. While some of them seemed to be promising, slowing the rate at which an infected person transformed, there were also less positive results, like melting the skin off the bone when applied to someone.
Ooh! Well, that's not fun. Damn, they essentially got makeup from Temu right there.
More work with the sap was needed before it was fit for purpose, but before long, some members of the royal guard came to the alchemist with a new lead. The soldiers had been sent to the Undying Shores by the king, who believed the apostates were in some way responsible for the start and spread of the malaise. After the apostates fled from them, the soldiers ransacked their labs and brought their scrolls and notes to the alchemist, who was so intrigued by the knowledge that he went to the Undying Shores himself. Once there, he met with the apostates, and, finding that they were of similar mind and disposition to him, shared notes with them, where he learned of their work creating homunculi, along with another facet of their research: blue cells that seemed to hold the essence of life itself. Seeing all these notes gave the alchemist the hope that by using the homunculus process, along with the cells...
Interesting, we got blue cells that hold the essence of life, and that's likely what he experimented on. But since the stuff is so adaptable, wouldn't it also be able to infect that just as much?
The spread of the malaise could finally end, and the time to put his hope to the test was quickly thrust upon him, as by this point, things had considerably worsened for the realm. The king's autocratic behavior had become so bad that he was now a full-blown tyrant, resulting in even his loyal soldiers questioning his methods. The king responded to this doubt by executing soldiers that didn't follow his...
My prediction for the king is that by the end of this, he's going to be he's also going to be infected. That is what I am going to believe, and what I'm going to see is that he's going to be infected completely too.
Orders. Even the giant was not spared this fate, as when he met with the king in an attempt to persuade him to change, a spear was thrust through his gut and his body was thrown into the prison, which was no longer the bastion of safety it initially was.
Is that one going to wake up too?
As it was getting overwhelmed. The guards of the prison were finally getting sick, transforming into monsters, a fate shared by the warden, Caston, who transformed into a monster known as the Concierge. The Concierge, perhaps holding on to some remnant of his duty from his former life, took up residence on the Black Bridge into and out of the prison, stopping anyone that attempted to cross it. With the deaths of the guards and the warden, the prison fell, and so too did the primary method of containing the malaise, meaning malaise monsters soon swarmed freely over the realm. In a final retreat, the Royal Guard pulled all the way back to High Peak Castle and sealed the gates, hoping they would be able to survive. But it was all for naught, as the malaise made its way into the castle, decimating the guard, and worst of all, infecting the king. With his infection, it seemed the
Knew it! I knew it!
final death knell for the realm was nigh. However, it was at this point that the alchemist stepped in. Using the knowledge he gained from the apostates, he successfully created a homunculus and imprinted the soul of the king into it. However, unlike the queen, whose homunculus transformation was perfect, the king's transformation was imperfect. Like the failed homunculi of the apostates, the king had to rely on possessing corpses, typically without a head, to take a form that wasn't the slithering, blobby mass he now was. Unlike his kin, though, the king was able to retain his sentience and could freely move about and make decisions. But in the process of becoming a homunculus, he had lost all of his memory and empathy, forgetting he was the king and the responsibilities he had to the realm. Meaning when he awoke, he didn't choose.
Surprise, surprise, the king is now no longer king. I knew it that the king would be infected. I knew it. I just knew it.
Choose a new noble cause like the queen did. He was a blank slate that was learning about the world all over again. Upon seeing the result of his homunculus experiment, the alchemist deemed it a failure and disappeared, likely to run away from his shame and embarrassment. However, unbeknownst to him, by transforming the king into a homunculus, he had set into motion events that would eventually lead to that goal that he and...
Okay, king now homunculus, queen now homunculus. What else? We haven't heard anything from the main character yet, so that's going to be interesting.
Everyone in the realm had been searching for so long. The cure to the malaise. That path started in the prisoner's quarters. Upon taking his new homunculus form, the king slithered here and possessed a headless body. After familiarizing himself with his new form and looking over the corpse of his former confidant, the giant,
Wait, the main character is the king! Oh, well now interesting. Okay, that makes more sense. So basically, the MC, the main character is the king. That's interesting. Finally, well, events of the game, right? Well, the chapter says it. Interesting.
Met a knight who commented on the unique condition afforded to him by his new state of being. He could no longer die. Being a homunculus, he was immune to the malaise, and if he were attacked by the monsters of the island and sustained enough damage to die, it was only his possessed body that was destroyed. His homunculus form would remain undamaged, and the king could just return to the prisoner's quarters to possess a new body. If this happened, upon his next journey through the realm, the king would notice that the monsters of the malaise had returned, and the landscapes and environments of the island had shifted around, now being different from what they were before. The only explanation for this phenomena he received was from the knight he met before, who simply said that it seemed the island was alive. Another possible explanation could have been the time shenanigans of the timekeeper, who may have been messing with different timelines to keep the realm from falling completely. In any case, using his newfound powers and the seemingly endless amount of corpses in the prison, the king explored the island, seeing the extent of the damage that the malaise and its monsters had wreaked upon its realm. As he did so, he met a few friendly faces amongst the various monstrosities of the land. The first was a hooded man named the Collector that had a large vat of the blue cells of the apostates upon his back. Among the new abilities the king gained from his transformation was the ability to gather these cells from various sources on the island, like old chests, random vats just lying on the ground, or most commonly from the creatures of the malaise when they were killed. The Collector told the king that he would give him some new weapons and gear in exchange for these cells. He didn't say why he was gathering the cells, nor how he knew about them. But the king wasn't in the business of asking questions, so happily handed over any cells he gathered in his journeys for new items.
Well, if he doesn't remember, then he kind of can't, he can't know.
Alongside the Collector were Guions that had thus far avoided being killed by monsters of the malaise, that offered to temporarily upgrade his weapons for gold, permanently upgrade his gear for cells, or give him mutations to grant him more abilities. These latter offerings were only temporary and were different from the runes that the king could find in the realm, which gave him new abilities that were permanent. With the help of his newfound abilities and allies, the king made his way through the remnants of his kingdom, seeing many of its sights and killing many of its mutated denizens along the way. The only one who managed to escape him was the Timekeeper, who, after being defeated in battle in the clock room atop her tower, warped away through time before being killed. The king eventually made it to his old throne room, where his personal bodyguard, the Hand of the King, still guarded his comatose body. The Hand cast a spell around the king on the throne and, obviously not recognizing the king in his new form, attempted to kill him, but he himself was defeated by his liege. Afterwards, the king used the Hand's lance to break the bubble shield around his body, and, not recognizing himself, killed it by driving the lance through it.
Whoa, interesting! He deleted himself! Wow, that's interesting. That's crazy! That's awesome! This is good. Okay, wow.
A power then welled up within his body and erupted, disintegrating the corpse the king currently possessed. His homunculus form stayed intact, though, and slinked into a nearby fountain, crawling through the plumbing until ending up at the prisoner's quarters, whereupon the king possessed a new body. Immediately afterwards, he noticed that the body of the giant was gone, and a booming rumble in the distance pulled him to investigate. Upon catching a glimpse of the reanimated soldier descending into lava, the king began to consider the thought that things might have changed on the island, a thought further supported when he reached High Peak Castle again, and found that all that remained of his body and his throne was smoldering ruin. However, at the same time, much more seemed like it hadn't changed. The monsters of the malaise were just as numerous as before, and all the bosses he'd killed had returned, including the Hand of the King, who now guarded the ruins of what remained of his throne. And no matter how many more times he completed his journey through the realm, it never changed from this state. It seemed like he found himself in a sort of endless cycle, and was doomed.
So a time loop, essentially. It's a loop. It's just a time loop. Interesting, very interesting, huh?
To spend the rest of his immortal days trapped in it. However, there was a way for him to break the cycle, and it lied in a reward he received after killing the Hand of the King, which was a unique red cell called a boss cell that modified the island on his next journey through it, making the monsters of the malaise more dangerous and numerous, reducing the number of resources available to him, and unlocking wooden doors that were previously inaccessible. After the king completed a run through the realm with one of these boss cells active, another would become available, which, when used, amplified their effects even further, and unlocked more of the wooden doors. The Hand was not the only person that the king could gather these boss cells from. There were two others that dropped them and defeated him, one of whom was a monster from another world, and the other was an important person from the king's past. In the case of the first,
Okay, I would assume the queen. Yeah, you need to defeat the queen.
One day, a pedestal appeared in the lobby of the prisoners' quarters that told of independent legends, heroes from other worlds. After its appearance, the king began to find strange rooms in the prisoners' quarters that held the weapons, items, and if you met certain conditions, outfits of these heroes.
There's a fucking car? There's a car! Why is there a car?
There was the flask and armor of a penitent one that hailed from a land of deep religious worship named Custodia. There was the Letterman jacket and rooster mask of a vigilante nicknamed Jacket, who used a wooden bat to cave in the skulls of his enemies. There was the bath.
And he's a fucking chicken. Wait, is that the... No, that can't be the DLC, can it? Grab back, seeing what loud exploding sounds outside. Okay.
Robe, hairstyle, and katana of a swordsman named Zero, who was able to slow his perception of time in order to enhance his prowess in battle. And many others. With the appearance of the items of these heroes, it seemed like the boundaries between worlds were being blurred somehow. This strange phenomena eventually came to a head when a large, sinister castle manifested in the realm, unleashing evil creatures and waves of bats upon the kingdom. When the king went to investigate, he soon met a vampire hunter.
Oh, well, that's the DLC. Okay, the DLC part is that, right? The DLCs are being added. Okay. Hi, dear. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
Named Richter Belmont that explained that the undead overlord Dracula was returning. He asked for the king's help in preventing that return, something the king agreed to do. He then made his way through the outskirts and interior of Dracula's castle, passing by many references to the original world of Dracula and Richter, and meeting Dracula's son Alucard, who promised to help in the fight. As he was approaching Dracula's keep, he was ambushed by the vampire lord's lieutenant, Death, who intended to defend his lord. But despite wielding a huge amount of power, the entity was defeated by the king. Alucard appeared soon after and told the king that, despite Death's defeat, the ritual to bring Dracula back had gone through. Complicating matters was that, due to Death being the physical manifestation of, well, death, he couldn't truly be defeated, and he would stop any attempts at reaching Dracula's keep, so a different path to his father's keep would have to be taken. After some time, Alucard found one that went through the realm's clock tower, and once the king took this path, he was able to bypass Death and meet the vampire lord face to face. It seemed that Dracula underestimated the king, as in the ensuing fight, he was quickly defeated by his foe. That was when he decided to reveal his true, demonic, bat-like form and attacked the king with the full extent of his power. However, thanks to the power of his homunculus form, the king was able to defeat Dracula and watch his castle crumble as the vampire lord was defeated.
Then we have King, this guy, and that guy. Interesting. I jumped, bro. I heard Richter Belmont. Bro, I'm playing Smash Bros. Online as him right now. Well, they do have a DLC for this, so that makes sense.
Once and for all. Once the king returned to the prisoners' quarters following Dracula's defeat, he would collect his new boss cell. As for the other person the king could get a boss cell from, similar to his Castlevania encounter, one day, in the lobby of the prisoners' quarters, a tentacle delivered a letter to the king. The writer of the letter was a portly, tentacled creature known as the Fisherman, who was sick of being trapped on the island, and hearing about the king's repeated runs through it, hoped he would help him escape. Once the king met the fisherman in the sewers, the creature explained that while looking for a ship to use to flee, he noticed the extinguished lighthouse of the island, and thought it was the best method they could use to escape. Of course, the lighthouse was also where the queen now resided, who the king hadn't seen in who knew how long. But due to his homunculus transformation, he didn't remember her, much less knew where she went after being transformed, meaning the significance of his journey there was lost on him. So after making a stop in one of the lighthouse keeper's homes to gather a key to the building, finding that the man had succumbed to a little crustaceous creature named a leg hugger at some point in the past, the king sailed with the fisherman to
A leg hugger? Crazy work.
the lighthouse, blissfully ignorant of what awaited him there. The two couldn't sail directly to the building though, so the fisherman dropped the king off at the infested shipwreck, and the king had to fight through the Malaise monsters and armored shrimps that resided within them to reach his destination. When he reached the lighthouse and went to climb it, Calliope, Euterpe, and
Wait, you can have fucking pets in that thing too? Holy shit, dude, that's crazy.
Cleo, the servants of the queen, tried to fight him off, adamant on performing the duty they and their queen had taken up. But despite their amazing teamwork, they were defeated by the king. With their defeat, the king proceeded to the crown of the structure, where he was reunited with his wife, the queen, herself in her homunculus form. Despite being reunited with her love, the queen was determined to prevent the reignition of the beacon of the lighthouse and the spread of the malaise to the wider world, so attacked her husband. However, having lost his memory and empathy, the king felt no remorse as he defeated his wife and killed her by kicking her into the fires that had accidentally been.
Damn! Bro, is him? Fuck the bitch. Crazy. Wow. Okay, well, he's not a nice dude. Yeah, I mean he has no empathy. Though the question was if he didn't even have any before being turned to homunculus.
Lit when he entered the building. As the sun rose on a new day for the realm, the king noticed a ship on the horizon which had been led to the island by the relit lighthouse. However, all the sailors aboard the ship were monsters of the Malays, indicating the cause that the queen had been fighting for was all for naught, as the Malays had already reached the outside world. The king, however, wasn't too broken up about it, and with his new boss cell in tow, headed back to the prisoners' quarters to begin the cycle anew. No matter which of the three the king got his boss cells from, he repeated the cycle until he got 4 of them, after which he could get no more from these foes. 4 boss cells allowed him to open up every wooden door on the island. Every door except the one that led to the astrolabe of the alchemist, which required 5 cells to open. In order to get this last cell, the king needed to meet someone else from his past, the giant who dove to the deepest part of the island's cavern after rising from where the king threw his corpse. After grabbing a key to the cavern and unlocking the region by putting it in a lock in the island's graveyard, the king descended down to the Guardian's Haven to meet the giant face to face. The gargantuan soldier recognized the king, even saying as much at one point, and in a fit of
My king, die. No, not... Bro is deleting everyone he knew.
anger, attacked him as revenge for his death and all that the king had wrought upon the realm. However, the giant could not overcome his liege, and he was defeated by him. When this defeat came with the king having 4 boss cells activated, then the giant gave him the 5th one before blowing up in a brilliant explosion. With all 5 boss cells now in his possession, when the king made it to the throne room, he could finally open the door behind his throne and explore the alchemist's astrolabe. The king explored the labs and chambers of the alchemist, reading his notes on all his failed experiments and seeing the diagrams and schematics of his work, until he climbed to the highest point in the kingdom, the observatory. Here, he met an unexpected face, the Collector, who had thus far been absent in the king's 5 boss cell run of the kingdom. Standing before a massive catalyst, the man revealed why he had been asking the king to gather all of those sounds. He was using
He's the villain. Is he the final boss? Is he the villain? Is he the evil dude that causes all of this?
them to make the panacea, a tonic that could cure any disease. Problem with that, though, is that the panacea was a myth, and as the Collector went on a monologue about the implausibility of it working, about the crimes he'd committed and the failures of everything else he'd done, something became clear. He was the alchemist. Despite disappearing following his failed experiment with the king, he hadn't given up hope on finding a cure to the malaise, and believing the cells of the apostates would eventually lead him
Okay, he's not. But who has caused it? Where is the final boss? Where is this coming from?
to it. He continued working on finding that cure. It all led up to this moment, his only hope being a fairy tale told to children. He downed the blue liquid, and to his surprise, it actually worked. A huge surge of power coursed through his body from the potion, which prompted an evil, terrifying grin to appear on his face. Addicted to the power given to him by the panacea, the Collector started a fight with the king, intending to send him back to the prisoners' quarters so he could gather more cells for him.
Crazy. Okay, so that's the that is what he was doing. Interesting.
The king managed to survive the onslaught of the Collector, but anytime he would begin to come out ahead, the Collector would put up a shield and take a drink from the panacea, thereby restoring his vitality and undoing all the work the king had done. This pattern continued until at the top of the observatory, the Collector forgot to put up his shield, and the king knocked the panacea out of his hands. He immediately took a drink from the potion himself, which supercharged his own power and allowed him to finally beat the Collector. On his hands and knees, the Collector lamented his final failure, that he couldn't save the kingdom from the king that mismanaged everything so much that it led to its downfall.
Save it from an ass like you. Yeah, true. I'm back. My mom said, go inside. She's talking to someone else about that explosion sound. Okay. Interesting.
Then, his head was caved in by the boot of the king. As he stepped away from the corpse of the Collector, the king began to feel the effects of the panacea on his own body. As he relished in the moment where he would finally be free of the cycle of the kingdom, the king's body disintegrated, leaving his homunculus form behind, and then that was it. Nothing else happened. Defeated, the king slithered back to the prisoners' quarters and took over a new body.
Not again. Is this ever ending? How often has he been doing this?
To begin the cycle anew. However, this time when the king set out, he was sucked into a portal that opened up behind him. He found himself in the closet.
Oh, the time dude. Okay.
room of the timekeeper, who yelled at him for what he'd done, requiring her to mess with the loop again. After casting the spell, the timekeeper walked over and kicked the king, sending him through a portal that she didn't realize had opened behind him, which was apparently a big mistake. The king found himself in the prisoner's quarters again, starting his normal routine, but then met a familiar, if glitchy, face. The knight that had greeted him when he first set out on the island, saying the exact same things as when they first met. It seemed like he'd been sent back in time. Indeed, when he made it back to his throne room, he found his comatose body was back on the throne of stone, and was again guarded by the hand of the king, indicating that—
Well, is the cycle broken if he doesn't destroy the body?
the timekeeper had sent him back to the original loop, before he killed the collector, before he killed the king, but after he had gained all the powers from his previous journeys. Thus, this time, after he defeated the hand and shattered the shield around his body, he used the homunculus rune to detach his homunculus form from his current body and reclaim his original one. Moments after reclaiming it, the king noticed that it was still infected with the malaise and wondered if there was a way to cure the ailment. Of course, he knew the collector's plan, so again made his way to the observatory, gave the collector the cells needed to make the panacea, knocked it out of his hands during their fight, then drank it and killed his opponent. Once the fighting was done, the king noticed that instead of dissolving his body like before, the panacea lived up to its legend and not only cured his body of the malaise, but bound his soul back to it, restoring the king to his true self. However, in the process of being restored, the king had killed the only person that knew how to create the panacea, meaning that by saving himself, he had doomed everyone else in the realm, and evidently the entire world. He didn't seem too broken up about that though, as a short time later, he lounged on his throne, sipping wine and complaining that he was having more fun killing the monsters that overran his kingdom. At that moment, someone approached him. It was a glitched out version of himself as a homunculus, the version that originally inhabited this timeline. After the two of them mimicked each other's movements and flipped each other off, they each powered up and attacked, starting a fight to see which of them was the strongest. And as that fight began, the story of Dead Cells came to an end. While it's the gameplay loop that draws most players to Dead Cells as they explore the island—
That's it? That's it? That's it? What? So the entire loop, the entire time, just for bro to be potentially once again be in a permanent loop, fighting himself now. The fuck is, what the heck?
and come across the lore rooms, they begin to get pieces of the story, which is like a little mystery that invites players to solve it. Those that take the time to do so get to see a story about a kingdom ravaged by an unstoppable disease, the heroics of those that tried to save it from that disease, and how its autocratic ruler robbed it of its salvation by being, as the giant put it, an incorrigible ass. It's
Here's Croc. Hi, Croc. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Wow. Sequel? Question mark?
sprawling and captivating, and owes its existence to its developers, Motion Twin and Evil Empire, who deserve all the praise they get for the work they've put into the game over the years. Now, I'm not perfect, so there may be some errors in there somewhere, but this should cover everything, or most everything, in the lore and story of Dead Cells. If you have any lingering questions, feel free to ask and I'll do my best to answer them. Likewise, if there was anything you feel was missed or wrong, or you have some thoughts or theories of your own, feel free to share your thoughts/corrections in the comments. I know I'd love to hear them, and maybe they would help someone else understand things too. Before I go, I'd like to remind you that you can listen to the audio of this video along with all my other ones over on Spotify, so go listen over there if you're interested. Alright, I think that's everything, so until next time, thank you for watching, and see you later.
That was crazy. I did not understand most of it, because obviously I haven't played the game. But that was crazy. So it's essentially just an entire loop that ends up technically with no good ending, except he's essentially fighting himself from another timeline. Interesting. Well, that was an interesting lore video. Though to be fair, I don't know. I'm gonna play this game and see how it goes. Right, I'm gonna play this game and see how it goes. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was a lot. That was a long video, chat. That was a long video. Okay, yes, Croc. Yes. What is it? Okay. Next video I want to look at. Let's look at this one. Yeah, let's do this one.
So unless you
Okay. Well, we don't have any horse video by Pyrex, but we do have a horse video by Royalty is Here, the Umamusume epidemic. TLDR, the king deletes himself over and over. Makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we'll look at that. We'll see what the epidemic of Umamusume has brought us. Let's go. It's time. Wait, I need to like this video. It's time for horse hunts. More hunts. Always hunts.
So unless you've been in a nuclear fallout shelter, or actually off the internet contributing to society, making connections, memories, and...
Me? I would never. Contributing to society? I would never. I will contribute with 4 children. That's more than enough. Next week we get more Huns. Yeah, I've seen it. Actually, the video's dropping tomorrow if I'm not wrong.
Even perhaps contributing to that 401k, and maybe committing a bit of tax evasion. We don't judge here, but you probably don't know.
Don't do that in Germany. They would rather jail you for tax evasion or tax fraud than raping a 12-year-old with 10 people. So yeah, I wouldn't recommend.
Know what's been happening on the internet as of late, and that's a good thing. Most of it can be ignored nowadays. You probably don't even know what soggy biscuit is. Don't Google it, it's not worth it. But there has...
Soggy biscuit, was it? Soggy biscuit. What is wrong with you? Soggy biscuit is a male group masturbation activity in which participants stand around the biscuit or cookie, masturbating and ejaculating onto it. Why? And then somebody must eat it. The ones who fails to hit it must eat it. Why would you give us that information? Why do you know that? Rara!
There's been an epidemic you probably don't know about that has blown out of proportion these past few months. And it has been everywhere. Every platform, even on the news. Any form of short content has been infected.
Bow to your queen. True and real. See, I could technically have Mambo as my ringtone. I wouldn't, but I could. That's the worst part.
Even my reels, the one that is basically bipolar with how it switches from borderline racist memes to all around just random things. Like it goes from Bible verses to absolute gruesome traffic accidents, mainly located in India for some reason. Like yesterday, I'm pretty sure I saw a person get turned into a foldable chair by an elephant. Involuntarily. It was horrifying. If I ever was going to open my reels in public, full volume, it would be like playing Russian roulette with 5 out of 6 bullets loaded, and the bullets are filled with compressed horse semen. And if you get that reference,
I do not get that reference. It still sounds silly though.
You're f***ing old. Just had to keep your ego in check. But speaking of horse semen and glue factories, you may have or may not have noticed the horse girl epidemic. Yes, an influx of female horses on the aforementioned platforms like
somebody writing an article. Why is Gen Z into horse racing now?
Kid you not, it is being brute forced to everyone, primarily because these just aren't normal horses. These horses are horse girls. Anime horse girls, to be specific. And I will be honest, they've kinda grown on me. And yes, once again, Japan is behind this. Not only do we have an anime about a vending machine isekai...
Reborn as a vending machine. Oh no, not this one!
Let's not forget that one Austrian painter isekai, and that manga about a dogman that wants to touch one of his parents for revenge. And I can't even say the title of said manga because there's a slur at the start.
Dog N-word. It is crazy. It is actually crazy what people have been coming up with. It is actually insane.
But we also have horse girls now. And of course I'm talking about Ume Musume, which recently, as of around July, has blown up significantly. Partly due to the world release of Ume Musume Pretty Derby, which is a game that released globally in June, but has been available to the Japanese audience since 2021. These motherfuckers were holding out on us. What else are they hiding? High School of the Dead Season 2? Iron Fortress Season 2?
Those are hidden. Those are unfortunately protected by the globalists in Antarctica.
Another f***ing Toradora season? But before this, Uma Musume was a manga, an anime with multiple seasons, with multiple spin-offs and even a movie. But mainly it has seen a surge in popularity due to the game now being available to the rest of the world. But it was popular beforehand. But what is Uma Musume? What are these horse girls in quotations? What is the best horse girl? Why is the game seeing such a spike in popularity? Why is it all over my For You page? Is the community that insane? And no, there are no femboy horses. I know you were gonna ask, you sicko.
I would have not asked if you didn't bring it up. Again, royalty's here. What is your thing with femboys? Again, you want to tell us something? I'm asking you again. Because there's a chance you might see this. There is a chance you might see this. What is it with you and femboys? I have a theory. I just can't prove it yet.
Go to sing, 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 go to sing.
First, the plot of Uma Musume basically goes like this. A bunch of horse girls, each being unique in their own way and with their own personalities, all attend a school called Trace and Academy to become top racers and also idols. For some reason. And no, nobody is riding the horse girls. They are not centaurs. And apart from their ears, tails, and shoes looking like horseshoes, and they also have horse strength and speed, and they even weigh the same as horses.
What the fuck? I did not know that they would weigh the same. Nah, this can't be real. Nah, this can't be real. What would the beds be made out of?
But apart from that, they are completely humanoid. But not all the horses in the game are actually girls. Or are they? Well, all the horses in Uma Musume are actually based on actual horses, or more accurately, are the embodiment of them. And a lot of them were stallions, just turned into cute anime girls. Japan well and truly is ahead of its time. In the anime itself, you can actually find a bunch of moments that actually happened in real life. Like the horse Jungle Pocket doing a roar after achieving a victory in 2001 for the Tokyo Yushin. Ogre Cap was very uninterested in things outside of eating and running, both of which are shown in the anime. This motherfucker is the sin of gluttony, and he
She might win against Goku. I just realized.
shook his head before races, which is also shown in the anime. And he also befriended a cat that previously hated him. And then there's Goldship, who was not only a fiend in the anime, but was also one in real life. And one of
True and real.
these instances is captured in the anime, where he was too busy arguing with another horse to actually race. Whilst it's unclear what he actually was doing, in real life this did happen and it cost people betting on him 12 billion yen, which is roughly $80 million.
Holy shit. Imagine losing $80 million because the fucking horse didn't listen. That's crazy. It's still crazy. I didn't know how much 12 billion yen were. Only that it was a lot, but 80 million is crazy work. 81 million almost, actually.
But more about the lore of some horses later on. But if you're one person to worry about spoilers, try and avoid the win history of any of the horses in the anime. But for some reason, this anime and movies about horse girls racing looks like it had 20 times the budget of something like Blue Lock. Look, it has actually become a meme online talking about the animation comparison, but there might actually be a reason for that. And that's because not only is Uma Musume huge in Japan to the point where it holds the title for the most sold Blu-ray in TV anime history.
What the fuck? That's crazy.
For its season 2, horse racing in general in Japan is quite popular, with Japan holding the top 2 biggest horse racing courses, with more than 21,000 horse races held each year, with 15 million fans turning up to said horse races each year just in Japan alone. Yes, horse racing in Japan is a big
That is very much a big deal. We should make it a big deal. We need to make it a big deal outside of Japan. Bigger deal.
And the horses themselves have their own fans and fan clubs. A good example is Haru, who is in the anime, who was a horse that in real life lost 113 races with no wins. But she did win one for retired horses, so that counts. That does count. But even
that count. I agree. That does count. We count that for sure. We count that.
though she lost so many races and had quite the sad story around retirement, she won the hearts of many and was named the shining star of losers everywhere or the star of underdogs everywhere, and kept racing no matter how many times she lost, something that is also displayed in the anime. On her 100th loss, over 5,000 people in 2003 came to watch, and in 2004 she actually saved a race course called the Kochi race course that was struggling at the time and was about to go bankrupt. But so many people showed up and bet on Haru even though the odds were terrible, and they primarily did this because it was Haru, and betting on Haru was sort of like a good luck charm. But the lost bets and charms made from Haru's hair was enough to save the racetrack, and Haru was loved as a horse that kept losing, but
even a loser can still win, it appears, in other ways. In this case, it was the hearts. I miss you. Poor horsey.
never gave up. And that love is being once again conveyed to this day in the anime and the games community. So next time you're chasing your losses, ask yourself, would Haru give up? And then spin that slot machine, the bonus will come eventually. You can actually donate ryegrass to some of these horses that are still alive, and Haru received so much recently to the point where they broke the website. And she is not the only one people have found love for. A lot of people have fallen in love with these horses and their in real life counterparts' stories, to the point where there's a tiny bit of infighting in the Uma Musume community about which horse is the best, but more about the community in a bit. But I can almost guarantee you the one CEO that approved the creation of a
There's also Yuritards crashing out over the game. I'm sorry. You are a minority. Keep being one.
manga, anime, and game about horse girls racing has just secured the popularity of horse racing for at least the next decade. We already have Uma Musume cosplayers simulating races, and
Nah, this that's hilarious. What? That's crazy. Wow.
also a collab with KFC for some reason. But after seeing the 5th gold ship meme on my feed, I had to see what all the fuss was about. So I checked out the lore of some of the horses, watched the anime, took a look around the community, and downloaded the game that everyone was talking about that had recently made this franchise about humanoid horse girls blow up even more. And was I disappointed? In parts, yes, and I'll let you guess those parts. The anime was good. I specifically enjoyed Cinderella Grey, which recently concluded, and the movie I haven't got around to watching yet. The game being the first so-called gacha game I've ever really played. Yes, Uma Musume took my gacha virginity, we're ignoring the one
Yes.
time I played Genshin Impact, because that was kind of like Mormon soaking. It doesn't really count. But from the game, I first thought I broke it by alt-tabbing because it just kept playing the intro music concept over and over. When I got past that, I went through the hellishly long tutorial, and then I could finally do the best part of the game. Gambling.
Nah, the best part are the races, not gonna lie.
Of which I was finally guaranteed the character I wanted to play. Gold Ship. I mainly stuck to
The worst part of any gacha is the gacha. That is the worst part. It just is.
career mode because any other game mode except a few is you versus other players, and I just want you to know I've never seen so many sweaty little pay-to-win whales. Like fucking hell, how many of you came over from War Thunder and sold your grandparents to slavery to pay for the top tier characters? But you quickly find in the game you're not actually playing it. You're kind of just a cuck in the corner watching the gameplay like an actual horse spectator and hoping you trained the best stats to beat all the other horses. But it is still quite fun. But once again, I mainly stuck to career mode with Gold Ship. I won my first few races and it went downhill from there, with my career ending before I hit the third goal, and Gold Ship was immediately shipped off to the glue factory, never to be seen again, but you will be seeing her on a Pritt stick in the future. I still haven't fully beaten
Yeah, the first few attempts with me with Rice Shower were atrocious.
the career mode with Gold Ship, but I'm not giving up. I am enjoying it though. Yes, I'm enjoying the first gacha game I have ever played, but I did not enjoy looking into the community. Now with the community of Umumusume, you will quickly find yourself either being spammed with Gold Ship memes,
Hello everyone, go bananas with Umusume!
I didn't do that for months. I didn't drop a bomb.
or something to do with
What the heck? Ain't no Gold Ship blur. What is real? She can't hurt you.
Someone's at the door. Who is it?
Mambo!
Just
Mambo!
No, there's so many Mambo memes. There's so many Mambo memes. It is horrible.
or a post about how much they love Agnes and would do anything for said horse, and then there's the people that take it to a concerning level. Like, what the fuck is that? There's also one guy that spams every reel to do with Agnes, and that is just peak unemployment. But there is a rule in the community: don't lewd the horses, and that is already asking.
I have to say this though. I'm not gonna lie. Side games themselves are fucking hypocrites when it comes to that. You loot the horses anyways.
Too much of the internet. There are some people that would goon to pictures of themselves with the Snapchat filter that turns you into the opposite gender. So I don't even think these horses are safe. But the community kind of doesn't want you to do this, primarily because of the creators of Umumusume. Side games in Japan have a rule about creating certain art pieces of the horses, because once again they were actual horses, and some of their trainers who treat these horses like family would be pissed to see one of their stallions that was probably a legend drawn doing some heinous shit, and would probably sue Side Games if they found out. But they're okay with them being anime girls, that's pretty cool. And as people said online, Side Games probably wants to keep a good reputation with the Japanese Racing Association, so they can keep pumping out content with actual horses used as inspiration. But people outside of Japan still do it, just most fans tell you if you do stuff like that, keep it to yourself or just don't do it at all. They don't want another Overwatch situation where most people remember the online animations more than the actual game. But in the community...
Was that a good game? Nah, you were good porn. Crazy. My sister said it was the drunk guy who shot his gun twice, but he got arrested after that. Rebozo.
You can also find an arms race where people are fighting for who is the best horse. You got the Ogre Cap fans, the Rice
It's Rara. Like, hello?
Shower fans, obviously the Agnes fans, the Haru enjoyers, and the Gold Ship and Gold Family fans. because apparently being a good racer or a good racer and mentally deranged is a hereditary gene in the gold ship family, and there are a lot of them. But despite this active battleground, the community has come together a bunch of times. Now, if you haven't heard of W Place, it's basically a global map where you can draw on a specific location and it is displayed to everyone else.
Deltarune fans are ontologically evil. Sorry. Deltarune fans are evil. On this place, I mean.
Drawing on the map. You have fandoms that battle other fandoms in specific locations for their drawings to stay, and some people even take it as far as getting hundreds of bots just to maintain certain spots. But what else you may not know is that a lot of the horses in the game, their in real life counterparts are unfortunately not with us anymore. Some refer to the game as a digital graveyard of sorts because there is only like 2 horses in the game that are actually still alive. However, in August, the community came together, as one of the horses in the game, Grass Wonder, had recently passed away, and in one location on W Place there was a tribute to him, which is an impressive feat with all the communities that will battle for a single location. But these people managed to maintain this memorial for a while before it was eventually destroyed, with many putting the blame on the Deltarune fandom. And fucking hell, I did not know you could actually develop a slair for a fandom. Do not
Agreed.
mess with these people's horses, but I will say it was sort of beautiful in a way, making a tribute for a horse that most people had never even seen in person, and people outside of Japan probably only knew because of the anime girl persona. It's kind of wholesome in a way, and it wouldn't be the only time, as unfortunately quite recently the horse who never gave up and
No, don't remind me, not the Haru.
had just won her first race, Haruura, as of September 9th, had passed away. There were many tributes both online and in physical locations for her, and on W Place they engulfed certain places in Japan with art of her. Looking around, it was actually surprising how many people truly felt something upon hearing about the news of her passing, even though they had never met the horse or had any interaction with her. Once again, it's wholesome in a way. And looking at her memorial on the W Place today, it's actually
There's a lot of uraras here. Holy!
expanded. But what else is impressive about this community is the amount of shitposts. First, they've added a bunch of mods to games like Left 4 Dead, adding Uma Musume to it.
Mambo, omatsuri mambo, dabu dabu, yuda yuda, omatsuri mambo.
I can't tell if she's supposed to be the pipe bomb or the gnome, but this community has been circulating shitposts for years, and I just realised yesterday they were behind a very popular one 2 years ago of one of the horse girls singing Mustard's Ballin' whilst walking down the street. Like, I wasn't the only one that just realised this was an Uma Musume girl, and it had like...
Yeah, I've come across this one around that time too, but I didn't know. Crazy.
2 million views and it was shared everywhere. This community has a lot of influence. Even Goldship became a VTuber at one point and joined HoloLive on stage. Anything but training. She can also be found on the
Anything but training. This is very accurate.
Musume YouTube channel, which has given birth to a lot of slop for the community, and she's also played Poppy's Playtime. Pretty sure there's not a soul that hasn't played that game at this point. But that is
I have not, and I never will.
Basically the community. These people really love these horses. But really quickly, I just wanted to speak about the best part of Uma Musume for me. The horse lore. So surprisingly, a lot of these horses have a lot of lore to them. Goldship, or Golshi, the horse I've mentioned about 20 times in this video, and is basically the community's mascot at this point, but in real life they are a big troll. Not only, as mentioned before, did he lose people about $80 million, but he also tried to constantly attack his trainer. In some videos he even tried to get into a...
Holy shit, he tried to kick him.
position to straight up kick him, and was all around well known to be very unpredictable. But he absolutely loved his groomer, immediately recognizing him at one of their reunions and spotted him out of all the people present and came to say hi. However, despite Goldchip being this chaotic, he was also an absolute powerhouse when he was in the mood to win, with him winning 11 races in a row and most times always being in the top 5, which is something he may have inherited from his father, who was Stay Gold and had the same record as his son and the same temperament. His mother Point Flag, although having a limited career, also had quite the stats, but Goldchip apparently didn't like being raised by his mother much. When he was born, apparently due to her neglecting him, he would only really be seen around her when nursing. Despite his career, Goldchip would retire in 2015 and become a breeding stallion. And boy did he have a successful career. He fathered approximately 517 children.
The horse population is not falling with this one.
In total. The child support would go crazy, but there was one thing which horse professionals noticed when Goldchip retired. Often horses that race and retire have damaged or somewhat impacted muscle health, primarily due to the racing and training. However, Goldchip was completely fine, and it's assumed when racing he never truly gave it his all. So this motherfucker could have done more, he just didn't want to. As of right now though, Goldchip is still alive, living in the same place his father Stay Gold did, and also the late Grass Wonder. He would actually go out of his way to go see Grass Wonder and go greet him, of which Grass Wonder would actually get really happy, and the two of them would harass the other horses. When Grass Wonder
Why are you putting it like that?
passed, it was said Goldchip was in an awful mood and quite depressed following his passing. I personally didn't know horses had this much personality. They're like big dogs. I previously thought they behaved like
big dogs. They might. They're probably fairly intelligent too, right?
NPCs without scripts. But for a chaotic horse, Goldchip has quite the personality and relationships. The horse Ogre Cap was a monster on the horse track, and was said to be responsible for a boom in horse racing from 1987 to 1990, and had the nicknames Grey Monster and the Idle Horse, because despite being born somewhat weak and his mother not being able to supply enough sustenance to her child, Ogre Cap would grow to dominate the horsing scene, winning 22 times, being in the top 5 31 times, and only being in the lower top 5 twice. His trainer noted that the horse only really loved sleeping, eating, and racing. He would be named the Idle Horse due to how many fans he would attract to his races. However, the same fans are said to have been very vocal that the horse had done enough, because as said once again, racing is a lot for a horse. And on his last race, which he won in 1991, he would retire, and like other horses became a breeding stallion, of which he would retire from that in 2007. And in retirement he would befriend a cat and live his days peacefully on the field.
So homie retired and became friends with Puss in Boots.
Where in 2010 he would unfortunately pass due to a leg injury at the age of 25. A monument was erected, and still to this day his life is celebrated in July each year. Agnes is another fan favourite who was a horse that didn't take part in many races, but in the races they did take part in, they completely dominated the competition, sometimes by many lengths and breaking records. He was expected to win the Triple Crown, which is winning 3 specific races in a row, but he would be known and respected as the Phantom Triple Crown instead. As on his last race that he won, they noticed an injury which led to his retirement in the same year. He, like the rest, would become a breeding horse and was known as a successful sire for horse breeding, but he would unfortunately suffer a heart failure and pass in 2009 at the age of 11. I think if Agnes didn't get that injury, the horse would have absolutely destroyed most other horses of that time. But now not only are they remembered for the fact every race they were in they won, they are now also remembered as a direct and intelligent horse girl that the community has become absolutely obsessed with.
Dude, let's kill the horse.
What?
Pause! No, we do not kill the horse!
I'm so tired, Finn.
In conclusion, going into this, I thought this whole thing would be more like Genshin Impact and have a community just as worse as Genshin, but it isn't that bad and I'm actually enjoying playing the gacha. The community itself, despite loving the horses a bit too much, are kind of wholesome in a way with how they respect these horses that these anime girls are based on. The whole concept of Momusume is unique, even though we have other titles like girls named after warships and in other cases guns, but this
yeah.
This one I genuinely did enjoy, primarily due to finding out most horses have lore and how well they were translated to the media being produced. It's not on the same level as Warhammer lore, but it's lore, and I genuinely liked finding out about it. But if I had to say who the best horse is, it is obviously Goldship.
Nah, it's Aurora, get out of here.
Fuck you. Anyway, that's all I had to say, and bye.
I disagree. It's Aurora. Anyways, that was a good video. Yep. This video summarizes it up perfectly. That is what Umamusume is. It is just such a great game, and I love it. And I'm gonna get broke of it because of it. Even more broke than I already am. I'm gonna invest all my stocks into Umamusume and Cygames, and I'm gonna go broke on when Still in Love releases. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alrighty. Water. Oh no, bottle empty. Nah, dude. Alrighty. What do I still have? Alright, this one up here, right? I still have this one. Oh my goodness. Right. Alrighty. I sent 100 disturbing drawings to streamers until they broke. I don't know who recommended this. This is by Topsy. I got no idea who recommended this. It is probably going to be quite horrible, as the start of the video indicates. We'll look at it. Let's see. This can't be good.
Hello, beautiful. I'm a fan.
This cannot be. Oh. Oh my god. Wow. This is gonna be horrible.
You made fan art for me?
Yes, my love.
Wait, wait, she has a monobrow? What the heck?
I'm your biggest fan.
Okay, I'm gonna check it right now.
Perfect, and don't worry, it's very cute.
Well, art is subjective, right?
What the fuck is this?
Horrible. Absolutely horrible.
You said you made a cute one. I'm scared.
Hello, welcome back. As you can tell from that intro, I'm getting better at weaponizing art and using it in morally
Weaponizing art? That's what VTubers do.
questionable ways. Let me give you an example. Art bombing. It's a type of non-physical violence I'm developing that involves showering your victim with an intense amount of art pieces. This is Joe, by the way. He passed out after the third drawing, so
Art bombing. I mean, this is technically still not non-violent because you need to kidnap him. So technically it's not wrong.
So I never got to fully flesh out my torture method. So we're gonna figure that out today. Minus the rope and the kidnapping and all the freaky stuff. I will send 100 of the most deplorable drawings to random streamers I find using TikTok. Let's do some scouting.
Bro, he's actually gonna do it. That is horrible. There's gonna be some freaky things happening.
How do we feel about the goggles, by the way? Are they cool or? Victim 1. Fun fact, before I ever tied anyone up, I was a good kid enjoying a warm glass of milk on a hot day. And then this dude named Russell had
Ooh, bro, that's gonna be interesting.
The audacity to appear on my For You page and douse himself in milk, like literally lather
That made me uncomfortable. No! You wasted perfectly good milk!
his entire body in it. I know it's a first world problem, but since then, my favorite drink has tasted sour. So I think that justifies an art bombing.
Hey Russ, I agree. Can I put it in Discord?
I drew. Can I put it in Discord? Yeah, you can put it in Discord. Yo, yeah, put it in Discord.
Just sent it. Look to the left of your screen, Russell.
I mean, bro, that's horrible. Understandable though. Like, I would do that too to somebody who literally, you know, wastes a gallon of milk, like a few liters of milk, perfectly fine and good milk.
Nah, what, bro?
What the fuck? You're so cute. I just want to eat you up, Ruz. Do you want to be my meatball? 1 out of 100. How is he even going to fit 100 people in here?
Because I don't want to be a meatball game. Like, hey, yo, boys.
It really was a genius plan.
What? Can you be my little worm, Ruz? It's horrible too. That looks like be real. That looks like a dick. That looks like that looks like that grandma from the chocolate episode from SpongeBob. That's what he looks like. The old woman in the wheelchair who's basically just a spine in a head.
I had made 100 drawings that I would spam Russell with for the rest of the day.
What the fuck?
And there was nothing he could do about it, but just sit there and take it. And never mind, I did.
Understandable.
It put him at the beginning for a reason. That's what an unsuccessful art bombing looks like. Well played, Russell. You wasted my time and my milk. I got to 3 drawings, by the way. And I'm supposed to get to 100 without getting banned. This video is literally going to be impossible. So let's go back to the drawing board real quick. To save time, I'm targeting 3 victims at once. Whichever one of them seems the most likely to endure 100 of my drawings without banning me will be the one I attack. Victim 1 was not only a fellow milk drinker, but he was a Pokemon fan too. Check out this Squirtle in the back.
Hey, did you see
Pokemon fan too. Check out this Squirtle.
That is a Bulbasaur. You deserve to get art bombed. You deserve to get art bombed. This is a crime. This is a Bulbasaur. Weaponized art. I see you. Yeah.
Squirtle in the back.
Hey, did you see my fan art?
Did I see your fan art? It was gorgeous, beautiful, really captured my essence. I didn't understand the joke.
I love you, Squirts. What the? Oh my goodness. This is horrible.
Why Squirtle specifically?
Victim 2 was a sports streamer that was really passionate about his love for Russell Westbrook.
Hello, I just sent you some fan art on Discord.
On Discord? Alright. Nah, this is a
Nah, I love when you enter my war, it's Russell Westbrook. What the fuck?
fucking.
And victim 3, well.
Hey, I made fan art for you.
You made fan art for me?
Yes, check your Discord.
Oh. Does that look like me?
Horrible.
Was the one I chose. I found Syra through this TikTok clip and I wanted to take a completely different route than the one I took for Russell. If I want to send 100 drawings, I won't send them out of revenge, but for emotional manipulation and to force a connection between us through sheer artistic persistence. Also, I came up with art bombing as a play on love bombing, so for this victim, why not do both?
Please make this your Instagram PFP, my love.
Make this my profile picture on Instagram! Are you serious? Nah, you low-key ate though. Hold on. Okay, I'll do that for today.
One drawing in and the emotional manipulation is already working.
That's so ugly.
Bro, that is interesting. This is a fun, creative idea. The drawing look a bit like Greta Thunberg.
There's an even cuter one, my love.
What the fuck is this? You said you made a cute one. Oh my god, I'm doing the hands! Wait!
Oh, I made Minecraft art too.
You made Minecraft fan art of me? Let me see.
You are a diamond in the rough. This is horrible.
You would think this is the part where she bans me and curses me out, right?
Your art is so amazing. I like it. Just keep sharing with us. Keep sharing with us.
97.
Bro has won.
More to go. This is the best streamer I could have found, and I really don't want anything to go wrong and for me to have to start over halfway through the video. Everything should be fine as long as she doesn't somehow find my YouTube channel and realize that I'm just using her for content.
You in his video now. Wait, who is that? Oh, wow.
Mission failed. Is he artist of Meat Canyon? I don't think so. I don't think he is. He's a separate channel, I think.
Oh.
At least I didn't get banned. Man, things
Wait, he got actually banned? Wow.
are going so bad. They can't possibly get any worse though, right?
This is such a cursed pick. Like, this shit makes me uncomfortable.
Oh my god, bro.
Banned.
That just pissed me off.
Banned.
This is the stupid shit that's yeah, you know what?
Banned.
Did a nigga just draw this right now because I'm sick? Is that a booger hanging out my nose? And why is my nose so fucking big? Why is my hairline so pushed back? Where's the lineup on my shit? And why do I have so many lines on my forehead? This nigga got me drooling spit. Why is my lips pink?
Victim 5 was another very promising candidate because
His bro's angry. Yo.
of how easy it was to rage bait. Like, how would he respond to 99 more of these?
Like, who actually made that shit? I want to know the nigga that made that shit. I'm not even trouble. Time, get that nigga out of my chat right now. Send that nigga to Cancun.
Today I'm
Right now.
Sorry.
I think, my friend, I think you might be failing this. Or maybe you found the victim.
The only thing scarier than how many times I've been banned is how much money people pay online without using Cooper. Cooper is a free browser extension that saves you money while you do absolutely...
When there's free money coming somewhere, this usually doesn't work.
Also, I guess this exists now. My next victim was supposed to be this wholesome father who popped up on my For You page. But when I went to join his stream, a completely different streamer with the same username appeared.
What? Oh yeah, I was knee deep in that. I was like wrist deep in it. The clitoris.
By complete accident, I had discovered one of the most out-of-pocket streamers I've ever watched. Up until now, every streamer was someone I was positive would be made uncomfortable by my fan art. But this freaky dude?
Them lips real pretty, nigga.
He genuinely might let me send all 100.
Hey man, what's your favorite animal?
Pussy. If not a panther. I like panthers. They're really cool.
Cool. I made you some fan art.
Did you make fan art of me? How cute is that? Popsy, I have a Discord. I would love it if you could join it. I would love to see it. You can drop it in there. We have a cool little art section for a cute little artsy people.
Just look to your left, bro.
Dude, I fucking love this. This is...
Okay, I think you found them. Bro is working for demons. The little mischievous evil DT owned it, true and real. Like, I'm going to watch the reaction to that German guy. Finally, someone made a reaction for it. Okay.
Cursed, but fucking hilarious, dude. I fucking love it. Look at the eyebrows laid as fuck. Fuck yeah, dude. Thank you so much. This is making my fucking day.
If that one low effort drawing made his day, I wonder how the remaining 99 will make him feel tomorrow. Guess there's only one way to
Again, so let me know when you react to it. Hell yeah. I have my disc open on my phone if you'd like to drop it in the cord. So the kids are calling it now. Where'd you put it? In the art?
Oh, goodness. That's hilarious. This man is hilarious. I like him.
Yeah, dude, this fucks so hard. Hell yeah. This is fucking awesome. This is so fucking awesome. Hell yeah, Dommy Daddy. This is so fucking sick. Dude, I fucking love this. Hell yeah. I like the ears are going through the hat. How adorable.
I was gonna pull a fast one on y'all, but I'm not really trying to take credit for some of the weirder stuff like 12 and 13. So I'm gonna come clean now. I did not draw those. You did. Well, I was tired of failing this entire video until I realized my community is way more disturbed than I am. So I just forced all my viewers to make the fan art and took all the credit.
Classic. This is horrible.
In reality, he's fine. He just became pretty understandably confused and I couldn't convince him to look at any more drawings. But
art bomb complete. Art bombing, chat. That's what we need to do.
Job well done. We, yes, we have invented a non-violent torture method. Go do something 100 times today, even if you fail miserably and it takes you a month, so you're never gonna do this video again. I love you for making it this far. See you soon. Peace.
This was interesting. I don't know who recommended this to me. I know some of you guys did. Someone did. Someone did. Do not. Do not art bomb me. Do not art bomb me. Thank you. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Wow, that was horrible. Wow, that was very, very interesting. Very, very nice. Chat, I'm taking a quick break. I will be right back. I need a quick bathroom break. All right, I'm back. Voice still dead? Help. I have some big news to tell you. iPhone 17 Pro Max is the first ever phone to have 2 terabyte storage. Okay. I never had an iPhone, so I particularly don't care. Great for iPhone users, I guess. Great for iPhone users. I suppose. That's nice. I need more water. Hold up. I just got a new bottle. Like I said, I wanted to drink more. And that's what I'm doing. Getting more water overall. Because I need water. It's important to drink water. Let me see what we still have here. You know what? What do I still have? You know what? Let's do this one. Let's do this one. I haven't done a visual venture video in a while. Why not? Okay, wait a second. I need to do something real quick, but then we good. My voice is not in a good space right now. I laughed too much today. Never laugh. Voice dead. Voice need help. Anyways, here we go. The creepiest TikToks on the internet by Visual Venture. We'll look at this. I watch the occasional Visual Venture video. This is 3 weeks old, so yeah, we'll look at it. Let's see how creepy these TikToks truly are. I wonder what we'll find here.
This is the most disturbing, creepy, and weird.
I don't know. The creepiest you find is the occasional woman getting her back blown up out on TikTok. And legitimately, the craziest or most weird shit I've seen is somebody openly talking about wanting something to do with kindergartners. Openly, straight up on TikTok. And TikTok didn't even nuke him. It was other people, like it was the TikTok users mass reporting him.
Weird TikTok account on the entire platform.
Right, I have to talk about this account because it's so creepy, and this is the second video I have been in.
These kids, teens on TikTok, more so found human remains in a suitcase down by the river. This video.
Oh yeah, I think I heard of that one. I think I remember some incredible stench came from that suitcase.
It's really, really, really dark, and it sounds so ironic because it's TikTok, but you guys would be surprised with the stuff that goes on over there.
TikTok is a fun, lighthearted platform.
No, it's not. No, it's not. The worst shit that the worst trends, the most damaging shit to society originates on TikTok. TikTok is essentially the headquarters, the headquarters of mentally ill shit just dropping. It just is. It is the headquarters of all horrible stuff that's going on. It just is. There's no argument to be made. It just is.
Right? Well, there's a darker side of TikTok that you might not want to see. But don't worry, we went there so you don't have to. These are the creepiest TikToks on the internet. We're starting with the lighter stuff to the more disturbing TikToks at the end. So my goal this year, guys, is to give you guys more videos without sacrificing quality. And it would mean the world to me if you subscribe. And I promise I will do my...
True and real, subscribe to Visual Venture. His videos are very good, very nice. Also subscribe to me. I appreciate it.
Absolute best to create the best videos I possibly can for you guys. I'm Visual Venture, and you are awesome. The Demon Dolls. In the summer of 2024, TikTok was...
Demon Dolls? Demon Dolls? Campy Labubu's? Though they are just as, demonic. I should get the title of the unluckiest guy. Would you elaborate, Joe, what that means? Are you okay? Somebody's trying to get rid of you in 2025. I don't know who it is.
It's a horror show, and it was because of a doll. The video that started the panic was posted by a mom named Maribel Flores. In the video, Maribel's daughter ran into...
It is a Labubu. It is a Labubu. It is a Labubu.
her room looking terrified. The girl claimed something was wrong with her Labubu doll.
What happened? His eye just turned green.
Marivelle thought she was joking until she took a closer look.
What happened? It just turned green and I was cleaning my room. What do you mean it turned green? It's his eye. His eye? Yeah.
Up close, the doll looked wrong, but it wasn't just the eyes. The doll's smile looked stretched, almost like the smile was wider than before. The family was so spooked that they burned the Labubu doll.
It's actually getting too small.
What the fuck? I'm ending it with knuckle chicken. Are you okay? Would you elaborate what's going on with you? Who wants you dead? The fucking demonic Labubu dude.
Video went viral. Soon, other parents came forward. They left comments saying their kids had similar experiences with their Labubu dolls. One mom said her 6-year-old woke up crying in the middle of the night. Her child begged her to throw the doll away because it's a demon. Another claimed her 5-year-old saw the doll's eyes change to a green color. That same kid swore that the doll would laugh at her late at night. The pattern was impossible to ignore. Different homes, different kids, the same creepy details. Glowing eyes, twisted smiles, and strange sounds at night. It was deeply unsettling. And the internet had one question. Were Labubu dolls cursed? Labubu isn't a random stuffed toy. It's inspired by a character from a book series.
Labubu is a species of mythical creatures created by artist Kaseng Long. She is part of a larger series simply called The Monsters.
It got so popular that people would camp outside stores just...
Which I do not get the hype behind Labubus. These fuckers are ugly as shit, and there's people paying tons of money for them. But these fuckers just look ugly. Why would you want that in your house? I don't get this. I don't get the hype. They just look weird to me and pointless.
To buy a Labubu doll.
A crowd of 2,500 people showed up at its Century City location.
2,500 people? 2,500 people? Couldn't you just get fucking Funko Pops or something?
Before 6:30 a.m. And that's become the norm for many of the company's releases.
But as more people took the dolls home, the TikTok stories began. More and more people believed the dolls were cursed.
And people are gonna have to deal with it because of the fact that the energy boundaries that are on this doll are gone.
Someone even found a connection between the doll and a demon from ancient mythology. Someone noticed that Labubu looked similar to a creature named Pazuzu. Pazuzu was an ancient demon that caused all manner of mischief, including storms and drought. He's even been labeled too dangerous to worship. Pazuzu has been depicted in Hollywood movies. People online started making side-by-side comparisons. Labubu's ears looked like Pazuzu's horns. Their teeth were almost identical. Even the names sounded similar. Soon, the hashtag Labubu Pazuzu was trending. Within weeks, the hashtag had over 3.3 million.
Aren't people just overreacting? Dude, this is just a weird looking doll, toy, whatever you want to call it. That's it. I'm sitting in my hotel room, okay, I'm chilling. I was watching you reacting to Dead Cell. Someone knocks on my door, I open, 6-foot guy standing on door, okay. Okay. Just imagine me, 5'5", slim guy standing in front of a 5 feet buffed guy. And what happened?
Million views. Digging deeper, someone found a Simpsons episode where Homer receives a cursed doll named Pazuzu.
Simpsons warned us the Labubu doll is evil. In Treehouse of Horror 28, Homer orders pizza. Instead, a tiny dusty crate arrives. Inside is Pazuzu.
That clip sent the paranoia into overdrive. Some Labubu owners decided to take extreme measures. One TikToker burned her Labubu on.
Dude, it's just a doll that looks ugly. For fuck's sake, dude. It's just a doll that looks heinous. Calm down. It's just a doll.
On camera.
I am burning this thing. This thing has been ruining my life, and it is cursed. I am not kidding. Do not buy.
Cursed with ugliness.
these things.
But as the doll burned, something strange happened to the fire. It started to turn blue. Her video inspired a wave of copycat burnings. More and more people filmed themselves burning their dolls. Others tried rituals instead. One girl brought her Labubu to church. Some countries even banned the dolls completely.
Exercising Labubus. They're exercising Labubus. I've seen in my life more cursed dolls than that. They're just ugly. That's really it.
In Iraq, authorities declared Labubu dolls were unsafe for children. But not everyone was scared of the dolls. In the UK, people wanted Labubu dolls so much that they were willing to fight.
There's been crowd shoving and reports of fighting in the long lines.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, okay? If you throw hands over this ugly thing, you are a danger to society. You need to be monitored. Said, can I help you? And that bitch grabbed my shirt and punched me. I'm almost disoriented. What the fuck? What the fuck? What is going on, huh? Exorcist at least makes some money. Yeah. What the heck? Are you straight up just punched you in the face? What the heck? Huh? Somebody wants you dead. What the heck?
Waiting for the collectible. The distributor has since halted in-store sales across the UK.
Despite all the fear, Labubu dolls are still being sold. The Labubu Pazuzu hashtag is still on TikTok and the stories keep coming. This next story is about a TikToker who found something terrifying in her home. The secret room. This woman noticed something wrong with her.
Somebody be hiding. I remember that there was a story of somebody essentially living underneath a woman. And basically just living there. PlayStation, all that stuff, right? Just living there, rent-free. I don't know, someone wants me dead. You punched me? Damn. Are you seriously injured or something? Like, hopefully nothing's broken. Are you okay? At this point, you should just go... But just thought that I am the guy fucking his girlfriend. What a bitch ass. Wait, was he explaining that and then you said no, I did not? What the fuck is going on? People don't think that through.
Bathroom mirror, and she was right because she made a disturbing discovery. In April 2021, Samantha Hartsoe posted a TikTok titled A New York City Mystery. It looked like a regular apartment vlog at first, but it wasn't. The clip started with Samantha's bathroom. She was confused.
So I walk into my bathroom. Right here, I feel cold air blowing on me. There's not a vent or anything.
Samantha was determined to find out where the cold air was coming from, so she started searching the bathroom. Eventually, she found the source.
So I start feeling, and the air is coming from the mirror.
When she pulled the...
Oh, so the room is behind the mirror. Now that bitch ass just started to throw hands. Obviously. He didn't just... And how do you know that he punched you because... he thought you were doing things with his girlfriend? Did you, like, explain that afterwards?
The mirror forward, her jaw dropped. There was no wall behind the mirror, just a deep, dark hole. A hole large enough for someone to crawl through.
I need more answers. I have to go in and figure out what is on the other side of my bathroom. Like, what if someone's living in there?
With the roommates watching, she decided to see what was inside. Samantha strapped a flashlight to her head and climbed into the hole. She also grabbed a hammer for protection. What she found at the other end of the tunnel was super creepy. There was an entire apartment hidden behind her wall, and it made her wonder, what if someone was living there? The apartment had 3 bedrooms. Pipes and wires hung from the ceiling. The floor was damaged. The kitchen and bathroom didn't work. Then she saw something that made her freak out.
John, there's trash bags and stuff
Those trash bags suggested that someone might be living there. There was also a water bottle on the floor. It looked fresh. Like,
what the fuck? What the heck? What the fuck is going on? She has essentially another apartment, essentially in there. Then when the crowd got around, he saw his girlfriend with someone else. Yeah, that is just assault. That's assault. What the heck? Well, I don't know. That's ridiculous behavior.
Someone drank from it recently. Samantha kept moving, constantly checking over her shoulder.
I did find myself having to remind myself that there could be somebody.
She even found the front door to the hidden apartment. She quickly locked it from the inside. She climbed back through the hole and into her bathroom.
Okay, great. I'm gonna go ahead and lock this door. Made it out alive. My landlord's getting a really fun phone call tomorrow.
Samantha's TikTok videos about the apartment behind her bathroom went viral. The video is...
That is crazy. That is crazy. Imagine having another, like, multiple rooms behind your bathroom again. That is so scary. If somebody could access that, that's so scary. That is so scary. When that bitch saw his girlfriend with someone else, he realized that he got the wrong guy. I know how to fuck someone legally, and you should fuck him. Pause. Legally, of course. For sure. What the heck? I just need to fix my eye first. Yeah, go ahead and do that. That bro has to pay.
Got over 20 million views. People in the comment section were scared for her. They thought whoever lived there might come after her. Samantha's story even made the news.
On New at 11 tonight, a hole in the wall behind a bathroom mirror led to a secret room.
Experiencing viral fame after documenting a mysterious discovery behind the bathroom mirror in her New York apartment.
Then she got invited to the Ellen Show.
From New York City, please welcome Samantha Hart.
Just by finding all that fame, by finding a room behind your bathroom. Crazy.
So, hello, Samantha.
So how did the story end? Did Samantha ever find out who was living behind her wall? Samantha said she asked her landlord, but he didn't know anything about the hidden apartment. For her...
Wait. The landlord does not know about... The man owning the building does not know about the hidden apartment. The fuck? Burn thy labubu. Fucking burn the house just as well.
Safety, they decided to cement the mirror to the wall. Better safe than sorry, right? This next creepy TikTok attracted the attention of the FBI. The mystery of Bon Skinny. In 2018...
Bon Skinny? Uh-oh, where are we going with this one?
A TikToker named Bonnie started getting attention for her weird content. Bonnie never showed her real face. In every video, she wore a clown mask with a creepy smile. The mask had the words, "I like sweets," written across the forehead.
Well, I'm Bonnie. Well, I don't like you.
At first, Bonnie filmed dance videos in her garage, but as her followers increased, the tone of her content shifted. She started filming in a new location she called the Forever Room.
This is my forever room. This is where I live, and no one really knows that I live here.
That's when she filmed her creepiest video. One day, Bonnie made a thank you video for her followers, but her words were jump.
Oh, nah, bro. Forever Room sounds... You know what Forever Room sounds like? That you're freaking, like, trapped there, break the wall, and check it out easy. Well, yeah, obviously. But it's weird that the landlord didn't know that there was another apartment. Maybe the landlord is actually the one.
Humbled, like a child struggling to speak.
I'm just so happy that people think that I'm, I don't know, pretty. And I'm just so happy that... And I love you guys so much.
Then she said something that scared her viewers.
And without you guys, I would do things And I just love you guys so much. I would do things that are bad.
She said without her followers, she would do things that are bad. It felt less like gratitude and more like a warning. Like her followers were the only thing stopping her from doing something she would regret.
Yes, forever room, aka solitary confinement. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Well, this could refer to multiple things. This could refer to crime, but also to self-deletion.
There, her content got stranger. She played with dolls, making them talk to each other. One of the dolls looked exactly like Bonnie.
One of the dolls bears a resemblance to Bonnie's mask, complete with the same "I love sweets" line written on her forehead.
Viewers noticed how the other dolls treated the Bonnie doll.
There are other dolls present, and they seem to bully the Bonnie doll over her appearance.
In another clip, Bonnie showed pictures of fashion models with their faces crossed out. She also scribbled on the pictures like a child, something about being pretty or ugly. Viewers thought this was a cry for help. One wrote, "I'm genuinely worried about this person. I really hope this catches the attention of either the police or a therapist." Then came the bathroom video. Bonnie was pounding on the bathroom door, begging to be let out. Her viewers panicked. One wrote, "This isn't a joke anymore. Please find her location and call the police." People even tagged the FBI and CIA. Her videos kept getting worse, especially when a mysterious person named Mr. Man appeared. Bonnie posted drawings.
Mr. Man. Serial deleter, possibly.
Of the two of them together. Here's one of them. Mr. Man wore a strange mask and never showed his real face. In one video, Bonnie seemed afraid of him.
Hi guys. Hey, sorry. Mr. Mint's not really happy. We gotta hurry this up.
In one Instagram post, Bonnie was sitting inside a dog cage, and it seemed Mr. Man put her there.
Hi, this is Bonnie's foster father. Bonnie is safe and sound and at the house with me currently.
The post ended with "Do not call the cops. Thank you." Bonnie's followers were convinced she was being held captive, so they tagged the FBI over and over again. Not long after, Bonnie reappeared. Her voice was calm and normal, not the childlike tone viewers were used to.
She is in her kennel, as this is my form of punishment. As some of you know, Bonnie ran away from her housing.
Shortly after, she deleted all her social media accounts, and that's when the truth came out. The entire thing was fake. It was performance.
Obviously, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. It's fake. Okay, yeah. Makes sense.
Art. Bonnie allegedly had a facial condition that made her insecure, so Bonnie's content was an art project to enable her to express feelings she couldn't say outright. Mr. Man wasn't real either, just another character she invented. What seemed like a desperate cry for help was just a performance. Or was it? Up next is a case that affected many innocent people. Manchester nightlife. In December 2023, a TikTok titled "Manchester Nightlife 1 AM" started making the rounds. It looked like normal nightlife content, but there was something sinister going on in that clip. The video opened with a woman standing on the street. She wasn't aware that she was being filmed. Then the camera switched to two other women.
Interesting. So we're filming women without the consent now? Hi, Samax. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. It's over. You were probably quite busy, right? Was Little Apple studying? Or that's what they want us to think, maybe.
Women. None of these women knew they were being recorded. The camera got really close to them. They were extreme close-ups showing inappropriate angles. The same pattern repeats. More women, more angles, always without the women realizing. And this was only one of hundreds of such clips. The person filming was a 27-year-old man from Bradford, but his name never came out. This guy bought Ray-Ban glasses with a hidden camera. Then he wandered into busy nightlife areas recording women. The glasses made it impossible to tell he was filming. When he had enough footage, he uploaded it to TikTok. It was all under an account called Walking in China. The bio read, "Record the nightlife of..."
Damn. No, went to the event, dummy. Do you enjoy? Do you have fun? Hopefully. Unlike other people today that definitely need to get revenge. Nice. I didn't know it was today. Why are you calling me a dummy? I didn't even know what that was today. You deserve an ass beating for this. Like a genuine spanking.
the city. The original account is gone, but this is a backup we found. The account exploded. 350,000 followers, 14 million views, and over 11,000 comments. And most of the comments were crude remarks about the women. This was clearly wrong, but somehow it stayed under the radar and it went on for months. People filmed without their knowledge, posting, growing an audience, until one woman saw.
This is so weird. Why are you a creepy filming the women without their consent? But at this point, so many people get filmed without their consent, it doesn't even matter at this point. It was so fun. My dress so much. Oh, I loved my dress so much. The waist was wasting. The collarbone was collarboning. On point. Good that you had some fun. Pretty woman was pretty womaning in this case. Really nice.
Saw herself in the videos. Amy Adams was scrolling TikTok when she spotted herself in one of the nightlife videos. Before she could process her shock, she saw another clip of herself. Reading the comments, she realized exactly what the account was doing, and she wasn't gonna let them get away with it.
Right, I have to talk about this account because it's so creepy, and this is the second video I have been in.
Her warning video got 500,000 views. Other women checked the account, and many of them found themselves in the creepy clips. They felt violated. One
That is so weird, bro. Get out of here. Creeps be creeping.
Said, I didn't see him. I didn't know I was being recorded. I can't believe I've been targeted in that way. Another put it this way.
Well, one, it didn't seem like he was videoing our outfits or night out or anything like that. It was following us right behind, across the road, in front of us, loads of different angles.
Looking for, like, shots that might be very compromising. The diet paid off, though I ate like crazy today. Makes sense though. I mean, this is a special occasion. Why would you not eat like crazy? I see no issue.
Women bombarded the police with complaints. The story made headlines. One read, Manchester nightlife videos. Women feel unsafe after being secretly filmed. As more people complained, TikTok deleted the nightlife account, but that wasn't the end. Police were determined to find the person who filmed these creepy videos. Police discovered that the guy wasn't just posting the videos on TikTok. He was also running a Patreon charging $16.
Patreon? Oh, what's next? An OF? Fansly? An Instagram?
$1 a month for inappropriate clips. These were all shots that zoomed in on women all without their knowledge.
People can film in the public. It's not illegal to do that. But we're going to look on a case-by-case basis. That can be classed as stalking, harassment, or public order offences.
Officers admitted the law was frustratingly limited, but they stressed that everyone has the right to feel safe on a night out, and these videos stripped that safety away. In November 2024, police finally identified the man behind the videos. They arrested him in Bradford in the UK. His name was never made public. Patreon shut down his page, but some women in those clips still felt uncomfortable.
Now when I go out, I am looking out for this cameraman, which isn't something which I would ever thought would be something I would have.
People need to ask you consent before posting your face online. Yeah, I think so at least. Sometimes, I don't know how it is here in Germany. Can't tell.
To look out for.
Up next is a TikTok video that helped solve a murder. The suitcase on the.
Oh, I think I remember this one. People were fishing out the suitcase and like incredible stench came from it. I think I remember this one.
Beach. This TikTok video shocked millions.
Oh yeah, I remember this one. This was like around the Randonautica, like around when the Randonautica, whatever this is called, trend started. Yeah. And people had weird experiences when using this app.
The caption read, Randonautica sent us to this part of the beach, and we found this black suitcase. The video begins with 3 teenagers exploring a quiet beach, 2 girls and a boy. They notice something wedged between the rocks.
Guys, we found a suitcase at the beach.
They thought they found something valuable, so they were determined to open it.
So we just found this suitcase, and we're gonna get it. Okay, so they're like opening it up with the sticks.
But when the suitcase
Yeah, I remember this one. This case I remember very well. That was a thing.
Finally opens, their mood changes instantly. Inside is a black garbage bag. It smells horrible. One girl backs away and dials 911.
Okay, so she's calling the police so we can see if it's actually a dead body or it's just
food.
Well, it wasn't food. Turns out 2 bodies were stuffed into that suitcase. What started as a
2 bodies. That stench must have burnt their eyebrows off.
TikTok video was now evidence of a crime. The teens didn't just stumble across the suitcase by chance. They were led there by an app called Randonautica. This app gives users random GPS coordinates to explore new places.
It's a geocaching app, and it uses number generation to take you on an adventure, and you set your intentions, and it gives you a coordinate, and you go.
The teens tried the app, and it sent them to a beach about 10 minutes away. They filmed their trip, found the suitcase, and called 911.
What were the intentions? What did they write as intention? I'm curious.
When police opened the plastic bag in the suitcase, they found human remains. Their TikTok video went viral, amassing 4 million views. TikTok eventually deleted the video, but by then it had already spread to other platforms. The comments were split. Some doubted it, saying it can hardly take it serious the way they made a TikTok out of it. Others pointed out clues trying to solve the mystery. Anyone else extra freaked out by how the suitcase looks new and not water damaged at all? Soon the news picked it up.
A viral social media video claims to show the discovery of human remains near Alki.
Before long, the police identified the victims. It was a woman and her boyfriend who mysteriously went missing some time ago. The police even had a suspect.
The motive is not entirely clear, but the evidence is suggesting that this all happened because the couple were unable to pay rent.
Police believe the landlord.
So they were deleted because they weren't able to pay rent, which also makes them not able to pay rent. Hi guys. Hi Shine Duck. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
Landlord took their lives, stuffed them in a suitcase, and dumped them in the ocean. All because the couple didn't pay their rent. 2 months later, the landlord was arrested. In 2023, he was sentenced to 46 years in prison.
Yeah, he's not gonna make it through those 46 years for sure. Maybe our game today I got on the rares, one of the rare dragons, the blue dragon. Nice, awesome, congratulations.
The victims' families finally got closure, all because of a TikTok on the beach. Up next is a TikTok video about nightmares. The cursed number.
The cursed number, huh? How could this get more disturbing than murder?
This TikTok was unsettling from the very first second. It appeared in December 2024, and the caption was, "I am afraid," with a number. The girl in the video, named Lily, said she found something online called the cursed number, and she was planning to test it that night. But what was this cursed number? The number was 690452, also known as the heaven or hell number, or the devil's digits. The story was that if you wrote that number on your wrist before going to sleep, strange things would happen. They said you'll see creepy things in your dreams like demons, dark alleys, and giants.
Write that number on your wrist, and you will get pegged by your sleep paralysis demon. Easy. Suspects look like punks in the photos. They might have. And even got an orange shark. Nice orange shark. 36. Grandpa got 8 years left. 46. Not 36.
Monsters. But the worst part was this.
If something happens to you in the dream, like, you don't make it, the legend says it could be permanent in real life too.
Thousands of people heard about it. Some, including Lily, decided to test it. Lily came up with a system so people would know what happened afterward. She created 4 profile pictures as warning signs. One picture meant the curse was fake. Another meant it was real, but she was alive. The third meant she was sleeping. And the fourth meant she passed away. In that case, her sister would set that profile picture. All viewers needed to do was check Lily's TikTok account the next morning. And the profile picture would tell them everything. But what ended up happening shocked everyone. That night, Lily wrote 690452 on her wrist and went to bed. The next morning, thousands checked her profile picture. It was the 4th image, the dead sign. According to Lily's code, that meant the curse had unalived her. The day after, Lily...
Yeah, that's fake. Let's be honest. Unless it isn't. Unless somebody, heard that, found her, deleted her. I'll write it. Let's see. Rip Cricket. I got 2 of the biggest pets in the game too. Nice.
Sister posted an update. Hi, I'm Jennifer, Lily's older sister. She woke up but is in the hospital. I hope everything is fine. Thanks for the people who cared. 2 days later on Christmas Eve, there was another update. It read, guys, unfortunately, my sister died tonight. Thanks for all the people who believed in her. Her sister even added a date and a dove emoji to the bio, like a memorial. The comments were filled with messages like rest in peace and she's in a better place now. Whether this was true or not, Lily wasn't the only one.
Yeah, I don't believe this is true. Let's be honest. I got a red one of it and a green one too. Nice. Yeah, I don't think this is real. This is fake, very much so.
Who tested the cursed number. After Lily's video, another TikToker named Miriam decided to try it too, but Miriam was skeptical.
This trend going on where you write this number thing on your wrist, then you go to sleep, then you'll be stuck in your dream and never wake up again. I didn't believe any of this.
Miriam wrote the number on her wrist and filmed herself before bed. That night, she dreamed she was trapped in what she described as a Squid Game backrooms nightmare. She couldn't escape.
However, I was still stuck in that place and I couldn't get out. To the point I felt like more than 5 hours have passed and I'm still in that place.
Luckily, she found a way to wake up.
But then I got up the stairs and finally I found the door that I opened and then I woke up.
Her video got over 500 comments. One said, I tried that one time and I got into a lucid dream. Others dismissed it, leaving comments like this trend is not real. Maybe it's just a scary TikTok story. Maybe it's something.
Yeah, it's just a scary TikTok story. Let's be honest, which one do you like? The red one.
Else. But even now, 690452 is still listed on Urban Dictionary as the cursed number. The next TikTok was filmed in an isolated location.
Yeah, the murder TikTok was worse, I'll be real.
The abandoned theater. In January 2020, a TikToker named Brendan decided to explore an abandoned theater. Then he filmed the experience and uploaded it onto TikTok. The caption was, "This was so dangerous." The theater was abandoned in 1996 because people believed it was haunted. Unfortunately, Brendan couldn't get into the theater.
A haunted theater? Interesting, very interesting, huh? Let's see.
Because the doors were locked, but there was a strange eye symbol painted on the wall outside. The video got 1.7 million views, 330,000 likes, and thousands of comments. One viewer wrote, I dreamt about an abandoned theater. This looks so similar to the one in my dream. But Brendan wasn't done with the spooky theater. A week later, he went back to do some more exploring. This time, he was able to get inside. He found something interesting, an old piano sitting center stage. Brendan claimed a girl passed away on that stage years ago, and that her ghost might still play the piano. Suddenly, Brendan saw something that spooked him. He turned and bolted out of the theater. The video ended abruptly, but that made it even creepier. Soon, exploring creepy abandoned places became Brendan's main content.
Yeah, I think he may have just taken that with the hype. This seems pretty okay-ish for now. And they both will grow to the biggest pets in the game. Cool, cool. I'm walking 3 dogs, and suddenly they saw Coyote and went crazy. Oh, that's... Stop writing that number.
In one video, he visited a deserted bread factory with an underground tunnel. And in almost every video, something happened to make viewers panic. At the bread factory, he got lost in the tunnels.
Unnerved followers began asking Brendan if he needed help.
So, you're saying you're ready to die? I am ready to die. My goal to get the red bird, get the red burb.
But he didn't respond, simply uploading more videos over the next few days.
Each location seemed darker than the last. Fans noticed his captions were changing too,
featuring variations of the words, "Where am I? Wake up, help," and "run."
Finally, he posted what some believed was his goodbye.
Brendan posted a final video explaining that it was time for him to wake up and rejoin the real world.
His followers waited for him to explain what was happening, but Brendan didn't. He just disappeared from TikTok, leaving everyone confused. Months later, the truth was revealed. It isn't clear exactly how it leaked. It turned out that Brendan's videos were not real. They were part of an alternate reality game. Every chilling caption,
Obviously, once again, I'm not surprised. And the scorpion from the Scorpion Boss, nice.
Close call, every paranormal encounter was planned. Many times it seemed his life was at risk, but it was all staged. Still, knowing it was staged didn't make the videos any less creepy. And judging by the comments, plenty of viewers are still haunted by the videos. My friends, some things are better left without answers. Visual Venture. If you guys thought these TikToks were creepy, there are videos that take things even further. If you want to see the creepiest...
That's pretty much the end of it. I'm not... To be fair, the dead bodies in the suitcase would have probably been... should have probably been on the last place, but it is what it is. I'm just like... The last two weren't that crazy, I'll be real. However, the murder was very interesting, and how the app essentially led them to it. I still wonder what they put in as like their reasoning, and then what the app, you know, produced the location for that. Interesting. Just really, really interesting. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. But it had a very low chance to get the egg. Plus, I need a really strong pet. Strong pet too. You know what? While we're already at the horror topic, we might as well do the one that Dear's friend suggested, I guess. Might as well. He got isekai'd. He was acting like he got isekai'd, essentially. I think that's the one, basically. There's somehow 7 parts of Marcus. There's somehow 7 parts of Marcus. Is this man going to force me to react to all 7 parts? Is that what is going on? Is that what this man will do? Just saying. Anyways. We might as well do the next horror thing. Might as well, right? It was recommended by a new viewer. We might as well, you know, do it. But my dragon is close to adult, so yeah. Good. Big dragon. Cat. My homie is next to me too. The big homie. The homie claimer of cat food. Anyways. 10 scary videos that are insane by Nuke's top 5. We'll look at that. Let's see. Let's see how scary they truly are. We'll see. I think I reacted once to Nuke's top 5. That's it though. We'll see.
A woman named Natalie who lives in the UK with her family says that lately strange things have been happening in their home. Natalie says that recently they have been doing renovations in their older house, and she believes that all of the activity might have disturbed something in the home. Something dark and sinister. One night while her son is sleeping, this happens.
What the heck? Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? Huh? Guys, chicken soup helps with pain. That's good. That's good. We'll test that out.
Believes that all of the activity might have disturbed something in the home. Something dark and sinister. One night while her son is sleeping, this happens.
What the heck? The fuck is happening to this little boy? Huh? I mean, this could just be like reversed, right? But it looks weird that something would be weird. There's also a lot of like, that's I think a baby bottle. That might be a baby bottle. Let help this little guy.
Some unseen force seems to grab Natalie's son by his ankle and pull him right off the bed. The boy cries, and as if he is speaking to someone that we can't see, he says, "I don't like it. No." Natalie says,
"No, do not touch the little guy." The fuck? Huh?
That her son then ran into their bedroom crying and said that there was a man in his room. Obviously, we can see that there was no man in his room, so just who or what pulled the boy's leg? You decide. Reality check. Now, before we start with this video, it needs a little bit of explanation. So the Quest 3 VR headset has a mixed reality mode where it can scan your room, including all furniture, and it will actually project your game on.
Wait, this is okay. An ad for VR. Well, I'm still waiting for the Nerf gear. Thank you.
To the walls, ceiling, and furniture of your own house. This tech uses infrared light and depth sensors to only detect things in the room, and it's actually very accurate. So Reddit user Moki is playing a kid's game.
Never mind, it's not an ad. I thought bro was going into an ad.
Called First Encounter, where you shoot at puffy little aliens that virtually run around your house. But her Quest VR headset is picking up something very strange in her home.
What the fuck, huh?
Now again, it bears mentioning that Moki is playing a kid's game. This is not a ghost game. And
What? Okay, that's very concerning. I mean, that could have been edited in, but it's somehow, but that is concerning. That is very, very concerning. That is very concerning.
whatever that is should not be there. The Quest VR headset has detected something very strange in her hallway. Something shadowy that looks like a man standing there in a dark hood or robe. So just what do you think that her VR headset was picking up? Let me know. The Midnight...
Yeah, I'd burn the VR headset. I'll be real. I'd burn the VR headset. Get the cross. You gotta burn it. You gotta dump the VR headset in some holy water. The fuck?
Messenger. Jennifer is taking care of her elderly mother who is critically ill. One night, she sees something on her mother's bedroom video monitor that gives her goosebumps.
Okay.
Did you hear it? In the middle of the night, a quiet little female voice seems to whisper, "Come," and the elderly woman seems to raise her hands and responds, "Okay." Then again, we hear the quiet little voice clearly say, "Mama."
Okay.
The woman...
What the f- Get Granny out of here! Any tests tomorrow? Good luck. Get Granny out of there. Out of this room. I think it's the angels calling her. Thank you.
His daughter Jennifer says that she believes that this is the voice of her sister who passed away in 2017. She believes that her sister is there to comfort their mom as she passes over to the other side.
Okay.
By the way, Jennifer's family has recently had a lot of bad news, with both her elderly father and mother sadly becoming critically ill. If you'd like to help them, you can check out their GoFundMe at this link, which you can also find down in the...
Oh, what a nice guy. What a nice guy. At least he does that. That's cool.
Video description. Scratching the surface. Tara Rule says that as a child, she lived in a haunted house. She says that as she grew up, she believes that some strange paranormal entity from the house attached itself to her.
I'm going to tell you a ghost story. It's a true ghost story. And I believe that whatever it is has followed me here.
Tara says that she often finds all of the cabinets in her kitchen open. She also says that her cat sometimes seems spooked and will actually just hide for no reason.
I always question this, right? By burning the Nerf gear, you release the by burning the VR headset, true and real, actually. See, I always question, do animals see things that we do not? Like, for some odd reasons, do animals see things that we do not? I always question this. Or do animals feel things that we do not? Don't play with old people. They look scary, scarier than the ghosts. It's just my idea. Huh? Guys, if my VR sees something like that tomorrow, what should I do? Tell your parents, that's the first thing.
But Tara says that lately, things in her house have started to get even spookier.
I'm on the phone with my stepdad today, right? And he goes, "Who's there with you?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Who's there with you?" I was like, "No one, why?" And he's like, "Who's that guy talking?" I'm like, "I'm here completely alone. What do you mean?" He's like, "There's a man talking, like just as loud as you right now." And I was like, "I don't hear anything." And then he said it stopped.
But it gets even weirder, because you see, recently scratches have...
Could it happen that something interfered? Could be, I don't know. Weird.
...started to form on Tara's windows, but not on the inside. Tara has noticed that there are now strange deep scratches on the outside of the windows of her apartment on the 2nd floor.
So bad news, there's new scratches. Again, these are on the outside of the windows, and I'm on the 2nd floor. You can tell me what you think it says.
I mean, yeah, I see them, but who says you haven't put them there? You yourself haven't put them there. But this would be... Okay, well... I mean, this could have also been an animal, but if you were to go outside... If you were to go outside, you would need a ladder to do that. I don't know if that would be worth the effort. Though for a few views for that TikTok, sweet TikTok money, maybe. Weird! Such talk, I'll say, "Hi, how are you?" I'd run. Answer to your answer, Pokin, no and yes. Maybe they are seeing ghosts.
I don't know what it says, but...
However, you would need to to scratch a window with your finger. It can't be with the fingernails, that's for sure. Somebody or something has to use something else, huh? Most animals don't even see color, right? They're always the part humans can't be in their head, so who knows what they think or see.
It looks like it's like 4 letters, maybe. Again, this is on the outside of the window, you can see. 2nd floor. But I'll show you, these are definitely on the outside of the window, because I can wipe and wipe and wipe, and they're 100% on the outside. The only other like weird-ish thing to note is I've been hearing like loud noises.
Huh? Well, we don't know if that opened, but it opened.
Am I f***ing? That's Jackie. Oh my god, thank god.
I'll be completely ahead of tomorrow's Monday, back to fucking school. Yeah, it is rough, but you gotta do it. School is important. I'll be real. If something behind me opened, I'd be gone. I'd be gone. I'd be calling the Ghostbusters. I'd be calling the police. I'd be calling, the fucking US military. I'd be calling the entirety of the European Union, because I am gone after this one.
God, Jackie! I'm sorry, dude. You just scared the holy out of me.
As Tara is showing...
Oh, you might be quite holy. Yeah, you might need holy stuff here. God damn it. Yeah, that cat would have... Yeah.
The new scratches that have formed on her windows, she actually manages to capture one of the kitchen cabinets opening all on its own. Understandably, she is a bit freaked out. To this day, Tara Rule still experiences strange activity in her apartment, and she found new scratches on her windows just days ago. If you see something that you think would be perfect for the top 5, email me at nukestop5@gmail.com. You can also tag me on TikTok at nukestop5official, and be sure to tag me only at nukestop5official because there are a lot of fake accounts on there. The other side. Brother and sister Josh and Crystal are doing a paranormal investigation at the notoriously haunted Hotel del Coronado in San Diego, California. The old hotel opened in 1888, and over the last 137 years, workers and visitors at the hotel claim to have witnessed multiple paranormal incidents and sightings. There are constant reports of lights flickering, televisions turning on and off, and things flying off shelves. Josh and Crystal see something in a side room and try to catch it on film. It doesn't really work, but they do catch something even creepier.
It's okay. I can see you.
Yeah, conveniently the shadow is behind. Conveniently. I love them too. I believe 0 now. I mean, yeah, true. And to be fair, we don't really care if they're real, to be honest. I mean, if there's a small chance that they're real, that'd be cool though. And terrifying. Yeah, conveniently behind the corner, right?
Come to me. Are you a little boy? It's okay. Come here. It's okay. I don't know if my eyes are playing tricks on me, but it looks like it's going like back and forth. See a movie? See a movie? It's okay.
No, wait. Come back.
Where?
No, you come back. Go straight. Look straight. Towards me. No. Turn towards me like you were earlier. Put your back towards me.
As Crystal attempts to talk to the spirit of a little boy that she believes haunts the room, suddenly Josh's camera captures the spooky, unexplained shadow of a little...
What the heck? It's probably edited in, let's be honest. It's very much edited in still. What the heck? E upside down, E.
Little child that seems to run right past Crystal from the other side.
Earlier, put your back towards me.
So did Josh and Crystal catch evidence of the supernatural at the old Hotel del Coronado? As always, you decide. Give me shelter. YouTuber Tyson Pierce has a channel dedicated to travel, the outdoors, and basic survival in nature. But on one fateful day, all of his training is put to the ultimate test when something happens that is absolutely terrifying. Tyson is out in the middle of nowhere in Hawkesbury, Ontario, Canada, building what he calls a...
Now this, however, is a setting in which something like that could be way more real. This is a setting where something could be way more convincing than, you know, an old hotel.
Viking turf house survival hut. Tagging along with him to help are his younger brother and his friend. The guys are about halfway through building the Viking hut when suddenly an urgent weather warning comes through on Tyson's phone.
Urgent weather warning? That's concerning.
Environment Canada has issued a severe thunderstorm warning. Mobile coverage area, take cover immediately if threatening.
But he and the boys are in the middle of nowhere with no time to get out of there. Now, before I show this in accordance with YouTube rules, let me note that absolutely no one was hurt in this video. But this frightening scene is what happened as the storm rolled in.
Holy...
What the hell? Oh my god.
Holy sh...
I'm going.
Oh, je pense qu'il y a une tornade.
Non, oui, pardon.
On peut pas se sauver, c'est d'être là. Check.
Ouais, c'est sauvé.
Check.
Qu'est-ce que t'en fais?
Elle s'en vient, reste en dedans.
Non, non, non.
En dedans, en dedans. Non, on peut pas, il est trop tard. En dedans. Reste en dessous. Tornado. Tornado. Stay low. Stay low. Stay low. Stay low. Stay. Stay. Stay low.
That's concerning. That is very concerning. That is, oh no.
Is it leaving?
No, stay. Stay. Oh, buddy. Stay. Stay. Il est small ball. Stay low. No, we're good.
No, we're dying. We're dying.
No, stay. Bro.
Oh my god. Tice.
Stay.
They managed to get through it? Yeah, that's way more. That is scary. That is a scary video. I agree here. That is a very much scary video. That even gets my adrenaline up. See, if they didn't build that shelter, they'd be gone now. Like, they'd be dead. If they didn't build the shelter, they'd be gone.
Stay, Miguel.
Stay.
We're gonna wait until.
Holy f***.
Please, don't make me.
C'est good, on est good.
But sir, 100%, sir.
Please, God, please.
God, s'il vous plaît. Oh my God, no.
Stay low. Stay.
No.
Holy f***. Stay. Please, God, please.
God, please.
C'est good, on est good.
On est good.
On est good. On est correct. On est correct, guys. On est good. S'il vous plaît.
That's a truly unsettling video. Sudden tornado ruined the picnic. Why must you be so why must you be so chill about this? That feeling is uncomfortable. Watching this.
Now again, let me repeat that in accordance with YouTube rules, none of these guys were hurt. Because of
Nobody was touched because they built the shelter. Nothing happened.
the amazing stability of Tyson's shelter, everyone survived and made it out without a scrape. Tyson returns a few days after the storm to check out his shelter and the surrounding woods.
That's my cabin. 2 trees. Two. That's my cabin right there.
Would you look at that? It survived the tree crashing down on it. Not bad. Huh.
That is insane. Oh, that's snap though. Snap. I need to clear the trees. That's snap there as well.
The trees around the shelter have been uprooted and blown to the ground, but the shelter is still there. The guys are even able to find their bikes buried under one of the downed trees.
Oh, yes. Oh my god, no way.
Bro.
Our bikes are good. Wow.
Good spot.
My bike.
Our bikes are good.
So see, the bikes are fine too. I think we're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. I don't know where this one is from. I don't understand.
Tyson's amazing nature shelter actually saved their lives. He considers it a blessing that they were all able to escape without injury.
Thank you.
The night visitor. In the city of Gwalior in India, something very strange has been happening. Multiple people
Not India again. That's where all the true crime stuff comes from. Help.
have recorded CCTV footage of a strange woman wrapped head to toe in traditional Indian clothing who seems to roam the streets late at night ringing random doorbells before just vanishing without a trace. It is said that animals react strangely to the woman.
Sleepwalking granny? Or just crazy granny?
Often running in fear. On one late night, a family in Gwalior records the woman walking down their street.
वो भैया देखो जी घंटी भी बजाई है इसपे जी घंटी बजाई देखो जी तमन आंटी की हाँ नहीं भैया इसकी थाने में सूचना देनी पड़ेगी हाँ भैया जी वही है
I mean, I'd be concerned too when the random woman would just walk around and ring bells. Or knock on my door. I'd be concerned too. That'd be terrifying.
A bull in the alley runs away in fear as the woman approaches. And then as she rings one of the doorbells, her arm seems to stretch in a bizarre, inhuman way.
I mean, that could have just been lag if it wasn't. What the fuck? Is she made of fucking Luffy?
Now, no one knows who the woman is or why she repeats this strange behavior night after night. Some residents of the town believe that she might be some sort of spirit, especially since police have been called multiple times to the scene. But when they arrive, the woman can never be found. Just outside your...
I mean, they would have found fingerprints, right? Because I don't think she's wearing gloves.
Window. It's late one night when three brothers are asleep in their room. They wake up to a strange sound that seems to be coming from their window.
What was that, bro? Nah, bro, chill, bro. Hold it down. Bro, are you serious? Germ.
What the fuck? Wait a minute. I didn't catch nothing. I didn't catch nothing, okay? It's from Wizard of Oz. Was a very famous line when the tornado carried the house of Dorothy the heroine. The tornado dropped her house softly at the land of Oz. She said the line to Toto, her dog. Yeah, I've watched that one in essentially. I probably like lost as like a really little kid.
Their window.
Well, we can't see anything, but it was clearly something because we could hear it. What the fuck?
What was that, bro? Nah, bro, chill, bro. Hold it down. Bro, are you serious? Germ. Bro, it's coming from like there. Bro, but it's hot. No, germ. I don't care. No. No.
What the heck? The fuck?
Care. No.
Yeah, that was an authentic male scream. I'm sorry. That is a real video because my man screamed like a girl. That was authentic. Oh, okay. Somebody's outside the window. We can hear it again. Somebody's outside of that window. So, nah, bro, for real, chill.
Wake up to a strange sound that seems to be coming from their window.
Something's shaking the window, right? Something is shaking on the window. It could be a homeless dude, right? It could be a homeless dude. It could be an animal, right? Or some other crazy intruder.
What was that, bro? Nah, bro, chill, bro. Hold it down. Bro, are you serious? Germ. Bro, it's coming from like there. Bro, but it's hot.
What do you mean, but it's hot? Dude, if something's... Yeah, it's hard. Yet they're covered in blankets. Homie, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's hot. That's no longer an excuse of like something shaking out the window.
No, germ. I don't care. No. No.
The boys have the fright of their life as they hear and see someone or something looking into their window, and they run from the room screaming. Unfortunately, the clip was posted without a source, so we just
Poey was screaming like a girl, though.
Have to wonder what they saw. And even scarier, we have to worry that these shaky bunk beds will someday come crashing down and crush that guy on the bottom bunk. Oh no.
Yeah, that's probably the scariest part. Bro is dying. 10 out of 10 for that scream. Yeah.
8 lives. This next video was sent in by hundreds of Nuke Stop 5 viewers, but unfortunately no one had a link to the original source. So the story goes that the owner's cat had recently passed away, but they believed that her ghost was haunting her old play cat tower. They claim they set up a camera and caught this spooky footage.
Yeah, that'd be quite concerning that that went off. Let me look for potential cuts here.
This spooky footage.
Can't detect anything. TLDR, for this one specifically, cat died. And is now a ghost, apparently. There were a bunch of there were a bunch of just scary videos. That's literally it. Nah. Nah. That's fake.
Now, I have no source on this video, and I'm certainly not saying it's a quote-unquote real video of a ghost cat, but it's definitely kinda creepy, and some animal lovers say that they actually find the video very comforting. But let me know what you think.
Nah, that's not comforting. I'll be real, that's not comforting. Nah.
Scary videos. So as usual, these are videos that were sent in that didn't really fit in the rest of the list. They're either a bit silly, a bit funny, or just kinda weird. So, Kaylee Shreve is working her shift at a Victoria's Secret store and she goes to take a restroom break. But things start
Flying bra. I'm predicting it. Flying bra.
To get very weird.
I swear to God, this hand dryer just turned on by itself. And that's how far, like, this is how far away I am from it. Turn on again if there's somebody here with me. I will shit on myself right now. I'm not even wiping my ass.
Now that was...
Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, that'd be concerning. Good night, lovelies. Get scared for me. I got other streams to catch. Take care, Cricket. Have fun.
It's truly disturbing. And let's hope that one of Kaylee's coworkers had a wet wipe or something.
I will shit on myself right now. I'm not even wiping my ass.
Next up.
I need that again. I need that again.
Let's hope that one of Kaylee's coworkers had a wet wipe or something.
I will shit on myself right now. I'm not even wiping my ass.
Next up.
This woman stood up with a dirty up there and be like, nah, I'm not wiping that shit. That's crazy.
TikToker RCA is exploring an old abandoned house that is said to be haunted. he encounters something lurking in the decaying house that shocks him to his core.
Yeah, I'd be gone. There's either an animal or a dude in here.
What the f? Yo, what the f?
What is that? What is that? She didn't hesitate, nah. What is it? Wait, is that a crow but bald?
What the f? Yo, what the f?
So it's only a black vulture, but these birds usually feed off dead.
A vulture. Okay, I was like, wait a minute. Wait, why would a vulture be in here?
Dead things. So what if there's something dead in that? No, there's probably not. There's probably nothing in there. Anyway, and finally, there's nothing worse than when you rent a nice Airbnb and the owner decides to drop by to say hello. Especially if they drop by like this.
What the hell? Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah.
You're the people that I let the house to, right?
Yeah.
You're here on holiday?
Yeah, who are you?
Yeah, bro. I'd be concerned. I'd be very concerned. I'd be very, very concerned.
I own the house. I'm Richard.
What are you doing? What oven it, yeah? Is that a...
I was thinking about going and having a shower now.
Where's your trousers?
Where's bro's pants? What the fuck? Wait, bro, when did you take a shower? Why is he here? He lent the house to them. The fuck, huh?
Where's your trousers?
If it's not inconvenient right now, I'd like to use the bathroom.
Excuse me, we've rented this house from you.
Yeah, well, any problems?
No, there's no problems, mate. Just like...
With the house?
Well, yeah, I'm happy with the house, but like, what are you doing here?
I live here. Look.
Okay, but like, what are you doing, mate? Where's my privacy?
No, but
so hold a minute, yeah. Whilst we're sleeping, yeah, you're going out in the kitchen.
Yeah, well, I've got to put my dirty plates out there.
What are you just in a jail in there? And where's your clothes gone? Where's your clothes?
They're in the washing machine.
What the heck? Poor homie. Wait, so he lent the house to them, but he still lives there. That makes no sense. Bro really needed the cash. Like, that'd be creepy if like this old man just walks around in the place that I just like rented essentially. What the fuck?
Put the stuff in the washing machine. I hope you don't mind.
Well, no, but it's a bit weird. What's happening? What's happening here?
Look, this should be no problem. I'm not going to interfere with you.
But you're interfering with me now.
No. This is unfortunate. I do all this at night.
I think the no pants is the most disturbing part for me. So that's all for this week. Thanks for watching, and hopefully I'll see you back again next time.
That was the last one was weird and oddly concerning. If a dude just runs around the house and I didn't even know. Like, why are you renting a place that you actually live in? That makes no sense. Why would you be doing that? For what reason? The fuck? That is crazy work, the last one. That is genuinely crazy work. Yeah, I think the one with the most authenticity was certainly the 3 dot guys getting scared. And screaming like little girls. You can't fake that. If a man screams like a little girl, you can't fake that. No chance. Anyways, don't get spooked. Like, comment, subscribe, or I will spook you. Alright. I think we got room for one more. Let me check what we still have. We got room for one more. I think. What do we have here? What do we still have? Let me see. Something that's rather interesting. Let me see. We're not gonna... Should we watch?
War is hell.
No.
Sounds of gunfire.
Not that one. Should we watch? Nah, that's way too long. We're gonna do... Let's see. First of all, water, and then I'll decide. I got it. I got what we're picking. I got it.
So we just...
This one sounds interesting. This one sounds interesting. Let's look at that one. Let's look at that one as like the final one. Let's do it. Info into abusing steroids at 20 shows his blood work. It's not good by Coach Colton. I'm not surprised, to be fair. I'm not surprised that somebody's blood work is terrible when they take steroids at 20. And they're getting younger and younger, the people that use it. Well, this is promoted by Togi. This is promoted by the Trend twins. We get this at this point. Because, right, people want to look like the people they see on social media when they quite literally can't. Even with, like, a God-given body. Anyways, we're going to look at this. Interesting.
So we just made a video talking about the genetic anomaly not too long ago, and if you're unaware who that is, he's the under 22-year-old blasting gear trying to become a professional bodybuilder. While this is a great pursuit in terms of the work ethic involved and how dedicated you have to be, it's also quite a deleterious one. As you know, bodybuilding requires an exceptional amount of steroid use, and that steroid use can lead to oftentimes a lot of awful effects. Some of those...
Yep. Heart failure would be one of those. A severe amount of acne can also be one of those. There's probably lots of other issues that come from that probably as well.
Those in which we covered in our last video were his skin turning purple, his hairline receding, and specifically his unique ability to age quickly. I mean, he...
Yeah, true. Like, the Trend twins look like... quite old. More and more, I'll be real. And yeah, the hair just going tectone is very interesting too.
Is a 21-year-old, 20 years old, let me correct myself, and he looks in his 30s. That's a concern, and the reason that happens is a lengthy one that we covered in the last video, which I recommend you go check out. But
the lion only concerns himself with living a full life, not a long one.
This video, he actually just recently published his health work talking about him being relatively healthy, and I wanted to review it.
I ruined my health at 20 years old. Yeah, surprise, surprise. The lion, once again, does not concern himself with health.
And hopefully use this as a learning moment for you guys, and maybe even him, to look at this blood work and say, okay, here's what's to expect when you're blasting pharmaceuticals, trying to get as muscular as possible. Now, the context for this video, though, is very important because he's just...
Boys, though, if she doesn't want you, you should abuse anabolic steroids. Just saying.
Gotten off gear and probably resumed it after his gyno surgery. So he is going to be at his healthiest...
Wait.
As possible. Now, the context for this video, though, is very important because he's just gotten off gear and probably resumed it after his gynos.
Wait, they took off his moobs? They took up bro's moobs. Bro's moobs are gone. Save the moobs.
surgery. So he is going to be at his healthiest in this unique and specific time compared to other times in the year when he would be currently blasting and then getting blood work, because I assure you it's going to be far worse, and that's something that everyone seems to have forgotten when bringing up this video.
Thankfully my blood work has always been good so far, but I noticed that a lot of people neglect it, and that's what causes most bodybuilders to burn out really young, you know. And if you want to do this for a long time, you need to be careful, you need to watch your health, you need to watch your blood work, and you need to actually monitor that stuff, because when things go out of the range and your markers aren't in line to what they are supposed to be, that's when things start getting bad, you know. That's when you start feeling like shit, that's when you start looking like shit, and that's when you kind of start deteriorating as a fucking person. Your body in that state, when everything is going bad, you can look at it in a way like you're kind of aging faster, you know, because your insides are so stressed.
So I think this is really important, and what he's saying is absolutely true. You should be generally concerned for your health as a bodybuilder, and you should be projecting your health into the future and thinking about how could I be as healthy as possible. Bodybuilding inherently is not healthy. You aren't going to live a long and fruitful life doing bodybuilding. You might shorten it by 5 years, 10 years, maybe 20 years, but it's absolutely not good for you. The amount of food you have to eat, the amount of steroids you need to take, and the other amount of anabolic compounds being taken.
Well, that's why we should promote a healthy way of bodybuilding, which is a bodybuilding without steroids, though that's not something somebody does anymore. And we're not, especially for men nowadays, we're not promoting a healthy body image, as we're now inserting metal rods in our legs just to get taller and taller and taller. By the way, the same dude that is like now like from like 5'7" to like 6'3", also got a PP lengthening surgery too. Everything gets longer, even the PP.
Simultaneously, not to mention the amount of diuretics, the amount of stimulants, and other things that are involved within bodybuilding. All of these things are inherently affecting organ function and tissue health and cost you a lot of time, a lot of really big chunks of time in some people's cases. Now, interestingly, he even mentions the whole aging faster thing, which it's funny to me because people oftentimes use blood work as a justification that they're fine using steroids, just like we see here. But the truth of the matter is, it's similar to a car. And if there's any car guys out there, I'm a big car guy, more of a like motorcycle guy. Like I'm a huge motorcycle guy. If you follow me, you know that I have a whole collection of motorcycles. That's like my thing. That's what I do when I'm off camera, not in the gym. I'm riding motorcycles almost every single night. And the motorcycle's great. It's easy to work on, but the oil is just one little tiny part, one little fraction of the maintenance in terms of checking up on the car.
Who needs a man? Not me, baby. Not me.
There's no oil. So if I check the oil on a motorcycle, that's...
Wait, was that the cooling water, or was that the stuff for like cleaning the windows? What the fuck did you do? Why did you put that there?
Great, but what does the chain look like, right? How's the clutch functioning? Or is the brake master cylinder good? Is the oil, the brake oil itself good? Is there issues there? Is the fan working? Is the coolant level good? These things are all critical issues that don't necessarily get diagnosed just from you checking the oil. And the same can be said about blood work. Visually, you might see somebody looking a bit iffy, looking a bit old, looking a bit worn down from using steroids, but they say, well, my blood work's good, and they might even have proof to that. But the thing is...
what the fuck is that? The muscle wart.
This is the blood work is usually only looking at one vector of health, what's in serum, not what's happening intracellularly or what's actually happening to your organs. Sometimes blood work won't be able to detect fatty liver disease because 1 in 3 men in America have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and those men are going to their doctor and getting their normal CMP and CBC panels and coming back and saying, hey, everything looks good. Meanwhile, they're walking around with one of the world's worst metabolic diseases. What really is required to check your health is not just blood work, and I'm really diving in on this hard because I think it's so important. A lot of these guys, young guys, think that, all right, my coach told me to go get labs, we're good to go, check that box. But far from the truth. We need to be seeing echocardiograms. We need to be seeing liver ultrasounds. We need to be doing urinalysis testing. We need to be doing kidney ultrasounds. The only way that you're going to verifiably say that you're completely healthy is by doing the due diligence of testing, and just getting a very basic blood test.
Yeah, just straight up testing everything, right? Blood, everything. Everything needs a check if you really want to argue you're healthy.
It's not the answer. It's helpful. It certainly is a great diagnostic tool. Same thing as checking your blood, or oil in the terms of the motorcycles that I was using, but that's just a very singular plane of what could be wrong. It's not looking at the entire system. And that's where blood work can kind of be this naivety where people start to believe they are healthy and they are fine and things are going well, and ultimately that could not be the case. And I like what he says, and I think genuinely he does have, whilst boasting about his lifestyle oftentimes, and doing it in a way that would seem as if it's promoting steroid usage, he does have a lot of good insights to speak on in terms of how he manages his health and the concerns that he has for it. My issues arise, of course, within the more popular content, the stuff that goes viral, him wearing masks in the gym, showing his purple skin. That's
obviously that's the stuff that goes viral. It's not the stuff being like, yo, actually, I'm fucking dying. It's that stuff, right? It's like the edits and shit. That one people see.
The viral stuff. That's the stuff that most people are going to be seeing, which could, you could argue, influence people to do really shitty things. But this kind of stuff where he's saying, yeah, I understand I have to be looking out for my health 30 years from now, that's really important. Now, hopefully he actually embodies that and actually practices that through his whole career. As he said, he's only 2 years deep.
This is usually a spiral. This just gets worse over time. I don't think he's going to change much. The change that I've seen for people is it's usually too late when they realize they need to change. The damage has already been done. Good afternoon, Poker. How are you today? I'm doing great. How are you? Hi, Diagonal.
Which is mind-blowing, but the idea would be that he can continue this for his whole career in bodybuilding, however long that is.
Look at my aesthetic. Pink up, wait.
The boobs are censored.
Pink on pink.
Good. Try it out.
Okay. Oh, it actually does smell good.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
What's the flavor?
10 out of 10.
Yeah, and I mentioned this in the last video, bros, but like, bro cuffed the right one, dog. Like, bro cuffed the right girl. That is crazy. If he ever fumbles this girl, like, I'll be eternally disappointed in this man. Like, eternally disappointed.
That man is not gonna fumble the girl. He's gonna fumble his life if he continues going down that route.
This man. I mean, she's no big titty anime Asian mommy, but like, she's a decent gal. I'm not talking about physical features either. You get your fucking head out the gutter, all right? No physical features involved here. I'm talking about simple.
Shut the heck up, dude. That was not what you were referring. That is not. No. Silence.
Values and traits. All right. What you know about traits? Moving on. So now he's going to go through his blood work, and we're going to take a brief overview of this and just see what's going on. Editor, we're going to have to zoom in on the blood work details. All right, so we'll just go from the top and then head our way down. We're going to start at hematology, which is the first component of this panel. So his hematology looks pretty good. I mean, yeah, his hemoglobin and hematocrit are elevated. A lot of comments, and even Greg said that they're high. Yeah, but in the grand scheme of things, when you compare it to a global average,
yeah, then they're not. I don't know what the global average is, but slight increase is not really concerning. However, there's probably a lot of stuff that will be concerning.
It's actually not that high, especially when people are living in higher altitudes than what I guess most of the majority population would be living in, that are far higher than this, especially with their hematocrit. I generally don't have a huge concern with this. You might remember there's a famous runner, and his name was Mr. 60 because he chronically targeted being as close to, which is crazy, like 60 hematocrit as he could be, which is, I mean, that's like very dangerous. I would never recommend somebody get up to there, but for performance enhancing, right? And this is no different. You're going to see, especially in athletes, some slight elevations. These aren't by any means that abnormal compared to what you'll see even in a natural athlete in some individual cases. So for me, like, yes, it's high. It's going to want to be looked at, and you should be very cautious of the trend that this continues in. So let's say if he does get blood work regularly and these two numbers do go up, there's going to be some problems, and he'll need to have, some very strong.
Yeah, he probably needs some strong adjustments here and there. Actually broke down and refused to work today and walked home and told my boss to fuck off. If I don't get fired, I'll be surprised. What happened? Huh?
Wrong interventions. But if he's measuring constantly and he's seeing that this is relatively where they're stabilized, there's not going to be this massive issue. And a lot of people say,
well, you increase your risk of clotting and other issues.
If something stays relatively stable, that's usually fine as long as it's within range, and it isn't.
Right? Damn. If like it starts clotting in his brain, he's literally cooked. Like there's nothing he can do about it. And you would never notice.
Range. It's at the top end of the range, but it is within range. As a bigger human being, you're going to need more blood oxygen carrying capacity. It's just what it is. It's a natural adaptation to the process. You should see some of these guys, these like linebackers and shit, who are 300 plus pounds in their blood work, which I have. To move that body as quickly as they need to move it, they are going to have this crazy adaptation with their hematology to manage circulatory function for that whole body. It's a very normal feature. People are freaking out about this in the comments. It's really not that bad. And anybody who's actually been a professional athlete in my comments would definitely be able to express how pretty average this is in terms of a very high performing individual. Is it healthy? Maybe not for longevity's sake, but I don't know if it's detrimental either.
I think pretty much everything seems to be in range. White cell.
There's probably going to be some stuff, certainly, that will be far out of range there that should not be taken lightly. We're gonna see more.
Cell count is good, red cell count is good, hemoglobin is in the higher range, HCT good, mean cell volume, I have no idea what that is, good.
He says he doesn't know what mean cell volume is. In America, we actually call this mean corpuscular.
Mean corpuscular volume, MCV, is a blood test measurement that indicates the average size of your red blood cells. It's used to classify different types of anemia. Smaller cells than normal, microcytic, may suggest iron deficiency. Normal sized cells, normocytic, may occur with chronic disease. And larger cells, macrocytic, may indicate vitamin B12 or folate deficiency. Interesting. Huh. Highly interesting. Okay.
Volume. And that's just a medical fancy way of saying it is the average size of your red blood cells. Think of your red blood cells as little vehicles on the highway. Some might be compact cars. Some might be Teslas out there driving the EV life. Some might be SUVs. Some might even be semi-trucks, for instance. And you have a whole wide variety between there. The MCV tells us exactly what is the average size of all of those vehicles put together. The normal range is between 80 and 100 femtoliters. And if your MCV is low, we got to start worrying about the red blood cells being small. Why are they small? Doctors actually call this microcytic anemia, and it's a really common thing in some populations within America. Generally, it's not going to be consequential in any massive way, but you will, have to worry about vitamin deficiencies or malnourishment. So usually vitamin B12, folate, and things like this. But his is fine. I just thought it'd be worth defining for you so you understand what that even means. Continuing down here, there's basically nothing entirely wrong. He does say he doesn't know what some of these white blood cells are, like neutrophils, lymphocytes, basophils, these kinds of things. These are just the different blood cells that essentially act as your immune function. Different ones being elevated can imply different risks. For example, when you have lymphocytes, specifically neutrophils, upregulated, that usually means there's some sort of viral load and or bacterial load causing issues within your immune system.
I think this is where the fun stuff is. Cholesterol. This is what people look at usually. So mine is at 2.07.
And what's the range?
Low risk is below 5.2, so I'm good.
Oh.
I don't have high cholesterol. Borderline risk is like 5.2 or 7.8, and high risk is above 7.8, so I'm very, very low cholesterol. Then there's HDL, cholesterol.
Okay, in cholesterol parts, he is fine. There's gonna be something. Some stats are gonna be must be highly abnormal. I wonder which one it's gonna be.
It's no risk. I have 1.21.
His total cholesterol is within range. Honestly, for me, this is a pretty insignificant measurement, and I'm surprised that his coach is telling him that this is good. We want to see like an apolipoprotein count, and specifically we want to see apolipoprotein Bs, apolipoprotein As, and then the ratio between As and Bs. The HDLC, LDLC measurements are not actually, they don't exist, right? And I think people kind of convolute this a lot. There is no HDLC in your blood. There is no LDLC in your blood. It's non-conducive to anything that's actually happening in your body. Is it corollary? Sometimes, actually. Very rarely, but sometimes. What is directly is apolipoproteins. There's these cholesterol molecules and lipids that go around your body to do things. But these lipids, you can't flow through blood. You know this, right? If you put oil into water, they can't gel. They don't go to...
Obviously, that makes sense. Oil is essentially doesn't mix well with other liquids. I told him I wasn't feeling up to working. I just feel god awful. I've been vomiting and could easily pass my illness to others. He still picked me up today, and I did 2 drop-offs and was so dizzy. Oh well, then your reaction's quite understandable. Then it highly makes no sense.
Together, they separate. Oil is hydrophobic, so it wouldn't work. If you put a bunch of oil in your blood, you would die. What has to happen is your body produces these lipoproteins, which encapsulate lipids and then transport them through your body.
So like pretty much they work like oil. Like that is understandable if like you make him sick, then he can't work either, right? It just makes sense.
The lipoproteins are the things that are causing the health consequences. It's not the lipids directly themselves. So when people are saying like
total cholesterol is bad and HDL is bad and LDL is bad,
they miss basically first grade level lipidology is basically what happened. There's a lot more to the story that is way more significant. We want to measure the actual lipoprotein count because that's going to be more conclusive to what sort of CVD risk he's potentially under.
Then I have like triglycerides, whatever that is. Good.
He said he doesn't know what triglycerides are. I mean, these are just the fatty acids that I was just talking about, essentially. These are actually pretty important to measure. It gives us a good idea of what kind of insulin sensitivity you have and nutrient partitionability you have. It's actually a really important marker to get. He's very healthy here.
Everything seems good.
Check the thyroid.
Okay, oh, now this is the thyroid, I think. Free thyroxine, FT4, 17.2. So it's in the high range, but it's good. It's in the middle, so it needs to be like between 12 and 22. I'm at 17. Then FT3, it's at 5.5. It's exactly in the middle. Then TSH, it's at 2, good.
Now his endocrinology testing is a bit hairy, so his TSH, thyroid stimulating hormone, is quite high. I generally like to see this on the lower end. He says use at 2, which is good. No, it's not. I don't think anything really above.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna have him here.
1.5 to 1.7 is good in my book from the research that I've done and how I would like to manage my health. So for me, that's representative of his body being in this highly metabolically demanding state. You could probably, reduce that. Why is it important to reduce that? Well, thyroid stimulating hormone will cause your thyroid gland to grow. It at some capacity cause, possible polyp developments and other things like this that could be consequential long term. I like to modulate TSH as much as I can and bring it down if possible. I'm getting way too in the weeds here. This isn't what this channel is about.
This is where things are kind of off. I don't know what this means. If you guys know, comment down.
All right, high TSH, bad. To simplify, high TSH, bad. Even my driver was like, what the fuck are you doing to him? Understandably so. Man, this sucks.
Below, but my FSH is low, my LH is low, prolactin is low, estrogen is high, and test is high, obviously. So I have high estrogen because my test is high. That's how it usually goes. Like when you have too much testosterone in your body, your body kind of compensates with more estrogen to try to balance things out. But that's normal for someone who's on testosterone. Follicle stimulating hormone.
What is that?
my fucking hairline. Follicles.
Really?
Yeah, his hair is when the baldy round, his hair is running.
hair follicles.
What is it?
It's low.
0.
0.3. That's crazy, yeah?
That's terrible.
That's not good. But my thyroids are good.
Ian says he has no idea what any of these things mean. So follicle stimulating hormone, for instance, that is basically, it's made in your brain and it's specifically comes from the pituitary gland and it's signaling to your testes to produce intratesticular testosterone. Or in women, it actually signals for your ovaries to grow follicles, and the follicle is like this little fluid-filled sac which contains the egg. I mean, this is, you know, just at its roots what we're talking about here. It's not for your hair, unfortunately. And on top of the intratesticular testosterone.
So you're saying it's not okay? So well, follicles are also the term is also used for hair. Interesting. That these share the same term. Does that, are you essentially saying that it's basically his fertility is what I'm thinking of maybe affected?
Some people might be saying, well, it does more. It does. It stimulates these Sertoli cells, which produce, they basically are a massive player in spermatogenesis. This is low, as well as the luteinizing hormone, which similar pathway there. The reason that these things are low is because testosterone, which you just said he's taking, inhibits your HPTA axis, your hypothalamic pituitary testicular axis, meaning that it downregulates the brain's ability to signal for certain things to happen within the body, because the negative feedback loop is estradiol and testosterone. And when these things are already...
So it is affecting his fertility, basically. Wow!
Elevated, which we see very clearly, his estradiol is elevated here, you tend to experience downregulation within your natural production of testosterone and spermatogenesis. This is true for both men and women. Women, however, would typically experience a decrease in natural fertility cycles, noticing obviously changes within their menstruation. His prolactin is low, which is kind of interesting. No real big comment there. It's just another sex hormone. Interesting, it's low, but it's not like critically low, so he probably doesn't even notice anything in particular. Estradiol, I'm sure this is actually estradiol. Maybe it is estradiol. I know the language is a little bit different in some of the countries I've worked with. They use different terminology for the same blood marker. So estradiol I've seen as estradiol, even though estradiol is a different form of estradiol or estrogen in America, so a little bit confusing there. If you got the estradiol one and that is estradiol, I'm saying that way too much, that is probably not a good depiction of what's actually happening in his body. And of course the testosterone's high because he's taking testosterone. Big surprise there. But what does this actually tell us? Is this a good blood work panel? No, it's shit. It's actually garbage, to be honest with you. There's no...
Well, here we have it. Here we have it.
Markers regarding his inflammation levels, which is really important, like high sensitivity C-reactive protein, homocysteine. There's no clotting factors being tested, troponin T, and numerous others. There's a lot of things missing, quite frankly. This isn't just like this clean bill of health, like this man is healthy. In fact, it makes me even more skeptical, because if this is what he considers to be his clean bill of health, imagine what's the actual picture underneath all of this, right?
The actual one might be horrendous and might actually make him wake up, maybe. But for that, he would need to take initiative and actually say, yo, actually, I need to check everything.
It's kind of like, you know, you clean the surface of a stove so many times, but underneath the cracks, and especially if you have like an open flame stove, all that food and gunk seeps down until you pick off the plate cover, and then you just find this gore cesspool of just expired food that's just been down in there for like a year or something. Similar to this situation, it's what I see all the time. Dudes getting CBC, CMP panels for $60, calling themselves healthy. I don't mean shit. It literally means zilch, nada, fucking nothing, right? I can be healthy because the average is unhealthy, but that doesn't mean that the deeper, more full spectrum analysis that need to be done are just irrelevant, right? That's why, like, no sense to plug this, but I'm going to plug it here anyways. Anabolic Insights, a great website, because they have like pre-built lab panels that actually give you very conclusive details on this kind of stuff for the lowest cost. Like, genuinely a very good...
Interesting. Just plugging it here, huh?
Seriously, like, the sponsor of the channel, they keep the lights on, sure, but it's also just a very good resource, and I wouldn't accept them as a sponsor if I didn't inherently believe in it, help design stuff, and work directly with them. So link down below in the description. But genuinely, this is not a good panel at all. And this is not like, oh, you're healthy. What I would prefer to see him do, especially at his fucking age, you guys, is like go to the doctor and get a echocardiogram, get a liver ultrasound, get a kidney ultrasound, do a urinalysis, and then let's test some more in-depth testing here. Let's get that high sensitivity C-reactive protein. Let's get a homocysteine. Let's get a few more of these markers. Like I could come up with a bunch of them, troponin T being one, but several other clotting factors. Fibrinogen is one, D-dimer is another one. There's a few more. They're really obscure sometimes, but these are all, he's not even scraping the surface, right? And so on the surface level, he looks good, but underneath that, there's probably some concerns that need to be addressed. And again, we have to keep in mind that he has been off this Azul for some time, and that in it.
Well, that of course affects his blood work too. In this case, we don't even know really what his blood work would be if he's on the stuff.
Of itself should cause a flag for concern, because what is happening when he's on, we don't even know that. How bad does it get? We don't even know that, right? And that's kind of what I think is most important to look at, but most bodybuilders tend to ignore, because it's like, well, it's going to get better, so why look at it at its worst? But that's like so counterintuitive. I don't know. Moral of the story is he's not just this healthy, happy-go-lucky kind of guy. I don't know. Tell me what you think down below in the comments. I'd love to hear from you. If you would do the hugest favor for me, subscribe to this channel. It means the world to me, literally the world. You subscribing has changed my entire outlook on how I produce these videos, what I'm doing for you guys, and how much work I need to put forth in each and every single one of these videos. So I appreciate you. I hope you've had a beautiful day. I'm proud of you. I'm really proud of you, bro. Like, genuinely, you've accomplished so much this year. The year is not even done yet, and there's still so much runway to accomplish more. You will accomplish amazing things, and this will be the year that you solidify real change in your life. And I know it will, bro. You might not know it, but I fucking do, and I believe in you, right? And I need you to just say that you're going to be strong for everyone around you this year. All right, on to the next video. Deuces.
Bro was just like giving a motivational speech at the end. God damn it, true and real. There will be more to come. I've come. Yeah. Interesting to look at this. I've never really like looked at stuff, right? Like that. I've never really was interested in stuff like that. So it's cool to look at like the blood work of like bodybuilders, right? I have looked up my own blood work. I have looked at like my dad's blood work, right? Like these tests, right? But I've never seen it from like a bodybuilder at 20 years old being on testosterone on steroids, right? So interesting to see. What do we learn from this? We need to also promote more of a maybe it's time to approach the natural, embrace the natural. I think this might be a good idea, because if things are overdone, well, then you might end up like many others that have passed away and died, which is not great. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. My recommendation book: if you really truly feel ill, you need to stay home. Don't allow your job to push you around, otherwise you will cry harshly like I did today. But yeah, very true. Very true. You are not wrong. I am well aware of that, because I had that issue with my boss, because my boss back then when I had my apprenticeship was a piece of shit. A big piece of shit, especially after he had his first child. That made that man spiral into madness. Yeah. Guys, that will be it for today. I'll switch to the other screen real quick. Alright, yoink. Yoink. Yeah. I'm ending it now. I won't be streaming tomorrow, because the frog will go home on the 30th, and I want to spend the entire day with her, so I won't be streaming tomorrow, just so people are aware. And then on Tuesday we'll finish Mario RPG, and we'll also start Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core. Yeah, that'll be pretty much it. But yeah, have a good day or night. Treat yourself better, like I will right after stream now. Yeah, have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow. Not tomorrow, on Tuesday. And bye-bye. Do not overdo it. And fight against your boss if he treats you like shit. Bye-bye. Take care.